Welcome back to another episode of Central Valley Podcast. I'm your host, Micah D'Ailey, a filmmaker, photographer, and a dude passionate about his community. This podcast focuses on the talented individuals that make up the Central Valley of California, as well as people who are passionate about what they do. The Central Valley has gotten a bad rep, and we're here to change that. If you enjoy what we're doing, we kindly ask that you download each episode, subscribe to our YouTube, and leave a rating and review on whatever podcast app you're using. And once again, thanks for tuning into another episode of Central Valley Podcast. What is good, Central Valley? We made it. Season 6 finale right here, right now. It is about to go down. Before the episode starts, we'll let you guys know this is a conspiracy theory episode. What we say in this are things that could be true and they could not be true. That's why they are called conspiracy theories. I hit up my boy Shamoot, who came over, and he did not disappoint. His knowledge on conspiracy theories is wild. He also just wrote a thriller book called Wonderland. Make sure you guys go check that out. Wonderland by Shamoot. I will have all the information in the bio on where you can get that and stuff like that. And this is 3 full hours conspiracy theories. And if you want, there's a bonus hour at the end with crappy audio. So we accidentally messed up recording halfway through the podcast. So we just decided to put that audio at the very end with that segment. So if you guys are enjoying the conversation, if you guys do want to listen to more of it, it's going to be a 3-hour full-long podcast, and then that last hour is going to be that bonus episode where we talk more about conspiracy theories and everything else. I really felt like we were hitting our strides in that one, so go check it out. I just didn't want to put horrible audio in the middle of it. And once again, you guys, I just want to thank you for supporting the podcast. If you ever shared an episode, if you ever listened to an episode, if you hired me to do photo or video work, or if you just have supported me in any way, I want to say truly, truly thank you, you guys. It doesn't go unnoticed. I am here today because of you guys, and I just want to say thank you so much. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here is Shamoot's episode on Central Valley Podcast.
Shout out Duffy, shout out Micah.
This is it. Central Valley Podcast.
Hey, big shout out Central Valley Podcast.
You know I had to fuck with it.
Hey, shout out Central Valley Podcast.
Season 6 finale is here, you guys. My name is motherfucking Ricky Bobby, and we got a little bit of
Shake
and bake. We missed. All right, we're here. Halloween episode. We are here with the Terrifier.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. What if we just had you like the whole entire time? Just keep that on, just so people had no idea
Just
who
a
you
hidden
were.
guest.
I could just stay silent, and you can take the. I'll be passed out.
Just put a dummy in there. Dude, just do a whole podcast with our voices. But Shamoot, thank you for coming, joining us. I appreciate it. You can take it off.
Yeah. Okay. I was looking for the key. The signal.
You'll look a lot more.
Oh my gosh.
What's the way? I'm gonna say normal, but I guess when you're dressed like that, normal.
I have been
There we go.
sweating in there this whole time, just smelling latex. So I'll just keep
the little hat on.
the hat on.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a pro.
If you want, so every clip from this podcast, you're gonna have that little hat on. Just remember. So
Yeah,
it
so-
just like as long as you're okay with that.
I think just for theatrics.
Theatrics to be in the theme of it. Keep that
Exactly.
right there. It'll be in it. But why don't you introduce yourself for people who may not know who you are?
Absolutely. Well, my name is Shamoot Kishore. I am a senior agent with Redfin Corporation. I am also a debut author with the release of my first novel this month called Wonderland.
Oh, I know. There we go. I hit the 2 worst ones I possibly could do. You're like, I just wrote a book. And then you're like,
What the fuck?
I know. We need to get these little.
We need to, I
lighting
know.
here so you could see them. But
yeah.
We have like a thing that's supposed to go on it and tell us what it is, but we just
I think
can't
it's more
never.
fun when you don't know.
Yeah.
And we'll
As
just
you see
what
me, I
happens.
just was like, this guy wrote a book. Just kidding.
Yeah. So aside from that, I wrote a book. I'm a real estate agent on the side. I'm an amateur market research analyst with a focus on housing, stocks, and all that real fun stuff everyone likes to talk about.
Yeah, but I want to talk about how did we get linked up. So I don't even know. So I have this part of my website, and it was like, you want to be on the podcast, fill out this form on why. And most of the time it's like, somebody, I don't know, just like, can I get on the podcast? Can I get on the podcast? That's what a lot of it is. Obviously, that's what it's for also, but I just, every time I'm almost like, I don't know. Because then I have to like research the person. But then with you, you were like, what did you send me? You sent me
So it was, it was like 2.5 years
Yeah,
ago.
2.5 years ago.
Damn near 3 years
Yeah,
in the
I filled him
making.
earlier, but I was like, was leading him on like a girl.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah, maybe
Like a girl?
We're like maybe, or I guess a girl with a guy.
A woman?
And then one day you sent the message like, let's get it going. I was like, oh, honey, he responded.
But then it was still like an hour. I mean, not hour, fucking A. It was still like a year later.
Yeah.
I feel like of me saying like, I want to do a conspiracy theory one. And then it was just like, because I do that with a lot of people where I'm like, we're going to have you on the podcast. I'm like, I'm sorry it's taken me literally over a year, but I did want to have you on.
I think this one though, it took a long time because there was a lot of prep involved. Like obviously the costumes and the topics we're going to talk about.
We do. Luckily, mine came today. I was having a scare. Shout out to Catrice and Manny, their boyfriend and girlfriend. They actually had one of these and they were going to let me borrow it and they were going to save the day. But then Amazon decided to deliver it after saying it was going to be delivered Friday. Delayed 3 times. Really have some beef with Amazon. The only other time this has happened is, have you seen our big truck, lifted truck videos and stuff?
Yeah, I think I've seen part of it.
Yeah, there's like we got like a little tiny small ball sack on the back of the truck or whatever. Originally, I ordered like a big one, but it got delayed and it didn't get here in time. And then luckily, our buddy Jason, the camera dude, his brother had that on his keychain. And then it was like even funnier because it was small. Like, you know what I mean?
Smaller on the truck.
Yeah.
I feel like contemplated getting one of those, but I'm like, I don't think I'm
but
ready.
isn't stuff getting delayed because of what is it? The ship workers or the dock workers or that got delayed, right?
They have a whole port strike on the East Coast. It's not so much on the West Coast, and Amazon has fulfillment centers literally in every kind of quarter of like every state, so they always have that just-in-time delivery for us. But yeah, they have it on the East Coast. I don't know what's really going on with it, but
Dude, I heard they won. I heard they went from $37 to $63 an hour.
yeah. So the union leader, the guy, he's arguing.
I like the dude, their spokesperson.
Funny,
guy.
right? Very
Yeah.
fiery. He owns a fat mansion too.
People
That
were
was
like
some
that.
of the-
Yeah,
that was one of the arguments. But
look
it's like,
look it up real quick.
What am I looking up?
it's like
just do like the dock strike or whatever.
Yeah, dock strike.
Dock
union
strike,
leader.
and that guy will pop up first. But yeah, he does own a fat house. But
It's frozen. Something's happening.
The thing though is like I see
There
that,
we go.
and he's still trying to argue for his people
workers
to get.
though, it's not
I'm
like he wants more money for himself.
Yeah, it's like okay, like he's got
all the
it.
other
He's trying to get these other
CEOs and people
boys to
are
eat.
getting paid like that.
Yeah, during COVID and the pandemic, we had
That guy.
That guy?
Yeah, that guy's a badass. Honestly.
substantial issues in our supply chain, like dock workers and all those people that were, in charge of getting
that's your
supplies to
uncle.
us.
That's every white person's uncle.
That's
Yeah,
even my uncle. Dude.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're married, like somebody's married into uncle on your side. Yeah, and you're like,
But yeah, they made record profits, man. These companies that utilize these ship lines, and the pay never increased with workers.
I tried to bring up stuff like that with Duarte on the last episode, and then it was just politicking, and I was like, I don't know.
He got us. He got us.
I was
I
like,
don't know, man. They made too much damn money, and they
he was like
never
the
paid any
Kamala
of the
dude.
workers.
He called out a judge though on the podcast, and I'm gonna bring this up because he fucking was just like looked at the camera and he was just like, and blah 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 is an Obama judge. If someone says there's not an Obama judge, then they're a liar.
He like said it. The whole name. I was
And then he was
wow.
like, blah blah. You shouldn't be a judge. Well, because he got, basically, he got. They said that what is it called? The people who got in trouble. So the Clean Water Act was put in place so that you can't discharge basically sewage or something, basically, right?
Into rivers.
Into
I'm like,
rivers.
okay.
And then they ended up, U.S. government, the Army Corps came out and said that he dissed a field and put weed in it, and they got him for that, and they're like, oh, you dissed it too deep, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, what are you talking about? That's only for like sewage, blah, blah. Anyways, he never went to court. They kept on like dismissing all his like evidence and everything like that, and they pretty much just kept doing that. The U.S. government tried to sue him for like $20 million.
Wow.
And then they got it down to 2.2. and he still had
2.8, dude.
2.8.
It was a lot.
But but he continually brings it up now
Yeah.
and all his stuff. I guess he'll be like, and I'm very familiar with that act.
Dude, that much money, I'm gonna learn everything there is to know about it. And I'm gonna
But yeah, so this episode, you guys, is going to be kind of conspiracy theories of what we want to do. It's Halloween episode. Happy Halloween, you guys! Woohoo! Spooky.
Hallows Eve.
Hallows Eve. I don't know when this is going to come out. Sometime right there, or maybe on the 26th. Honestly. For the block party.
All right.
So the shelf life is a little bit.
so people will
we're
come
throwing
and
a
talk
party
to us
on
about
the
it.
26th
Damn,
with
I'm-
Tioga Sequoia. What are you doing?
Others said Tioga. I was like, wait, what? You guys got Tioga?
Maybe I will.
Yeah, you know that Make It Nasty guy?
yeah.
I'm gonna be in the Barnes and Noble in Stockton. That's gonna be our first book signing for Wonderland. So yeah,
That's cool though.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come.
So
out,
let's talk about, before we get into conspiracy theories, everything else. You wrote a book. How long have you been writing? How'd you get into it? And why don't you hand out those books to us? And while you do it, pour us some wine.
Let me just get this other arm.
Let me get this out. So, Wonderland is a horror novel that I took about 2.5 years to write. And the reason why I wrote it is because I really am connected with like the horror genre. It's my whole life. I was introduced to it at the age of 3. My brother locked me in the room with him and played Michael Jackson's Thriller. So that was fucking terrifying, right? So ever since then,
You just had to dance.
yeah, no, but for me, I was like, what is, this is like 1997.
Yeah.
So this is like,
I would have been so scared. I was scared on the top of Disneyland, whatever one it is. You go to the very top and there's like a monster that goes like,
the Abominable Snowman.
Yeah, that one. I used to have nightmares when I saw that guy when I was 3 years old, of that same thing over
Dude,
and over.
It's terrifying, but that was like the start of me getting into horror and slashers and all this stuff. And then in today's age, here, let me just pour
shit,
this.
you came
this is
prepared.
This is the aerator.
We got it. Yeah. Trust me.
Before I pour this is Devoncy Cabernet. This is a Devoncy Cabernet. If you're wondering what the name Devoncy comes from,
You might be thinking it's like Da Vinci.
Pause the video to guess right now.
Choose A for Da Vinci. Choose B for I can't do anything that's not even there.
I'm going to give it away if I say B.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The B is Dave and Nancy, and I'm gonna laugh.
So, cats out the bag. It's fucking David and Nancy. This is from, I believe, Plymouth up north. So, we had the
You better be right with your wine facts, because my parents are wine snobs.
No, it is.
They're not snobs, but my mom, Bernadine, would just be like,
Yeah. It's in Plymouth, but I think the winery is just called Devoncy, if I'm not mistaken. I know my family's gonna be like, dude, we were there for so fucking long. You
Yeah.
didn't remember. But anyways, this is a very expensive bottle that they have, and they have a unique way of curing and storing their wine. They actually hold it underground, like 10 feet below ground. So when you go lower, it's obviously cooler, and the air is like more pristine to hold wine. It's I don't know the technicals of it, but regardless,
and your
this
wine's
is,
grounding.
yeah, exactly, grounding.
My mom's big into grounding.
Really?
As well. Yeah.
Has
yeah,
she
yeah.
heard of the ground mat? Grounding mat?
She
you're
bought
talking like yoga
all she bought
grounding?
us last year for Christmas was all of her kids' grounding mats.
You have a great
She was like,
mom.
those are expensive and good. Okay.
I got one last week. It was like $7.
I need to have one here because it's like the best place I could use it, but I just have it at my house. And
They have grounding bed mats as well, so you can like sleep.
Oh
with
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
So anyway,
If you could explain,
further ado,
if you could explain grounding to the viewers.
Yeah, seriously. Can you do it?
Not that I don't know what it is.
absolutely.
We may have told Shamoot during the podcast, we might reference that, and if we say that, it's totally not for us and for the viewers, because we know some viewers don't know.
Is it an electrical thing?
And it's
Somewhat.
All right.
It's like discharging the electricity in your body to the ground, right?
It's kind of the opposite. So when you're walking outside on the grass, like barefoot, that's called grounding, because your bare skin is making contact with the earth, and the earth vibrates at a certain frequency, and thus
I'm so glad you're so good at describing stuff, dude.
so when you get, that's why like when you're
I'll
the
wait.
grounding aspect takes out like the voltage of your body, so you're essentially grounding is like setting yourself neutral, and you're like more calm, like the inflammatory response in your body shuts down because it's like there's no voltage or whatnot. Like, I don't know the technical details of it all, but that's the main aspect of when you touch earth, when people say you need to touch grass or you need to do this and that. That's like saying like literally to calm down and to get into the right state of mind. So when you have a grounding mat, you know how it goes? It's not like a 3-prong. It goes into that third one.
Yeah.
That's the grounding outlet.
Yeah.
So that is literally connected to the ground. So when it's connected to the mat, you're essentially doing the same thing of walking on grass in your home.
Yeah.
Is that like an electrical hazard?
No.
Like,
You're
what if you get
touching the grounded one though.
Like if you get a short and then like, will it send?
So
Okay.
No, it only plugs into the grounded portion. Like
Right.
there
so
for safety.
It's there for
okay.
safety, so that if a wire like needs to discharge,
If there's
to the
excess
ground.
energy in the system, they're like, shit, where do we, like, it's going to blow the fucking house.
You know the
it
bottom
goes into the ground.
the bottom one on the big ones, like the big.
No. I know what like an electrical ground
Wait,
is.
how do we appropriately give this
well, here's
wine
the thing. These are,
its due diligence?
I know the people watching that are connoisseurs are going to see, like, why the fuck are they drinking out of like a whiskey?
We don't got any.
So we don't have the wine. I didn't have time to get the wine cups.
We don't need
So we can't
the
do
wine.
the swivel
okay.
around.
Oh, and see the stems.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can't
the-
see the
the snip.
legs. I don't know. How do I know? This is $500?
do you even drink wine?
Let's take you for a sip. It must all be in the name, the branding. I'm just kidding.
very
really smooth.
smooth.
That's
Very
really smooth.
goddamn smooth.
Well, and the bottle was, like you're saying, it was already opened a little bit, so it already aerated itself.
It's
You know
already
what I mean?
aerated out.
Yeah.
I took I took a chance to
He
make
was
sure
like,
it wasn't.
listen, this is a big opportunity, but it's not big enough to crack it open on the podcast.
I'm
Just
telling
kidding.
you, man.
Dude, this is really good, though.
Yeah, people know me. They know I love my wine. So this is
You go to Murphy's ever?
Murphy's.
It's like a small little town, but it has a whole bunch of wineries.
Yeah,
in it.
I actually have. I went there with my old brokerage about like a year and a half ago, and we did some wine
Yeah,
tasting there.
my parents are like, there's the Tanner Winery, and then there was a Mineral Wine, but I think they moved away. But like they're like, are you like members of a whole bunch of wineries?
No,
or
I'm not.
Are you not? Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't
Oh,
get
wow.
that deep into
Oh,
it.
so my
no.
parents are like they have some in Paso Robles they like, and then some in Murphy's and blah blah. But they because every time I drink wine with them, I'm like, oh, this is so good. Then I'll buy some random cheap one like for myself and my wife.
Barefoot or
Yeah,
something.
not that bad. But shout out to Gallo.
Yeah.
Central Valley's worst wine, barefoot.
Yeah, right.
But it's produced all over the world for you.
Exactly.
So we were talking about grounding.
Yes.
Where
we can the book.
Oh wait, real quick, you guys. Cheers.
Cheers. We already took a couple sips.
Yeah, I know. Season finale. Season 6. I'm glad that we went from congressman to Shamoot and conspiracy theories. So I'm glad
I love
that.
it. I would gladly be the transition for that. So,
Yeah.
Out of my league in both of these.
so I'll just say a little bit about the book, and then we'll
yeah.
get into more.
So go hold up the book.
Oh yeah,
Give
didn't
me
even
and
give you
Duffy.
the fucking book.
Yeah, you didn't even give it.
Plug it.
Plug it.
So, this is Wonderland.
I'll open it up for you. That way we don't get the glare on
Okay,
it.
before you open it up,
Oh.
though, let me give Duffy his. So each of these copies are the special editions.
Hell
so
yeah. Hardback?
Hardback, black sprayed edges. There's a map on the first cover and on the
Oh,
back
that's pretty
cover.
cool.
And in 100 copies of these, there will be one ticket. Mm-hmm. That ticket will be an admission to Wonderland, and the grand scheme of Wonderland is we'll get it as a book, we'll translate it to a screenplay, and we'll get a movie production. A24, if you're listening to this,
Boom.
get them to produce it because they're the only right fit for the
Yeah.
storyline. And if you have the ticket, I'm gonna host a giant yacht party in the San
With
Francisco Bay.
Central Valley Podcast.
With
That is
Central Valley.
crazy.
If you guys got the, exactly.
That is crazy.
You could win an exclusive trip with us three.
What if we win the trip though?
It's just going to be us then. It's just us. It'll just be a charter boat with us. So
It's a pontoon boat with us.
yeah. So
You say yacht and it's just us on the pontoon boat.
it's just me. It's
in our
fucking-
costumes.
It's me and Lieutenant Dan from fucking Florida.
You literally get thrown to character. You get both your legs removed.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. I'm hoping
that's
that things
awesome
go,
though. Like
you know,
like
it'll be cool.
bigger goal. Like yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fuck it, dude. This was 2.5 years in the making.
You know, it's a grind to like push and promote and like you know what I mean.
Just on that aspect.
And hey, I'm glad it took us 2.5 years. So you had this to like
exactly,
promote.
exactly. And I got these copies like a week or two ago.
Oh, so just perfect.
It's like,
because I kept we were gonna do it earlier. You know what I mean?
And it was like it didn't align perfectly.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are the special edition copies. Nationwide, any like bookstore that wants to order them can either order them directly from me for mass discounts or through Ingram Sparks, which is like what every major bookstore uses to order supply of any kind of copies. But those copies don't have sprayed edges, they don't have the map, and they're not gonna have the
they're just like the mass produced type ones.
The regular books.
Yeah.
So yeah, aside from that, we're gonna have signings at the Barnes & Noble in Stockton, in Modesto, Stockton.
Yeah, I would invite you to the Barnes & Noble in Merced, but unfortunately they thought it was fitting to put another furniture store there. So
it's gone.
Which one?
Congrats. I don't know. It doesn't matter because Ashley Furniture is just moved in across the street anyway.
Fucking Ashley's.
Great job, you guys.
Yeah, great job. Fuck reading and literacy. Just buy some furniture.
You want to hit the green button real quick?
Yeah, the green one?
Yeah.
Great job, you guys.
Terrible.
I don't mean this next thing, you guys. Who's in charge? I'm just kidding. I'm just
Canceled.
I'm just kidding, you guys. Okay, back to Wonderland.
We're gonna have book signings in Stockton on the last Saturday of October, on November 16th in the Modesto Barnes & Noble, and I'm working to get things confirmed at the Roseville and Dublin Barnes & Noble, and then I'm gonna have a signing at Lightly Used Books in Turlock.
Oh, nice.
I like that one. Yeah,
Bookish in Modesto, and I think they have a second location in Turlock. We're waiting on those details to be confirmed. But if you're listening to this right now, this coming Saturday, well, they're not even gonna hear it.
No,
Never mind.
But the future ones, which ones are? Or do you have
Like
any
in the future?
Yeah. Well,
After the 26th.
after the 26th. Anything?
After the 20th, like in November, that's the one that will be in Modesto Barnes & Noble on November 16th, and then Roseville and Dublin are going to be sometime in November.
That's dope. Yeah, I saw you said
alongside-
TBAs, right?
Yeah.
Or on those dates.
Yeah,
right?
and then Bookish and those other smaller stores are also probably November or maybe December. I'm trying to span it out so that I'm covering.
And it ended up working out that it came out. It's coming out during like October.
Yeah,
like,
chapter
when
1.
is the official release today?
October 24th.
Oh,
Nice.
perfect
Yeah,
for the
so-
podcast, dude.
Yeah, it's
Literally perfect. Yeah.
And aside from that, a little.
Now people don't think you're just a crazy conspiracy theory guy.
Exactly.
You know
It's
what I mean?
like, hey,
Like,
he
this guy
actually-
fucking wrote a book,
He
okay?
actually does work. He's a normal human being. But
yeah.
So I'll give you just a quick synopsis of it. So it's a story based in 1986 Seaside, where some kids start to investigate the sudden emergence of a carnival in their small town. And as they, investigate the carnival, and as these apparitions start happening to each of them individually, they start to see more and more connections with their own family lineage and the carnival's history. So they're starting to see, everything connected, tied together. And the central theme kind of is like, with our parents and our grandparents and our past, we sometimes may not know like what the truth really is. Like you have children, I'll eventually have some kids, and sometimes the whole truth may not always come out. So it kind of plays on like the whole family secrets and all this kind of thing, and obviously coming of age themes and all that kind of great stuff. But that's kind of the general plot, and a lot of it stems from my own background and experience in the horror film industry and slashers in the 80s and the psychologicals of the 90s and all this paranormals in the post-2000s.
What's your favorite?
My favorite movie of all time?
In that genre, yeah.
I have an entire list. So
a couple your your top 5 or
if
something.
I could name my top right now, like on top of my head, definitely Hereditary, right?
That was good.
Yeah, that was
Insidious.
scary.
Insidious.
Dude,
is
Insidious for some reason I enjoy that movie. Since then, I don't really watch scary movies. I don't like the suspense. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm a that's what I told him earlier. But literally, I'm a baby. Oh, and then, sorry, real quick. I said the same exact thing. I was having a double date with my brother-in-law and my wife and then his wife. And they're like, oh, what do you get? They're like, I don't know what Micah used to be like in a past life or whatever. I was like, a They're like, no, that's what you are now.
That's hilarious.
Sorry to segue after.
No, you're good. But yeah, it's Insidious, Hereditary. I would put Paranormal Activity as well on there because in the yeah, I'm so sorry. That's what I was gonna start this podcast with. Was one, I've never heard a dude named Duffy, so I'm super psyched to be like,
it's rare.
Duffy, can you look that up? And then two, Micah, because that was a character in Paranormal.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's like one of them, but. Yeah, Paranormal Activity is. I know some people like what the fuck. That's not scary, but ever since Paranormal, the only thing that was remotely close was like Blair Witch Project in terms of the
type of style and everything.
It's really the budget. They didn't have the budget. They had like
it was like $10,000 or something like for the whole thing. But
Rise and shine with Inland Roasters, a family-owned and operated coffee roastery located in the heart of the Central Valley. Each cup of Inland Roasters coffee begins with sourcing the finest beans. From there, brothers Brent and Reed take their time cultivating the perfect roast profile, turning the otherwise ordinary daily coffee ritual into an extraordinary experience. Because everyone deserves a better cup of coffee. Feel free to visit them at the Turlock Certified Farmers Market every Saturday, where you can also purchase their coffee in person. Find them online at inlandroasters.com. Once again, inlandroasters.com, and follow them on Instagram at inland_roasters. Once again, that's at inland_roasters. And make sure to use code CVP10 and receive 10% off your first order. Imagine stepping into a warm and inviting atmosphere where every corner exudes elegance, every sip of cocktail delights the senses, and the aroma tells a story of culinary craftsmanship. Welcome to Bella Luna, an enchanting Italian fine dining oasis nestled in the heart of downtown Merced. Whether you're seeking an intimate dinner for two or a vibrant gathering for friends, Bella Luna promises an evening of indulgence and connection with exceptional hospitality that elevates your experience. Get ready to tap into the Central Valley's craft brew scene with Blaker Brewing, located in Atwater and Ceres. Beyond just brewing delicious beers, they're known for hosting epic events that unite the entire community together. From irresistible flavors of their brews to the lively atmosphere, every visit to Blaker Brewing is an adventure. And keep your calendars marked for their upcoming events, including Jacked Up Country Music Festival on 420 with Ben Gallagher, Summer Smash on June 1st for a foodie's dream to come true, the iconic 4th of July celebration with the Valley's best fireworks show, the Deja Brew EDM Festival on August 23rd, and the legendary Blaketoberfest on October 5th. It's time to raise a glass and join them for the fun at Blaker Brewing. Looking to take your ag business to the next level? Well, look no further than M-Mig Construction, the ag commercial construction experts. Based in Atwater, California, M-Mig specializes in tailored solutions for all ag construction needs. Whether they're dairy farmers, ranchers, or agribusiness owners, the team is dedicated to bringing their clients' vision to life. From innovative milking parlors to durable steel buildings, M-Mig has over 18 years of expertise to ensure the project's success. With quality craftsmanship, timely execution, and a deep understanding of the Central Valley's agriculture, they're the trusted partners for growth. Reach out to M-Mig Construction today at 209-724-9488. Once again, that's 209-724-9488, or visit their website, mmigconstruction.com.
Ever since that,
but when you have it be like that, you don't need it. It just needs to be a good storyline.
The fucking content matters and how you present it, and that's what was so. It was unique. That's the reason why, and that's partly why I wrote the book, is because it was unique. But paranormal was huge in the industry because it was a huge wave that really transitioned into a new niche of horror, of like, you know, the camera, the one person point of view type shit. But aside from that, I would say, you know, Freddy Krueger, obviously that was like my up and coming. Aside from that, Sinister is a fucking great movie. You know,
I used to like Hills Have Eyes back in the day, which
Hills Have Eyes is
I don't
great.
know, like, why I liked it, but
that's, you know,
it's disturbing.
No one can explain it. Horror is like one of those things where if you like it, you can't explain it, and if you can explain it, you're a weirdo. You know what I mean? But yeah, those are like kind of the makeups that brought.
All right, these are coming off. I took off my sunglasses.
Dude,
Well,
I
feel like this.
I just realized I'd never like explained that I was the Terrifier, but a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people.
He's
like,
wearing. Yeah, we're here. There, they would see it right there in front of you.
So
that's,
it says
Epstein didn't
kill himself. So that's a topic we can also get on when we get on here. So
We're talking about conspiracies, not the truth.
Oh, Duffy.
But facts.
Verified truth.
We only hear from the facts. So.
Yeah. So if me and Duffy open these, there might be a ticket in one of them.
Yeah.
No?
So if you guys open them,
Or do you want us to wait to open them?
No,
Oh,
fucking open them.
Okay.
And also, if only one of you get it, then obviously both of you guys. Can come. So it's like I was gonna be sad. I was like,
Hey, what are you talking about? We're going regardless. Oh, this is cool though, dude. I like this.
and the tickets should be, if they are in them, they'll be on the last chapter.
The suspense is killing us. I got it.
Oh, you did get it. You're like Charlie Bucket, like run, boy, run back to your house, don't look back.
Yeah, get away from him.
Yeah.
I'll give you $500 for that ticket, young boy.
That's sick, dude.
Yeah, so yeah, you guys are. I guess you guys are coming.
We thought it was a joke, huh?
Hey, what are the odds of that?
It's good that this is coming out after the book opening, so that people don't know that he already got it.
I know, right?
yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that is Wonderland. So I hope you guys enjoy.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy the book and.
We gotta put this
I don't know
somewhere. I'm gonna put it.
We got so much countertop space.
I'm gonna put it.
There we go.
There we go. That way it'll just be on camera the whole time. Oh, I'm gonna unzip this too.
I did
oh my
that.
gosh.
It's-
Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
you wanna,
what's up?
Can I take this? You want to wait till after before taking this off? Or?
Oh, you can take it off
don't
right.
want-
You can take it off right now, and I'll just talk about my softball team.
Perfect.
And what they did.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'd love to hear
I
this.
know. I want to hear this.
Yeah.
too.
So
I got more. There's like more stuff that was in the group chat that you didn't
I need the
know.
full
I think when you
backstory.
told us.
yeah. So basically, we have a softball team, and I got to rename everybody in this. Or I guess I owe player A and player B. I guess I'll just do.
Sure.
Or no, I'll just. Do I want to beep it later? It's funnier if I beep it, honestly.
Sure. Just you got to remember to do it.
I know. Timestamp 34 minutes,
Or
which
they're
is
gonna-
really only
one
like
name.
15
Or
minutes.
else they're gonna
into it.
fight you.
Yeah. All right. So basically, we weren't the four main guys who I always do the team with weren't there, and all of us missed it. But it was a 9:00 game. The team name is Central Valley Podcast. Now, Central Valley Podcast, we were doing good. We were in the lower bracket of teams, and then we were doing good, so they moved us to the upper bracket, and we've lost by like 20 points every time. They have this new rule that it's like. Literally, if you suck so much, they switch it. And so if you're batting and you make 3 outs, you get to bat again because you're losing so bad. And I was like, hey, we don't need
Oh wait, really?
Dude, yeah.
That hurts.
I was like, this is pity bait. I kept going like, hey, we don't need to do this. Yeah.
Dude, that's-
Finally, we use it right, dude. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Wait, so do you get is it they just count it as like a new inning as if the other team didn't have
basically,
bat?
we switched from being home and away. We switched with them for that. And then they come back and hit, and then we hit again, basically.
That's painful.
Yeah, it was just like, I was like, it's okay. It's like,
Pity.
yeah. So basically, it was a 9:00 game. All of us weren't going to be there, so they had to get a fill-in. They got this dude to fill in that played with us for 1 year and then never played with us again. And they got him to fill in, which was another buddy on the team's friend. Now, mind you, this other guy on the team always talks shit to everybody, but it's like you don't realize he just does it to everybody. Because at first I was like thrown off by it a little bit, and then I was like, "Oh no, you fucking suck, dude." And then I was like, "Oh, I just gotta say that." But I could see how some people might take it the wrong way.
Right.
So the guy filling in for him was like, he said something like he was gonna make a hit or something like that, and the other guy was like he didn't do it. And the other guy was like, "What the fuck, man? Like I thought you said like you're gonna make a hit or something like that." The next inning comes and he was just like he got out or something. Like he's like, "Dude, you fucking suck." Like you know what I mean?
Man.
And he keeps on just talking shit like he does
See where
to
this is
everybody.
going.
Yeah. And the other guy gets more and more offended. Like, dude, stop. Somehow the dude who's filling in's brother is watching the game. They're like both arguing against the guy on my team, right? During the game, apparently, they're like, meet me in the parking lot.
God.
And mind you, everybody's car's in the parking lot. Where are you going to go? You got to go to the
you
parking
have
lot.
Before
to
you get
meet.
deeper,
Yeah.
what day of the week was this?
This is a Tuesday
This
night.
is a fucking Tuesday night.
This
bro.
happened. This all
You got
happened
the whole
between
work week
9 and 10:30.
You got 9 to 5s tomorrow.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Dude, this is 30-year-old softball. Like, you fucking chill out. Dude, and the thing is, I feel like every softball field in the Central Valley, like you drive in, there's like a couple homeless people, there's some person working on their car, and then everybody's drinking in the parking lot.
Of course.
But that's like the typical softball field.
That's what I call
feel like.
America, baby.
Yeah. That and everything in the Midwest.
These colors don't run.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know how much banter is going back and forth the whole time. And then basically the game ends and everyone goes to the parking lot because that's where everybody's cars are. Then all I know is like those two guys, the brother and the dude filling in, and the other guy end up like confronting each other and they're talking again.
Yeah.
And then all I know is that somebody's on the 2v1 side swings first, and then the other guy just starts fighting. Mind you, there's the other guy on our team who invited this fucking guy, right? That guy jumps in, so it's 3v1.
Yeah. He's like, I gotta protect my boy.
Dude, I can't go down like this.
Yeah.
We gotta come with the W one way or another, motherfuckers.
Yeah. If we're gonna lose by 20, we better win this fight. Yeah, but then then the fucking dude who's the one dude fucking apparently like hits one of the dudes, and like one of our best friends Phil's there. Shout out to our team manager Phil, naming our team Central Valley Podcast.
Way to rep it.
Way to rep it. So they fucking, he said that like it was one of the noises where like when the person got hit, you're like, oh, they're gonna fucking like die right now.
No.
Of like just a bag smack.
Yeah,
Our other teammates were like, we're across the parking lot, we just hear a big ass
Yikes,
smack.
man.
Yeah. And then so it ends basically shortly after that is what I know. The next day, those two guys go and file a police report. But they're like, yeah, with like Team Central Valley Podcast. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So then it's just like, but I was like, I wasn't mad. It's funny, honestly.
That's iconic.
Yeah,
That's literally iconic to have that.
But yeah, nothing ever happened with it. Not that I know of. But I was keeping everybody's what they do in their jobs and their names private, but you don't get the embarrassment of not being talked about on the podcast, you guys.
Yeah, I don't even know it, and I was like, let's exploit him. Let's go ahead and keep going.
What's really funny is that we like the softball team. Like none of our friends did it last season, but it was still named Central Valley Podcast.
It was a completely different team.
Yeah, with like completely different people. Well, not it was had like six.
It's
of our
like
normal
y'all,
guys.
but like switched.
Yeah. It was like the other half of us weren't there, basically. Yeah.
Have you seen Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah.
You know how like when they run into the other party and it's like literally them, but like different versions,
slightly different.
Like it's like if you were Micah and then you were Duffy, it's like it would be hella funny.
yeah, exactly. Oh, real quick, I was this is gonna be a long podcast, you guys probably.
Extremely long.
So I was at McDonald's the other day, you guys. I've been wanting to talk about this because it's such a weird story. But I was at McDonald's and I was like ordered in the drive-thru and they're like, what do you want? And I told them like the things I want, right?
Yeah.
And then I go literally in a 5-second drive from ordering to the front window and they're like, oh, your total's gonna be, and they told me like originally it was like 21 something and they're like, oh, 35, blah, blah.
Damn.
And I was like, oh, like what did I order? Like what, that's not, they just told me it was gonna be 21 something. And they're like, it says 35 right here. I was like, well, what does it say on there? And they were reading it back to me. It was like nothing that I ordered. I was like, well, that's not. I didn't order any of that.
Yeah.
And then she was just like talking to me like I was the inconvenience. And I was like, I didn't order any of that. And she was like, well, I don't know what you want me to do. I was like, what are you talking about?
Go to the next lane.
Well, you gotta eat it, bro.
It was so funny. I was like 5 seconds ago, I was at that window and I ordered and they repeated everything back to me. And then I came here and you're saying you can't find my order. And I don't know what to tell you. They're like, who took your order? I was like, I don't know who took my order.
What the hell?
And then they're
is
like,
this,
and
dude?
they were like, and I just felt like I was like fucking crazy because I was like, what are you guys talking about? Like, did I order all that stuff?
It's like they fucking outsourced your job to India, bro.
And then they had
Fuck,
somebody
like,
else come over and be like, what did you order? And they're like, yeah, we're not seeing any of that. I was like, I don't know, dude. Like, I was like, you're making me feel like I'm crazy. I was like, I ordered like 2 things and like, it was just fucking, I don't know. I was just like, so like, what are you talking about? Like,
dude, that's...
It reminds me of, have you seen there's a Shane Gillis podcast of like him getting gaslit at Cheesecake Factory?
I don't know.
Oh, it's so funny. He got seated at Cheesecake Factory and they like seated him outside.
Yeah.
And then like after like they were waiting there for like 20 minutes and no one came up to them. And then someone came out and was like, you guys can't just sit yourselves. And he was like, what are you talking about? Like, one of you guys sat me here. And they're like, none of us sat you here. And he was like,
what?
I don't know what to tell you. Like, somebody sat us there. And then like finally go into the front and they couldn't find the person that sat them. And then finally they found the person. The other person was just like head down the whole time. And they were pretty much were like, you have to wait behind everybody else, sir. Oh. but he was just talking about like how like, he was like, I couldn't believe I was getting gaslit at fucking Cheesecake Factory. He's like, I had never been before either.
Dude, that's crazy. The most recent fast food experience I had where I was like, what the fuck is going on, is when I went to Burger King. My wife and I were traveling back from, I don't know where we were coming back from, but we stopped at Burger King at one of the, like off of I-5, it's one of those plazas, like the travel stops.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay,
they have a big truck stop there too or whatever, generally somewhere.
Yeah,
you
it's, what's it called? Like Flynn, fucking one of those. So No. It's J something.
Flying Jays.
Flying fucking
Oh,
J.
wait. Is this the one
Those
that's like...
fuckers, hey, I
the
know there's a
grapevine?
goddamn laundering scheme there. I'm just letting that be known. I know for a fact some trafficking's happening there. But yeah, we went to Burger King and my wife just ordered like a regular ass deal, bro. Like combo meal. And it was like
numbered whatever.
It was like fucking $20.
Oh, dude,
I was like, bro.
And that's new unless you're Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. has been charging $20 for
Dude,
ever.
I was like, what the fuck is going on here,
Dude.
bro? Inflation is insane, bro. It's insane.
Or as as Representative John Duarte would call it, the Kamala inflation. He was saying all that
Christ, bro.
stuff, dude. Yeah, in the last episode.
Dude, hey, before we get into like the conspiracy, I know like we're in a very polarized environment now.
Yeah.
And the first thing everyone
I got it. Okay, gotcha. Go on.
the first thing everyone wants to know, anytime I'm talking about conspiracies, global news, whatever, I don't want anyone to have any misrepresentation of who I believe in and support. I don't believe in anyone. Not a single.
Well, that's easy.
You can, bro. I've been on both
Shamoot
spectrums.
sent me that one right there.
Both spectrums, Dems, Republicans, fuck both of them, bro. I believe in us. You know what I mean?
The people!
We're the ones that
Ricky Bobby and Cal Naughton Jr.
every goddamn time, bro. And I hate all of this division shit that like obviously happened when Trump got into office. But at the end of the day, bruh, all anyone fucking
You're just like
cares about
Trump 2024 at the end of the day.
at the end of the day,
We're taking it back.
dude. I hate
Sorry.
I hate
the end
the
of the day.
fact that like, bro, everyone is having problems with just fucking living and spending for the
Dude.
cost of living to have kids. Like the
Houses have
destruction-
gone up $150,000 from the past 4 years. You know what
Bro,
I mean?
the
Okay, that's crazy.
You want to get into it?
Yeah.
Where do
Can
you
I have
wanna-
a little bit more of this?
Yeah,
wine?
I'm gonna put another glass in.
Are we going to be speaking about BlackRock?
We can talk about BlackRock. We can talk about State Street. We can talk about Vanguard. We can talk about all of these fuckers.
No, what's wrong with Vanguard?
All of them are part of this. Why, you have your retirement with them? Yeah, don't we all, bro? Don't we fucking all? And you got no choice. Remember that. No choice. So with
Devancy.
so it's just one of those things, man, where like I hate there's so much division in like the daily discourse of like,
There's
oh,
barely any left. Let me just put.
I only have...
I don't even know if there's any left. I'll be real with you, but let me just.
yeah, I hope there's enough.
It's okay.
Damn.
It's all right. It's all right.
I have beers and stuff as well.
But yeah, there's so much division in today's politics
the
that
world.
like anything you talk about now is so polarized, and that's not how it used to be. I just want to be like the one person that is always there in the background screaming, fuck both of them. Like both parties, they do not give a fuck about you.
the fact
at all.
that RFK, they didn't let RFK run for president. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
there was
that's
literally a
crazy. They
whole-
literally didn't let him in the debates. That should be illegal if we have freedom of speech. But to
democratic process,
Yeah,
but
bro.
Kamala was just literally pushed up like after Biden damn near
I was
died.
sad when the superdelegates thing happened with Bernie. That's when I kind of was like lost faith in everything. Of
Yeah, they pushed him out
We
because
can't
they
even
didn't want
vote somebody in if you guys want somebody else in.
Exactly.
Like then the system isn't we vote
It's
for
not
the people
democratic.
in.
Not
yeah.
at all. No. And if you look into how the
I
general
guess Bernie
the-
Sanders on Theo Vaughn was like it's more of an oligarchy where like the richest people really have all the power.
Yeah,
Like,
oligarchs across the spectrum in energy and tech. It's all across the board. The only thing that fucking matters is who is spending the money in DC to prop up the politicians. Everything boils down to lobbyist money going to Washington.
What if I had him as a secret guest on Duarte's podcast? Oh. And it was like, well, Duarte, you better know your facts because I don't
Here
know
it
any
is.
of them, and this guy knows some more than me.
They would never let me in. They would never, ever let me
They
in.
asked me.
I know. It
didn't
would
want
have
him.
to be a sneak attack. It would always have to be a sneak attack.
This is
If
my
I-
co-host on every episode. They're like, he's never been in one episode of your podcast.
By the way, I'll come with a Duffy mask. What's up, motherfucker?
it's like, you know those dummy masks that are like, they look real though?
Yeah.
But it's like of Duffy.
Affordable Care Act, motherfucker. Medicare for all. What happened? Nah,
Yeah.
but yeah, man, it's like it's one of those things where it's just really annoying that we can't really have a conversation anymore because it all boils down to like like, oh, that's a Republican. Oh, that's a Democrat. It's like, bro, the goddamn policies have not changed. Your life is worse, motherfucker. Have you not seen the price of a house in the past 50 goddamn years?
Yeah.
Have you not seen wage growth not move in the past 3 decades?
The thing that really scared me though was like the from 2020 to now. That inflation.
Wait, what? That you need 80% more of a fucking income to buy a house?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
On average, that's not California.
Yeah.
California average is different from national.
Yeah.
So you need probably 120, 150 more.
Now.
So it's one again. I probably get a little hot rod on this.
No.
Already,
I like this. I like it.
It pisses me off so much because like I grew up as a Democrat and I was always taught that Republicans only looked out for the rich people. Democrats looked out for people that look like me. Mm-hmm. Bro, that's not the fucking case at all. Both sides don't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah.
Like, bro, we've spent over $100 billion fucking dollars in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria,
Ukraine.
No,
that's before. Yeah,
This
right.
is before. This is not. I'm not even talking about Ukraine.
I literally asked Duarte. I keep bringing this up, but fuck, whatever. I asked him. I was like, "How can we spend $100 billion to Ukraine and Israel, but we can't send anybody money in Maui and like North Carolina?"
You just got canceled, bro.
FEMA ran out of money.
You just got canceled.
Yeah,
you just got
two
canceled.
episodes back to back.
You just got canceled. You're actually anti-Semitic for saying that. So sorry, but
okay.
you're canceled.
Oh,
but anyways,
dude.
we have, bro. Like if people,
I'm not gonna cancel myself more, but
if people really saw and they saw like if like this is the problem. When America was founded, everyone was involved in the fucking process of like what's happening with what. We went to war for like a fucking 2% tax.
yeah.
Yes.
Now
With
look
a
at
whole
us.
other country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the problem is that we don't have the attention span to keep it going. It's polarized to the point where people just like, we have to grasp onto like the first thing that comes to mind. And that's the first thing that comes to mind with any mainstream media article about anything. It's like Republican fucking whatever says XYZ or Democrats in the House, this, and this.
It's just
and it makes you angry.
It's just
all
Democrats
emotion.
are killing babies.
Yeah.
And then Republicans want to save them. And then I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
it's the most polarizing topics that they picked over. It's Roe v. Wade happened, and we're still fucking talking about it and reversing shit. And it's like
Roe v. Wade, the Democrats had a super majority.
put the microphone a little lower. Sorry.
They had a super majority.
Now a little bit closer to you. No, a
They
little
had
bit higher up.
Do I buy dinner next or what?
No, sorry.
Just like
You're really good. No, a little bit higher up. Like
there you go.
Sorry. Okay.
Get ready to unlock the door to your dream home today with real estate agent Marcus Rodriguez. If you're looking to buy or sell a home in this competitive market and you're not too sure where to start, look no further than Merced's preferred realtor, Marcus Rodriguez. He'll make sure the process goes as easy and smooth as possible, and you can reach out to him at 209-875-8212. Once again, that's 209-875-8212, or visit his website, www.myagentmarcus.com. Declutter with ease and reclaim your space. Introducing Be Junk Free Merced, where Scott Livesay is your go-to guru for hassle-free junk removal. Tired of tripping over unwanted items or feeling overwhelmed by clutter? Well, hey, Scott's got your back. Unlike other services that leave you with all the heavy lifting, Scott swoops in to handle everything himself. Say goodbye to clutter and hello to a refreshed space. Reach out to Scott today for a quote and let's make your junk disappear in a snap. You can reach out to him at 209-233-1519. Once again, that's 209-233-1519. Enter the world of precision engineering and unmatched service at Conour Manufacturing, a trusted and family-owned machine shop that has been proudly serving the Central Valley with top-tier craftsmanship. Specializing in intricate parts, utilizing the latest manufacturing processes, they take pride in delivering excellence with each project. For all inquiries, visit their website at www.conourmfg.com. And make sure to follow them on Instagram at Conour_MFG. Once again, that's at Conour_MFG. Are you ready to elevate your nights out? Well, step into Joystiq, your ultimate destination for arcade excitement, delicious bites, and refreshing drinks that keep the good times rolling. Treat your taste buds to the mouthwatering delights from the kitchen, featuring juicy burgers, crispy fries, wings, and more. Here at Joystiq, there's over 20 big screens, so you can catch all the action from your favorite sports teams. Plus, group to live music, DJ spinning the hottest tracks, and rent out a karaoke room as well. Visit them today at 325 West Main Street in Merced. Once again, visit them today at 325 West Main Street in Merced.
So, the Democrats had like a super majority when Obama was there for 2 fucking terms. They had the House and they had the
Senate.
Oh, we know all about the Obama judges.
It's like, bro, if y'all wanted it to get it done, they would, but they don't, because if they can present the solution to a problem, they're the fucking saints and the messiahs, and everyone believes in them when it comes down to election year. The other 3 years doesn't fucking matter apparently, but it's like, bro, we have the same fucking problems and issues every fucking cycle, and I've now come to the age where, like, I know, bro, because I've lived through fucking like 3-4 cycles. We've lived through 3-4 fucking great catastrophes that are supposed to be 1 in 100. Global pandemic, financial crisis, like the .com crash, like we had it, like
9/11,
9/11, bro.
Which we gotta talk about 9/11,
dude. I am so excited. I can't.
I know Duffy's.
I can't even tell you how excited I am to get into it. But like, it's one of those things where, for me, like any topic we talk about, I want to be able to have that discussion without these like headline bullshit things that don't matter. Like, bro, if we talk about, like COVID, it's like, oh, well, what, you didn't get the vaccine? You're a Republican, anti-vax, anti-science. It's like, bro, they fucking locked us down and kids, and now those kids have learning deficiencies, bruh. That's putting our people back. Like, bruh, like 70+% of small businesses shut down during COVID when we didn't have to shut it down because the FOIA request for Dr. Fauci.
How does Dr. Fauci talk, you guys? He's like,
I don't really know.
New York accent, like,
yeah,
like
he's
a
like, I
deeper-
did not tell the country. I goes, no,
Dude,
fuck,
fuck-
Western real quick.
Dude, fuck
So I'm Ricky
Fauci
Bobby real
and
quick.
Fuck all of them, bro.
If you ain't first, you're last.
The NIAHD that funded Peter Daszak of Eco Alliance, which funded the Wuhan
clinic.
Institute of Virology.
I'm like, why are we just messing with viruses to learn? That's a stupid. I'm sorry. That's
and
fucking.
it was
not those type of viruses that literally, like, every time I've gotten COVID twice or 3 times, but like COVID puts me out more than like a normal cold does. You know what I mean? I'm like, we don't need to fucking make that.
Yeah.
We don't need to make that to learn.
Well,
I don't know anything. Okay, I'm dressed up as Ricky Bobby, but
well, they're using your tax dollars to fund the research. So thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
exactly.
So like, and also like the vaccines and everything, on the flip side of people that are like, oh, anti-vax or whatever, like, we funded everything. Every tax dollars that went into
no, we don't fund the infrastructure of America.
Not a single dollar, bro. unless it has a payout for someone else at the end. Unfortunately, that's what it is. So,
dude, what did Duarte say the fucking the train, one section of the train cost?
It was like 35 billion?
3 billion or something like that.
$3.1 billion grant
probably
or something.
like,
billion.
Yeah. But it was like, there's like
million.
But
Million,
it was like one little tiny stint, and it like cost so much money. And I was like, just that cost
So
that much?
when you look at those as well, the thing is that you have to look at who wins the bid for that contract. Who's the company? And then get an itemized list of what they're charging. And then you'll find out, like
a lot of it payrolls going to freaking this person who's just getting
like when you
$20,000 for no reason on this one gig. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And just like when you go to the ER or the doctor,
they don't even tell you your price.
And they say you owe us $150 for this ER or whatever visit. Say, can you give me an itemized list? How the fuck is the cost going down then once they do that? Because you inquired about it, and now they have to be transparent and let you know they're charging you X amount for some bullshit that either you didn't ask for.
It's so crazy that they
or it's outstanding amount.
They like. It is so much money if you were to go to the hospital and not have insurance, and then they're like, oh yeah,
Bro.
this is what it is. But then the thing is, the government really is just like,
all right, you can make payments on it. Most people just stop making payments on it. And then
we
it's
can
like
have
this.
free healthcare in America.
Oh,
I've already
yeah.
been down the route of like, and I've been on. Listen, I've been on both sides.
Well,
of like,
whatchamacallit?
how are we gonna pay for it, bro? The same way we paid for shipments of weapons
no, I heard-
and shit to overseas. Same thing.
No,
but
I heard.
less.
I heard that like literally, if we did it, pay for healthcare of every U.S. citizen, it would be cheaper than what it is now. Because right now, it's like the insurance companies and everybody and everyone has to negotiate all these prices and stuff like that. Where if we just had everything under one price, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have to have that back and forth and everything.
Not true.
Not
So
true. Well, that's
that-
what Bernie Sanders said.
When you hear
Democrats are lying.
when you hear that they're going to we're finally gonna bring.
There's beer in the freezer, Duffy.
Oh yeah, what kind of beer? Do you
It's just Tioga Sequoia. It's like half dome. Have you ever had it? Tioga Sequoia?
I've only. It's like an IPA.
No, it's like more like a Blue
Thank God.
Moonish kind of
Okay.
like.
I don't have to lie.
No, dude.
I
Yeah.
fucking-
No,
I can't.
duh.
I can't lie.
I have
dude.
light beers.
Yeah.
How old are you?
46 next month.
No, you're not.
I just turned 30 in July, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you're our age. Yeah. Well, I'm 31. Duffy's 32.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Half dome, huh? I'm a Corona man myself, so.
Yeah, dude. The older I get, I'm just like, give me something light.
Light
That's
beers.
all I want. Like.
You got shotgun or no?
Oh, no. We're not shotgunning, bro. We're 30, man. What are you talking about? We're not shotgunning.
Damn. That's pretty good.
No, it's like good, refreshing. They have a strawberry version that's pretty good. And it's not, I like,
Dude.
I don't like ciders, but I like beer that has like some type of fruit in it, basically.
Dude, I'm so glad I don't have to lie about drinking this. Because I'll drink one of these beers and I'll have to lie, dude.
I had
tastes so
3
bad.
IPAs when I had the double date with my brother-in-law and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was so fucked up. I literally told them, I also took 2 edibles prior to it.
Nice.
But I was really like, I ordered the 3rd one, and then I was just like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this, you guys. I was like, I'm so drunk right now.
Yeah.
Like, it just hit me. And then, honestly, within 20 minutes, it was fine. But it really, like, at one moment, everything was hitting me.
IPAs, I don't know if you've seen like those TikToks when people are like lying about when they're drinking IPAs. It's like fucking so nasty to them. They're like,
Yeah.
I like it. Very hoppy.
Yeah.
Yes. Triple
I love
hop.
tasting pine in my beer.
Dude, it's terrible, but yeah, dude.
But that's not what we're drinking. We're drinking half dome.
half fucking dome and Devonsi.
Devonsi. Yes. So you sent me this list right here.
Yeah, that's a really it's honestly one of those things I saw online and I was like, okay, well this has some.
Can you zoom in, Duffy?
Yep.
Yeah, you could definitely see the anti-Semitic.
And then go to the bottom,
point.
and then we'll go up to the top.
I don't know if you want to. Well, I don't know. We should go based off.
No, we're not gonna go based off of it. I just like the whole.
Just having it up. There.
Yeah, like it goes from the craziest, basically, right?
Man,
is like
dude.
Bill Gates. Which some of it's not even the crazy. Pizzagate.
I'm like
it's-
reading this and I'm like, wow, we're about to get canceled for
Wait,
that
so
one.
it starts
for that
from the
one,
top
for
and
that
then it
one.
gets like more intense as we go down?
No,
or is it the other-
opposite.
other way.
Oh, okay.
So we can start at the bottom then. Okay. No. So we can exit out of
Oh,
this then real quick.
there we go.
Yeah. Bring up all the people's what I sent you, the pictures.
Oh, okay.
So these are the people's topics. I said, what do you guys want to learn about, talk about, or
yeah,
conspiracy theories? And I figured we start here with these.
Yeah.
And then we'll just kind of go through them. Some of them are obviously
okay.
going to be repeats. But that way it's kind of like fun.
Perfect. Okay. A lot
Yeah.
of thanks, guys. All right.
Moon landing is number one.
Just really quick topics to get through.
yeah. Hey, I just, listen, however long this podcast goes, it goes. I hope you're okay with that, Duffy. I don't know if you're doing anything tonight.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, you're not wearing your headphones.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I've just never seen it.
First time for everything.
Yeah, I was like,
Let's-
everything sounds fine.
I would, and listen, man, like I told you off camera, I'm not a genius or anything like that. I'm just a person that likes to save things of what people say. And I like to find the patterns, and I'm a huge believer in following the money. That's like the easiest way to get to the truth of anything in this world. So,
And the reason I liked you, like literally, I was telling Shamoot before he came on is, the reason I was talking to you for so long too is like when you would have the subject of conspiracy theories, it's like I want somebody who's like also like I can tell as a normal person and not someone who's like so far down the rabbit hole that like
Yeah.
they're like detached from reality themselves.
Yeah,
you know what
yeah,
I mean? And like I was literally like going like, okay, he has a wife. He had these groomsmen.
He doesn't appear to have reached the anti-Semitic
His wife
point of
looks
no
normal.
return.
His wife's pretty. Like you know what I mean? Yeah. I think there was one white one there. All right.
Perfect. Checked off. Yeah, no,
And then we actually met at the Brewfest. You came by.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew I had to do that. It's always one of like you said with conspiracies.
Yeah.
It's in today's age, there's so many fringe people and people that are just looking to say whatever for clickbait and all that kind of stuff. But listen, bro, I got bills to fucking pay. I still gotta be part of. I gotta be part of this workforce.
Yeah,
so
you're
you're
a real estate agent. Like
If I get rich with this book, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
So I'll go tinfoil hat the whole way. I don't gotta worry about
Dude,
nothing.
well,
so.
I do videography full time. We should do like a
Dude.
a short or something
That's
like a
what
part of the.
So I've been talking
Yeah.
I've been messaging
Yeah.
people like I want to make some like film out of it and eventually because that's
But
what
we should
gets
do like a
eyes for
concept
production.
thingy. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like something like a short chapter or whatever.
Let's
like,
do it.
And make a short film out of it or something. You know
I'm
what I mean?
fucking down, dude. So many people in the Bay Area that are
Yeah.
like wanting to do it. So if we all
Yeah,
collaborate
let's
on
collab
it,
and do
that'd
something.
be
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
And then again, the spots of like LA and film festivals. and all
Yeah,
that kind of
exactly. Just something like if you can make a 10, 15-minute one.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, so we'll start here at the top. Yeah, Shamoot really wants people to know that I'm not crazy, guys.
I'm not crazy.
He's like, I can tell people like that I'm actually a normal guy. Okay.
So as we go through along with this, just keep in mind that I'm a believer of the people.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't lean to on either sides.
We're pretty neutral of like. Okay, there's some conspiracy theories I really think about, and then other ones where I'm like, hey, either could be true. You know
Right.
what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
kind of what it is. All right, so this first one is from, I guess we're telling these people's names. Megan Sims, why not? I figured why these can pop up. It's okay.
Oh,
You know
okay.
what I mean?
All right.
None of them are that bad. The
Right.
worst ones are they're turning the frogs gay.
I don't know if they knew that they weren't going to be anonymous.
Oh, well, they no. If you respond to these, you're never anonymous, so you got to know that.
All right.
It's not as bad as Thor's.
I'm glad I didn't
They're about
say
to get
anything
doxxed
bad.
Yeah.
right now.
There's some wild shit in here. That'd be so crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe if that's the case, we'll just cut it out.
You want to just start with the top left?
Yeah. So
do it.
Megan Sims, my friend thinks we actually never landed on the moon the first time. Yeah, I don't think that person believes it ever. So moon landing, Shamoot, do you have anything on moon landing that we should pull up before we get into it, and then you can send it to Duffy, or do you just want to go over it?
I probably just go over
Okay.
it, and if you want, like on some of these, we can definitely get some links up. But when it comes to like the moon landing, it's one of those things where I can just like point directions to if you want to do more research
Yeah.
and some of the peculiarities
Yeah.
of the whole ordeal. So to start with, on the moon landing, we don't have the fucking technology anymore from the 60s for some weird reason to go back
Yeah,
to the
that's
moon.
my number one of like, I used to believe in the moon landing all growing up and everything like that. And then the older I got, the more I'm like, wait, we lost the technology. I don't really understand that. And then also, how have we never been back since the 70s, right?
On top of that, if you look at the interview of the astronauts that were on the moon, the first national interview, look at their face when they're talking. They look fucking terrified. If I went to space and I made it back, I would be doing goddamn front flips, back flips, and everything, bro. Like, that's an incredible achievement.
Have you
in
seen the
human
Man on the Moon movie? Actually, it's with Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
It's actually like a very big drama, and like his wife or daughter has cancer during it. And it's like the old days of doing chemo, which like look like you're killing somebody. You know what I mean?
No, I've never
Oh,
seen
it's actually really cool. But like during it, like it's such an intense. There's like no music almost during the whole entire film, and so it's so intense when all you hear is the clanking of everything when like the spaceship's in space or whatever. But the whole time I was like, okay, are you kidding me? Like we would make something that can last through this stuff? It's crazy.
Right.
Like it's crazy.
Yeah, there's there's on one side, and look, listen, I don't fucking know. That's the bottom line. No one's gonna know unless you were actually there. I can just present what the argument is on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. That's
So,
what I want you to do.
on the moon landing, one, we don't have the technology to go back there. Red flag number one. Number two, there was actually experiments done on the moon's surface. So if you agree to that of the peculiarities of those experiments, you have to concede to the fact that we went to the moon.
Yeah.
So
Well, I know that they tested one of the rocks they said was from the moon, and they're like, it's not from the moon. And that could be a complete lie.
I'm not familiar.
But I
that.
just know that like somebody said like, oh, this rock went to the moon. They gave it to some famous person. You know what I mean? And they gave it to some famous person, and then somebody else like bought it, tested it, and they're like, this rock's from Earth. Like, I don't know what
you
you're
heard the
talking
game
about.
Telephone?
Yeah.
I'll resort to that one on that one. But
So what is the main conspiracy with us going to the moon?
the main conspiracy of the moon is like, why did we fake it? It's because we wanted to beat the Soviets for the race to the moon, because they had Sputnik in the atmosphere, and everyone was like, holy shit, if they have Sputnik, they can do fucking anything anywhere in the world at any time. And this was this was post nuclear warhead, so that was the danger of like a strike from the USSR. So the whole theory is that it was faked by Stanley Kubrick, and they filmed it in Burbank, California.
And Stanley Kubrick is the guy who filmed or directed The Shining, correct?
Correct. He's an incredibly recognized and
Bring him up real
respectable.
quick. I just want to see what he looks like.
Kubrick. Yeah, when you look at him, you'll be like, yeah, that dude's a movie director. He's exactly what you would think.
Well, I've seen the videos where they were like, this is how they did it, so that the Earth was like a crescent shaped, and they were like showing those things.
There's a lot of those things of, you know, like, oh, the stars aren't in the background, whatnot, and like those aspects I don't really get into, because like I didn't go into those ends. But what I can tell you is that when NASA landed on the moon, they took debris of the moon dust on the top, and they also did an experiment where they dropped something on the moon so that they could test the seismic activity beneath the surface. So number one, when they tested the surface of the moon, they realized the surface is older than what's beneath the surface, the subterranean dirt.
The surface is older than what's beneath it.
Yes. The only way that is possible is if it was mined previously. When you go to mines on the Earth, obviously when you're digging shit out, that's older than what's on the surface. So no one can really answer why the fuck that is, unless
It's a lie.
unless the moon is not a natural celestial body and it's artificial and more like a satellite. Now stick with me. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. It's the perfect distance to give us the perfect eclipse from the sun.
Yeah.
Can you tell me any fucking where in the goddamn galaxy where that happens? No. Jupiter, Saturn, any celestial body that has moons, the moon of their body is a fraction of the size of
Jupiter
that
is like
body.
a million or a whole bunch of them, but they're all small.
Damn near. The moon is fucking...
And the
there's
whole theory is that the moon used to be a part of the Earth. Quote,
Earth.
like whenever people tell me stuff that happened 5 million years ago, I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Well,
You
yeah,
guys, like,
it'd be like billions.
yeah, no, but I'm saying like when people say like anything, even 5 million years ago, I'm like, you know the false record, but you really don't know anything else besides the false record.
Exactly.
Like, you don't. Like you can speculate. Like they don't even know if fucking dinosaurs had fucking feathers or not.
If
You know
that
what I mean?
was and if that was true, the moon would also have a magnetic sphere like Earth, if it's the same body, because it's the same natural elements that make up our magnetic field. So if that was the case, where's the translation to the moon? So again, the surface is older, and the second thing is they dropped I don't know what they dropped, but it was to dictate what's happening underneath. The moon rung for 12 hours.
It said that. They said that.
12 hours.
So that means
that's
it's
not possible.
It's hollow.
That is not possible to do unless it was hollow. So a conspiracy of it is that the moon is an artificial satellite that is put into place to constrict the Earth into what's called a prison planet. That's what it's called. And if anyone's listening to this and you want more information on it, I highly suggest a YouTube channel called The Why Files.
I watch that when I go to sleep.
Just look it up real quick so people can
Very
see it.
good in depth. Them as well as Universe in Me. those two channels go very in depth of what these kind of quote unquote fringe theories are, and they present the weird shit that happened with the moon.
Was one of these guys on Joe? No. It was the Bigfoot guy or something like that. Was on
the host of this. His name is AJ. He's never been on the Joe Rogan Experience, but this guy, I'm telling you, like
the Y Files. Good resource.
My word is bond when it comes to these kind of things.
My word's bond. Is that YG?
Guy, yeah, this guy is legit. So if you want more information, I highly suggest.
What I would think would be really fun right now. Let's look up the rover on the moon real quick, because that's such a crazy video.
What do you mean? Like you can
watch? No, go to YouTube and just type in rover on moon. This is like quote real footage, but it looks
live.
It looks so fun. Like it looks like they're just like on set having a good time.
like this.
Yeah. So Apollo 16 was the moon mission, the first one.
I'm not. No, well, I think so because Apollo 11 was the wraparound.
Dude, look at this. Look, they use warp stabilizer, and that's why the box is going all over the place.
Right. So
That max acceleration.
it's just. Listen, man, I don't want to go so far off the deep end, but you can be your own judge when you look at shit like this. And also just take into account like the movement of the astronauts. You know?
He's got about 2 wheels on it.
I'll turn it down a little bit, don't worry.
It's a big roof.
Oh, I couldn't. I know.
If someone were on like in a movie and strings were being pulled to propel them or lift them up, listen, man, I've never been on the moon, so you never know. It could be a whole different kind of atmosphere, which it is. It has a less gravitational pull, but goddamn, that looks fucking weird. You know what I mean?
Fast forward it a little bit. Oh, there we go. Over there.
And also, just as a side note, because I know we'll get into it a little bit, but my remote viewer also remote viewed this.
Okay,
location.
yeah. So real quick. So yeah, let's segue to that right now.
Okay.
So when we first got linked up, it was because you sent me like how many pages was that? 20?
It was right about, I think it was a little more than that. Probably 30, 40.
Yeah. Page and it was what was it exactly?
So what it was in 1984.
Because honestly, you sent it to me, and I was too dumb to understand.
Yeah.
it. And I was like, I know this is like
It's heavy.
legit, and like yeah.
So to preface this whole thing, remote viewing is an ability that is anyone can access it. It's a intuitive characteristic that we have where if you concentrate and reach basically a transcendental state of consciousness, you can project your consciousness into other non-local locations. So if I were to remote view here, then I would be able to, supposedly see what's happening at my house in my room right now.
Yeah.
So in 1984, and in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and probably the 2000s and onward, the CIA performed remote viewing experiments in order to spy on Soviet sensitive locations, to find nukes, to find lost servicemen of the U.S. Army, and downed aircrafts, ships, the whole nine. Let me repeat that. The CIA was doing that, right?
They're great guys, stand-up guys.
Great guys, stand-up guys.
I'm sure they're nothing
Please
to do with
stop calling me.
JFK.
So, and then if you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, if you want to understand it better, if you watch Stranger Things and you see what 11 does, it's the same exact principle. What prefaced
well, because she ends up in like Roswell and stuff, doesn't she? Or like,
not Roswell,
but it kind of the bunkers under the ground.
Yeah,
it feels very similar.
When she closes her eyes and the nose starts bleeding, you know how she's in this tub.
Did you
floating?
Did you see my daughter's 11-month photos? We dressed her up like 11.
I did. Yeah, that was so adorable. That was so cute.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what you can look to like kind of get your foundation. Because anytime you talk about remote viewing, it's like, whoa, like what the fuck? It's like some woo-wah stuff. But no, the CIA has done it and is declassified now. So they did a trial in 1984 with a very talented viewer that when you remote view, if I were to perform an experiment with you, for example, which I've done for many years, I would give you steps to get into a calm state of mind. And then
so literally like the show Stranger Things when they tune in to somebody over there.
The literal same thing.
And like you're going into like basically different dimension type stuff.
Different time period, different everything. We're still trying to
figure
figure
you're reliving it like in then Eleven relives it with
correct.
What's the Shadow Monster? Is it Shadow Monster? No,
Shadow Monster.
What's the main one?
Demogorgon.
No, the
Vecna. Vecna.
Yeah.
So
sorry. I was like, they're
which
all,
season you're talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah, you would get into this trance-like state. You would meditate, whatnot, and then I would give you a code. For example,
and you're only gonna know that if you are tuned in as well, right?
What do you mean?
Like I'm saying, like let's say you're giving that person a code. They're only gonna know the code if they're like also in that state or tuned in.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I
basically.
guess,
So if you
yeah.
did it and then Duffy did it, it would be the same principle.
Yeah.
But, so the trick is that you get into that state and you'll have that code. So let's say, for example, AB12. You get into that state and there's a specific portion of that meditation process where you focus on that code and you visualize an actual connection from your third eye to that reference code. And then once that happens, you let go and you let whatever images, whatever pops into your head, that's what you see and you write down. You don't question it. You don't try to make sense of it. You just write and see what you see.
You see what comes out. Yeah, kind of.
The CIA did that in 1984 with a remote viewer, and that is included in that Stargate PDF I sent you. The whole nine, like the transcript of what they said and what are you seeing and whatnot. And he was describing a desolate landscape, like a sandy place, and there's these giant megalithic structures, and then there's these tall beings, very tall and skinny, frail, that look like they're dying. And it's like you get it's not like you just see what's happening, you can feel what's happening. The entire human experience is indulged into that trial, so you get to experience what they're feeling and the whole nine. When you're really experienced, there's other details and characteristics into it, but the main gist of this is that the CIA sent this guy to this location and he described pyramid structures, what's it called? Hieroglyphic inscriptions on the walls, tall beings that are sick and frail, and desolate land. And when they go through the entire experience, the location was Mars, 1 million BC. Now, if you know anything about Mars, you know
the
that
CIA.
The CIA.
Did this
Mars
via who's doing the tuning in? I guess that's
one of their people that they had.
Yeah.
So,
but they're like are reports of this basically.
1984. Title is Mars Exploration. It's a declassified CIA file. Have at it. So that's what he saw. Now, if you know anything about Mars, you know that in the past, it was a lush, green,
everyone always said the whole
experience.
Another conspiracy is that we all came from whatever was at Mars, and we're here.
Now you can make that connection and all those details if you want. I'm just letting you know what the CIA found out.
Yeah.
So they found all of those details, right? And obviously you make those connections of ancient Egypt and all these scriptures and these tall beings that were telling him that their planet is dying and they've already sent people out because they need to find a new location to thrive. That kind of fits what the fuck we just learned about Mars. You know, it was previously habitable. And if you look at all of the new rover images, you know, there was a recent one like a year and a half ago, and it shows like a hallway going into the mountain type stuff. You know, there's some questions that we have that we may want to ask. And again, I'm just here to present what the information was brought, and it's up to us and the people to really decide. Because at the end of the day, unless you're actually there, you're not ever going to know.
So what was your experiment?
My experiment was with a remote viewer that I've been training with for since 2020. This guy is, and I can't dox him and say his name. We call him Mr. Anderson. But he is
Mr. Green, you know, and then like the whole
right. He is one of the best artists and the best viewers I've ever fucking seen. And this isn't one of those things where, find this coordinate and you start seeing some shit and draw it out. This is where I did trials with him probably 10 plus times, more than a dozen, where I have 2 distinct images, and he's in the Bay Area. I'm in Lathrop. And I'm asking him to perform the same procedures of getting into that transcendental state. And he's making those images, and he's drawing the same fucking images that I have. And if you, probability wise, the likelihood of him picking and drawing even remotely close to those images, which would be like windmills or a fucking orange or a dog or anything, like there's how many things that you could draw anywhere. It's so astronomically small, the chance of him hitting even remotely close. That's why I continue to pursue it. And also why I continue to pursue it, because I saw the CIA documents, and because
you want to see if there's anything to it, basically, as well.
And the cherry on top is because the CIA stopped the experiments. That's when I knew it was real. You think they're gonna do those experiments public if it was not real?
Yeah.
The fuck? They're gonna say we didn't find shit.
Yeah.
And they're gonna close it down. I will bet you my entire life, my entire lineage, all of
We're
it,
getting deep.
that they're still running those experiments to this day.
Yeah.
I guarantee you. And if you think that I'm lying or anything, search it up. Like, it's all there. Again, the Y-Files did a lot of videos on remote viewing.
Oh, really?
And all of these things. Yes, everything. All of it. It's if the people knew how incredibly powerful the human mind is, we probably wouldn't have a government. Now think about that. We probably wouldn't even have religion, to be quite honest with you. Imagine how much of a shift it would be in the entire global discourse if we found out that we could remote view any fucking time at all and connect with other beings outside of ourselves.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
How insane would that be? What happens to Christianity? What happens to Islam? What happens to Judaism? What happens to Buddhism? What happens to Hinduism? Those are the those.
We find out which one's right.
You're gonna find out real soon. So, it's one of those things where as you start diving deeper and deeper into it, you start having these really big questions and really, uncomfortable situations
where you
have to
you
address.
even want to know the answer.
You know?
I mean, you know what I mean?
And-
so what was your whole experiment? What was your
Like what happened?
conclusion? What was the findings? Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's-
if you sum it up and
To sum it up, he saw the same exact thing and he had no idea. I don't tell my guy what the conclusion was until after I write the report. He said the same fucking things that the 1984 trial had. And this experiment that I had with him was the first one after we did like 10, 20 or so trials where we were just doing like images and we were trying, and you can even utilize this to predict the future market for sports betting, for stocks. If you
Dude, I always loved him Back to the Future when like, the guy
with the
when
almanac.
when the guy got the book for it, I was like, oh man, if I could just have that'd be so dope.
I wouldn't last in my fantasy football.
It's funny,
wanted
if
to
you
go-
got it now, it wouldn't even matter because it doesn't have like these years.
in the 80s, there's a guy named Russell Targ out of the Stanford Research Institute, and they were employed by the CIA to conduct remote viewing trials with a man named Indigo Swan, also talked about in the Y-Files.
What does indigo mean?
Indigo?
Indigo's
Yeah.
a color.
Color.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Is it like purple?
In between blue and
in between.
and
It's one of those
purple.
in between ones.
Okay.
But and it's all online for you to research. Like it's
Yeah.
all there. This is Stanford. This is the CIA. These are legitimate trials that they ran, and Russell Targ and his team did performative trials to predict the silver market, and they made over $400,000 fucking dollars in the 80s. Like, and when I tell people this, they're looking at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, bro, Google it. It's all fucking, this is not like me woo-wah, like out of my head.
The thing is, it's like there's so much information out there that people don't even know.
Exactly.
And I get it. And I
And
totally
that's the
get
problem.
it.
I agree.
Is that like you click on a site and you're like, I don't know if this is somebody made this that's like
Exactly.
a crazy
That's
person
the problem.
and it's like it can be the most legit looking site and it can be a fake. You know what I mean?
And that's the problem. The
Yeah.
only way that you really know, and it's unfortunate because I know this is what's going to happen with like, not this next generation, Gen Z or whatever. it's going to be the next ones after that where they cannot disseminate between fake news.
They're kind of going to be. They're going to go back to being the boomers.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because like right now, it's like when your grandma calls you and they're like, the prince wants me to send him money, or he's gonna
it's like,
do something. Yeah. It's like, grandma.
Yeah.
No.
People are like, how do you fucking fall for that? It's like, well, it's like we're the millennials are in a very special case,
right? Huh? Because we started our lives without. I mean, we had the internet, but it was like the infancy of the, you know what I mean? And we got
dial up.
See, dial up. I used to play this tank game all the time. It was like a 3D looking tank game. It was the funnest shit ever.
Yeah.
Growing up, but I digress. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I digress means, but I say it all the time.
I saw this one funny ass reel on Instagram, and it was like power, like when you're in conversation, you say like, mind you, or like, unbeknownst to me. Now,
however,
all the while, like those little like,
what are they called? They're like when you're a kid and you
buzzword,
get one of those though. You're like in an essay. You're like, fuck yeah. You're like, yeah. You're like, whomst. Yeah, you know. That's all funny.
Yeah.
Here, go back to the list real quick, Duffy, and then we can kind of. But where were we?
I don't even know where the fuck we were.
That's okay. I think we were pretty much summed up on remote viewing.
Oh yeah.
Everything else. Like
yeah.
that.
So, anyways, look it up if you like.
Oh,
but
man, we're getting
when
into
you go
it.
into
Oh,
we didn't even finish up the moon landing.
Go ahead, finish.
To finish.
We started. That's where we started, I think.
Yeah. So to finish on that, the issue with the ground surface being older than what's been it ringing for 12 hours and the idea of maybe it being
an object,
concave,
not a natural object,
and hollow
right?
type stuff. There's also old ancient cultures. There's one in Africa called is it the Toulon or the Zim something? I don't know.
Zimbabwe?
Not Zimbabwe.
It's a place.
No, the Toulon. Fuck, I'm so pissed I can't remember it. But
That's
they were
here.
one of the old cultures that talk about a time before the moon. I think it's the
Ancient African culture.
before the moon.
Asian talks before moon. Egypt. Oh man, I want to get into some Sumeria and stuff like that.
Which one is it? Stone. Oh man, it's
Was 8 eyes on Google now?
you could probably GPT.
When
that
the time we had no moon. Reddit's honestly my go-to place for like most stuff.
That's honestly, dude. At
It's
this point,
deleted.
it's like the best.
But the thing that sucks about Reddit is like, dude, it is so woke also at the same time. Sometimes I'm like overwhelmed by it. I'm like, okay, no one can have an opinion that's not your guys' fucking like chill. Yeah, like when I used the fake sky.
The Zulu tribe.
the
Zulu.
Zulu.
Yeah.
So the Zulu tribe talk about a time before the moon, and it was artificially put there. There's a lot of weird shit about the moon, dude. Like there's more crime when there's a full moon. You know what I mean? And
I mean, women base their whole entire lives on when there's a full moon.
so it's
when Mercury's on retrograde.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to do it.
it's insane, dude. When you actually look into it, and
but honestly, there's something to it. The tides are based on the moon too, right? Is
yeah,
that something weird?
I think
like
on
got the
that end though, it's
gravitational
more
thing.
so just like the gravitational, like that. On that end, I'm like
Scientifically,
okay,
yeah,
it's like
yeah.
okay, I'm not a physicist or all the physician. What is it?
Physicist.
I'm not
A physician.
I'm not. No, it's.
I like to fish.
I like to fish. So
A physician is a doctor.
I'm on.
No,
an
I'm a fishing. I'm fishing.
Yeah. So there's on that end, I don't go too much into it, but yeah, that's like, there's a lot of questions on there, but my take on it is I think we did actually go to the moon, and I think we found some shit that we weren't prepared for.
And didn't want to tell.
And we did want to come back.
And that's maybe where the conspiracy, the
Like,
dark side
listen,
of the moon come
if
and
you-
everything else.
If you think about
do we drop nukes on the moon? Is that a thing?
no,
okay.
no, we didn't drop it on there.
Seems like something we would do.
I think we
We would if
eventually-
we could.
Eventually,
I think if
would.
we could. Which
If
have we
they're
been?
if they're yeah, but I think on the moon's end there's definitely a lot of questions that we need to ask about the moon, and we just be open with the dialogue. Like, bruh, it's if the fucking moon just like rings for 12 hours, I want to know why.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if the surface is older than the subsurface, I kind of want to know what the fuck is going on there, because it kind of changes my whole outlook on my fucking life and what I think about the afterlife.
Yeah.
So you know, who fucking knows, but that's kind of what's going on there. And then I'll just add on this before we move on. My remote viewer did an experiment on there. Again, he's blind as a bat when it comes to these trials.
Yeah.
And he himself was telling me that he saw cities
For the moon?
beneath. Yes.
Okay.
Cities, electronic things, and like activity on the moon that is not what is currently talked about in the public discourse. So you can take that as what you may.
And the thing that reminds me of is that they found some device, like I think it's kind of by Atlantis or somewhere like that, but it's basically like an old computer.
Talking about the chrono.
It's like the weird thing that had all these levers and switches and things like that. But regardless, it's something that you don't think that you're gonna find that's that old. You know what I mean? So it's just like, how much do we
I know
really
what you're
know?
talking about.
Yeah,
That one is weird.
I mean, it's a weird contraption.
I don't.
they made.
Yeah, I'm not too.
Yeah, I'm not.
on
Yeah,
it, but
yeah.
I know it's.
But I'm just
fucking
saying,
weird.
it just reminds me of that type of stuff. That like, dude, there's so much that could have happened that we don't know.
And on top of that, when people talk about like, you know, advanced civilizations before in the last ice age, if you know anything about like cataclysms, like nothing's gonna survive. Like
Yeah.
I don't care if you have fucking Flex Seal or whatever they're doing in Florida, but bro, after a cataclysm where you have like 400 feet waves, or you have super volcanoes, or you have actual solar activity from the sun that reaches the earth without our magnetic sphere protecting us, nothing survives, bruh. Like, just look at fucking like any natural disaster that happens. Just look at on a small scale. Look at what happened there. It's fucking gone.
Yeah.
Like, and now imagine that on a Richter scale.
Dude, they
of
talk
like
about all those
1,000.
like Pompeii and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or like Yellowstone's overdue for a fucking eruption, bro. Like, we're done as
Any
humans,
second.
dude.
Any second.
Anything. We're off the grid
Bro.
for 30 days. Oh, there's like some crazy stat. It's like if America was off the grid for 30 days, it's like half the population.
Bro,
is dead.
I'll give you something.
I think
even,
I thought it was worse. I
I'll
thought we
give
were down
you
to like
something
3
even
million.
better. Duffy, if you go on YouTube and you look up asteroid detection over the years, I hope it comes up. I don't remember the exact name. Over the years, look at the detection of asteroids. It's not that one. Scroll down. It's like a black screen.
This one?
No, it's literally like a time lapse. That one.
Asteroid Discovery?
Listen, is this going to be on the podcast?
Yeah.
Look, asteroid discovery,
Click on it.
1970 to 2015. Look at how many fucking asteroids that they're detecting in 1970, and just wait until 2010. Just wait until 2010.
you can skip it, Duffy, because it's gonna be it's like a 6-minute video, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. So go ahead
So-
and see what you're seeing is what they can.
So do like a quarter of the way now, Duffy. Like skip it to a quarter.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Now play it.
Yeah, just keep it playing.
Hey.
So do you see and the things that are rotating? Those are the planets. The
And
other
that's the
ones,
asteroid belt quote?
Yes.
Is that the asteroid belt that they talk about?
That's the asteroid belt. That's not even talking about the Oort cloud that's surrounding the fucking solar system. That's how much they're detecting in 1988.
Now go to 2000 now.
That doesn't mean it's not there.
yeah.
That means it's there, and now we get to see it. Now look at that shit.
So by 2000, we have a whole ring. Quote, this is quote the asteroid belt that we talk about and everything then, right?
This is one of them.
How is that? How is none of them hitting us? I mean, they do hit us, but like, how is not a big one?
They're in orbit. Well, I
We're
mean,
lucky.
and I mean,
That's a crazy
it.
fact. That's
I mean,
a crazy, like...
you gotta imagine how huge that is, and like how small Earth is in the solar system.
But still,
You're only able to see.
I like this music.
You're only able to. You see how it's like lighting up as
Yeah.
it goes around?
Yeah.
That's
is
what
that?
we can fucking see
At one
If it's-
time, right?
Bro, we don't have a flashlight in space. It's all based off of what
where
the sun.
where the satellites are.
Where
looking
the
at,
sun.
right? Yeah.
Only where the sun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it looks like it's right when the sun is behind.
now I
the
Look
Earth.
at how many fucking blind spots we have. Bro, this is 2009. Now wait. You see that second outside fucking sphere?
That's coming, yeah.
Outside of the green?
Yeah. This is all the new stuff that we're seeing on the inside, right? Or no, on the outside?
A little bit of both.
Yeah. All right, skip it halfway to where it is
We're in
right
2012. We're in fucking 2012.
now. 2015.
This is the end.
So you see how we just stopped
Got
and we're
closer
not
and
even.
closer.
So the bro,
I appreciate that music.
This is not even including like the Oort cloud, which is going to be a little bit expanded outside of that green end. It's fucking huge. So at any point we can get hit with these motherfuckers. At any point, there's no one. All the technology in the world, even we have nukes.
Have you seen Armageddon?
I have.
I knew you were going there.
Of course, I've seen fucking
I
Armageddon.
just rewatched it recently, or just the end scene, and I was like, man, I miss the 90s when they still built sets for stuff. I hate the green screen right now. Like, too much green screen in Marvel movies. Like, give me some sets.
Oh,
you know
dude,
what I mean?
fucking
Like,
I hate Marvel.
some sets. Give me something. Like this whole episode.
We'll just run it back.
Yeah, so Illuminati in 1 minute. Shamoot, go.
Okay, so I think
That's a tall task.
before, yeah, just
No preface, okay? This isn't a book, okay?
quick, easy. So if you want to talk about the Illuminati, you can start with the Bilderberg Group. We'll start with there. So their group, as well as the World Economic Forum, they're what's called the globalist group and a globalist ideology, where they're looking to have a literal new world order where, you know, there's no such thing as borders, and basically the communities from all over the globe come together on unity.
And good. Why is it tied to Hollywood? Like, why is it tied to a lot? You know what
When
I mean?
it comes to the Illuminati and Hollywood, a lot of these
Moose is like, what the fuck is
what
that?
the fuck is this mess?
Just a face that just fell next to me.
when it
type of
comes
nightmare
to
is
the
this?
Illuminati and like you know, Hollywood, to start off with Hollywood, like the literal name
A
Hollywood,
little bit closer.
the little
That year ago there.
the literal like Hollywood was used to make wands for witchcraft, like back in the Disney. So like everything that
Ollivanders.
cultivates.
Sorry. Harry Potter.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
on.
exactly. So
I wonder. Sorry. I'm gonna continue on real quick.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay.
so
It's interesting.
dude, I hope the audio from before makes it, because
That way we don't have to use
I
this.
know.
We're gonna have to use both regardless, so it's gonna be okay.
So yeah, if you want to talk about Illuminati and like Hollywood, there's a lot of, you know, similarities that come in the way of like coming to power, and there's like, you know, no shortage of conspiracies when it comes to seeing like certain actors or actresses, musicians that come into power. So it's really just how fringe you want to get in on that topic. But I can tell you that there are definitely groups that perform different kind of rituals with the notion that by doing them they will cultivate more wealth.
Just like how we talked about the
Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, Bohemian Grove. You know what I mean? I'm just saying similar things
exactly.
like that.
Everything basically ties into each other. But yeah, with the Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, these are globalist areas where participants from around the world basically go in to showcase that they're willing to kind of abide by what the group's ideology is. And it is that, you know, one world kind of order. And you'll see a lot of prominent figures that were previous Bilderberg Group members, as well as World Economic Forum members. Like, for just quick example, Justin Trudeau was part of
It's
the
funny,
World
we just talked
Economic
about him on the last podcast.
Really? Yeah.
We did, yeah.
Son of
Swell
Fidel
guy.
Castro.
Swell guy.
Yeah.
Swell guy. But yeah, if you want to know about Illuminati and like all these things, they boil down to basically some exclusive club, and The only way to get in.
And then we got into the whole Diddy thing. I'm just saying, last thing, we got into the whole Diddy thing. The audio is as good as it can be, you guys, and that's what we're rolling with because we can't recap on the whole Diddy thing because it was a lot.
They could have rolled into that.
But they're all damn near tied into all. They're all tied into basically the same kind of web.
Yeah.
Right. So it's when you go into the whole Diddy hole, you have to go down the Epstein hole. You got to go down the Israel hole, the Mossad hole, and CIA hole, and real fun stuff to talk about. So,
which I feel like we did cover a lot of.
I think. Okay, we
were talking about APAC and everything last segment, right? I'm pretty sure that was like that last hour.
That was that was definitely part of it. So we can definitely transition to Epstein now.
Yeah,
I think that's one we should get into.
Yeah,
unless you want to go down the list.
Well, let's just go down the list real quick. Go back to it real quick, and let's just see. We did the changing.
Anything Bigfoot related.
No, so we did the Mandela effect. All right, go down.
More spooky than
it's talking about we have like a witch's tower that's at our lake, Yosemite Lake.
That's
it's like
Jeff, that's
weird,
my wife.
Yeah, it's literally
witch tower. It's not like a light tower.
No, it's literally looks
just like a 20-foot tower on the side of the lake.
Looks like it's literally that. That's it right there. You
there
see
it is.
That?
Yeah,
you see that right there. We call that the witch's tower.
And they say that a lady dumped her kids off of that.
And there's like folklore.
Wow,
I think if you type, actually,
that's here.
Yeah, actually, if you type it in, Duffy, type it in, it'll come up on. I've read it on Google before. Just
I
type
love
in
that.
Merced Witch's Tower or Yosemite Lake Merced Witch's Tower, something like that.
I fucking love local folklore.
I wish I knew more of it. A lot of people actually. I think a couple of different.
I'm thinking of starting a paranormal YouTube.
Merced.
Yeah, but it starts with the witch tower.
Hey, dude, Merced subreddit, honestly, it's more good than bad, and I like to see that. Witch's Hat, Water Tower.
I don't think that's Merced. It's
Witch's Tower on Instagram?
Or maybe Lake Yosemite.
Oh, on Instagram? Yeah, somebody might have Lake Yosemite. Yeah, there we go. Wait, no.
Just about the lake. Oh, Haunted by the Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, and the underneath it too, Wikipedia. Just go to Wikipedia right
It's
there.
always a lady of the something.
All right. And then lady. Okay, there we go. The lake's tower is said to be haunted by the Lady of the Lake. According to the horror stories, the ghost has long flowing white hair, wears a white gown. She's said to walk around the tower catwalk and the lake's surface looking for her lost child or lover. Yeah.
It's not confirmed.
Whatever you think.
How do you?
The ghost has also been reported to walk the Old Lake Road, occasionally stepping into the path of oncoming traffic. Honestly, while we're on the subject, have you ever heard of Castle Air Museum? So
I saw that when I was
there's
driving
a lot of people
here.
who actually commented and messaged me like personally were like, hey, Castle Air Museum, because it's said to hold a lot of nukes back in the days. And then it's also said to just be a lot of horror, like a paranormal activity, I should say. And when I was doing recently, I did this whole Raising Health Fitness Festival with one of my buddies, and I was doing all the video work for it. But the guy who was going around giving us like the tour of the planes was like people, like photographers from all over have like taken pictures here and then looking back, and there's like weird signs of like weird stuff in their photos. And then it's like the Raisin Hell plane, and the guy named the whole fitness festival Raisin Health, like as a play on it or whatever.
Right.
But and he was just saying like, because a lot of them are like the old like just like war paint type of planes over there and stuff like that. But it was just saying there's a lot of paranormal activity, and then the guy who is named, so Castle Air Museum is like Sergeant Castle or some shit like that. That guy went on like 2 or 3 different battles, and like the last one, he just like, it was basically a suicide mission during World War II or something like that, and he just like fucking went in and then like went down, but it was like after he had retired like 2 times or some shit like that. I'm not too sure.
You're still able to visit that museum?
Yeah.
Dude, that's cool as fuck.
And dude, it's way bigger than you think. Like, because when you see it from the roadway, it's in the random area. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny about that is, so when do they say, is that like World War II, I'm assuming?
Yeah, a lot of it. World War II, Vietnam, that stuff.
I got some shit. So we have the Sharp Depots where I'm at. So we have the Sharp Depot in Tracy, in Lathrop, and I think there's one in like Southside Stockton. But those were storages for like military equipment during World War II, and like they never officially said it, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that's where the nukes were, because like where the fuck else would it be? There had to be some close by to the shore of the Pacific, you know, for Japan and all that shit during World War II.
I think there's a lot of shit underground that we don't know about.
Yeah,
but like the fact that like we know like the whole city of Merced, like there's supposed to be tunnels from like literally this house on the one side of the creek all the way to downtown.
Dude,
supposed
there's
to be tunnels,
probably
you know what I mean? Yeah,
like Seattle's literally
But I'm
like
like,
a whole city underneath.
Imagine how dope it would be if like we used that again. Like it would be hella sick. Like imagine like a restaurant down there that you have to go to.
I don't know.
You feel like you're in Italy or like somewhere. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, you know what I mean? Or like I'm going on a fucking cave to this restaurant.
Have you guys ever seen like when you're walking around here, like floors that have like glass that kind of go into the ground?
Not around here.
So they have them in Seattle, and those are like what they use to like bleed light into the lower levels, which were like the old time like infrastructure that they had.
Experience the spirit of the Sierra Nevadas with Tioga Sequoia Brewing, where each beer is a tribute to craftsmanship and conservation. Rooted in love for the region and its communities, their brews capture the essence of the Sierra Nevadas and the Central Valley. Whether you're in the heart of the 209 or bustling streets of the 559, come visit them in downtown Merced or the Beer Garden District in Fresno. And don't forget to check out each location for their awesome events like the block parties. You can find their beers at your local stores like Save Mart, Safeway, Vaughn's, Rayleigh's, Walmart, Sprouts, and Costco. Join them in raising a glass for exceptional beer and the natural wonders of our beloved Sierra Nevadas. Step into a world where every sip tells a story, every gathering is a toast, and every moment is cherished. Welcome to HiFi Wine, where passion for wine, community, and family intertwine to create an unforgettable experience. From private events that spark connection to weekly tastings led by industry experts, HiFi Wine is more than just a wine shop. It's a celebration of life's simple pleasures. Joining the HiFi at-home family means embarking on a delectable journey through exclusive wine selections delivered right to your doorstep. Discover them at 629 West Main Street, next door to El Capitan Hotel. And let's raise a glass for life's extraordinary moments. Start your day off right at American Grind Coffee, where the enticing aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the promise of a delicious breakfast await you each morning. Nestled in Modesto at 4742 McHenry Avenue, they are the perfect meeting spot to catch up with an old friend or meet a colleague for lunch. When lunchtime rolls around, they've got you covered with their gourmet sandwiches, hearty salads, and daily specials, all crafted with the freshest local ingredients. And the best part about American Grind Coffee is that they also cater events. Come experience the perfect blend of great food, friendly service, and unforgettable coffee at American Grind Coffee today. At Sign Guys, they take care of all your sign needs. No job is too big or too small. Just give them a call. As the Central Valley's premier full-service sign company, they are there for the customers. Whether it's a banner of an upcoming event, temporary signage, vehicle graphics, or an illuminated sign for a building, customers can rely on them. They specialize in window graphics, door graphics, and metal signs of all sizes. Need an electric sign? Well, hey, no problem. They also offer full service repairs on all signs, ensuring customers need not to worry if their sign is on the blink. They sign their work with pride and attention to detail, committed for their long haul. With over 30 years of combined sign experience, customers can trust them. Don't hesitate to call now at 209-726-0984. Once again, that's 209-726-0984.
And here is Shamoot's PSA to all the dogs out there.
So if you have a dog, there's a company called Loyal for Dogs. Loyal, the number 4 dogs that you can look up on Instagram.
This sounds like an ad read.
And I got paid 10 bands to do this. No, but it's the only company that, and I want to support them because like, what the fuck? We need more companies like this because we all love our dogs.
We need to support them like that.
So yeah, Loyal for Dogs. I hope that's the right one, but they're the only company. No, that's not it. Just spell out 4. Maybe it's 4. That's it. So they're the only company that's doing actual clinical trials as we speak on elongating the life of dogs, whether they're any kind of dog breed out there, small or big, medium. So alongside, I think everyone should just know about this company just to like keep in, because like the fuck, like if you were able to, I know a lot of people would, because like if I was like I am a dog owner, like 2 of my dogs, and I can't imagine my life without them. So this is a company I really support. I'm not paid by them or whatever, but like this is the only one that I know of that's doing clinical trials. But if there's anyone that knows, like let me know. But on top of that, make sure you get your dog's fucking insurance. Make sure you do annual cleanings for them. And make sure you got flea and heartworm fucking medicine for them. Because the last thing you want, man, I'm telling you, man, our dogs, they give us unconditional love. All the shit they give us is their whole life to us. You know what I mean? They're part of ours. We're all they got.
Yeah, we're their whole life.
So
it's like, what is, there's something like that, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it? It's like, your dog, you're your dog's whole life.
Yeah,
but
like that's crazy. And they love you unconditionally.
Your dog's part, like basically.
Unconditionally. No matter what the fuck you said that day or what you did, they're going to love you. So make sure you got insurance for your dogs, annual cleanings. If you need the hookup in the Central Valley, there's a place that does it for $575. It's usually like $1,000. Insurance covers it. There's like a $250 deductible if you go through Nationwide. That's who I got.
Your side.
Is on your side.
Nationwide is on your side.
Yeah, and make sure and get your dog a treadmill, man.
Get your dog a fucking treadmill.
Don't let him walk on the street.
Yeah, don't
He
let your dogs walk on the street.
If you wouldn't walk on the street, don't let your dog walk on the street.
Would you walk on the street?
There you go.
All right. The dog's out there. All right, let's go back to a list. Gotta go.
Alrighty. So we covered.
This is
we did the Lake Tower.
Okay, got that out the way. We got the Mandela effect. Moon landing, we got the way.
Yeah.
The weather.
So like cloud seeding.
Okay. So
what else is it? What do they call it?
Cloud seeding, geoengineering.
No, the things in the sky.
chemtrails.
Yeah, man, they're all the same.
All
but
of
like,
that,
yeah.
all of that is 100% real. You just have to look it up online. On like, there's actual U.S. patents.
And what do you mean by it's real though?
Like, there's actual patents that are used for machines to modify the weather, geoengineering.
And it like helps the weather create rain or whatever,
yes,
right?
That's the optimistic approach of it. But you can also use geoengineering as a weapon. If you have a climate that's cold, if you're fighting in Russia versus if you're fighting in like California, which do you think is more harder? Russia. And if you can mimic those kind of environments, then you have an advantageous scenario and you can kill off more people than they can kill you. And that's the whole point of war. So that's really what it boils down to. HAARP is a real thing. It's part of the defense, the Department of Defense. It's a black budget project, HAARP. You can look it up. You can look up the patents that they have to actually, there's literal reporters, I think from the BBC, that's like on YouTube where it shows them engineering weather. So like the green and optimistic point of view of this engineering is that we would use that to combat global warming in order to cool down the environment. And Duffy, if you want to look up, this is a specific example that's happening to us right here, close by in the San Francisco Bay. You can look up San Francisco geoengineering.
Oh, where's the remote?
It should pop up.
Remote?
You see, it says, "Are you still using the?"
Oh shit!
There it is. The first article.
We don't have a remote.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Don't ask
Maybe
me.
see if it works. Or is it? We have a remote somewhere.
I don't think it's this one.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh man, this is a lot of editing. Sometimes I leave it in.
No, it didn't work.
Dun, 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 dun.
Reconnect.
They don't want us to talk about this stuff, you guys.
They don't. We're probably gonna get killed, dude. I'm sorry. Fuck it, we ball.
I know, Moose. What the hell?
They don't want us to know about the chemtrails.
Why don't they want to know?
Why don't they want to?
But yeah, that first video is by CBS. And yeah, when you click in, it gets there.
Well, cloud seeding goes back to like, isn't it like the 70s, 80s?
Yeah.
Right?
I think it's about 1976.
We're rolling.
If I'm not mistaken. So as you see here, over the summer, unbeknownst to the community of Alameda County.
Alameda. Close by.
So let me break this down to you. Let me read it out for you. And I'll tell you what I personally did
Shut
after
up,
I read it.
CBS News. Sorry.
So scroll up a little bit. Let me read the title for you. So this is by CBS News.
Oh my God, CBS.
Cloud brightening experiment halted on San Francisco Bay, part of push for solar geoengineering solutions to climate change. So what they leave out is there's this shady company that literally there's no information on. It's like some acronym company that's collaborating with, I believe it's the University of Washington, that used a decommissioned ship in San Francisco Bay in order to shoot salt particles into the ionosphere, I believe, in order to create a colder environment. And that would be the basis for utilizing that on a larger scale. Now, on the face, if you had like no brains at all and you're like, oh, that's great. The downside is that dramatically changes like the climate of like the biological like nature of the ocean, of the livestock, of the vegetation all around. And not to mention, we don't know what the fuck will happen when we do it, because when they tried to do this the last time, which was in, I believe it was near the university, it was near Yale, actually. I know it because I have a high school friend that went there, and I was like, oh, that's funny. They tried to do those experiments in Yale, and the indigenous tribes in the area struck and like did a protest against it, and they halted those experiments. So they were, unbeknownst, no vote, no local vote at all, no announcement.
Stop.
We're recording now. There we go. There we go. Now we're back.
Okay. They're trying to shut us down.
man.
They're trying to keep us down, but we're not going to let them, you guys.
Not at all.
Time and time again. We literally thought we were recording 20 seconds ago.
That
We
was
weren't.
crazy. How bad would that have been?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But no. So yeah, did we go through this? I really don't think we did.
Through
We touched on.
you said in Alameda
they
were putting
did
the
a
salt
whole
and-
so they did a whole experiment that was previously like protested in other areas, and now they halted it here in San Francisco Bay after they've already been doing it for like a month. So we don't know like the ramifications of like what that's gonna be a product of, but like just to show you, like these fuckers will just do it just to do it, and they don't need any kind of.
I mean, just like the Wuhan and everything else. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying,
like-
you know what I mean?
And
Like,
they're just
don't fuck with
and
stuff.
it's like, oh, we're doing it for the good of humanity. And like, look, bro, like we like literally like scroll down. You can see now in the article of like why it was halted.
spraying sea salt particles at the edge of San Francisco Bay to test the viability of future cloud brightening was recently halted after a pushback by Alameda city officials.
So then you're like encouraging more light to be reflected back, or what?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like the problem is that there's no like scroll down a little bit. I'm pretty sure it'll probably go into it.
But when the Earth continues
Yeah,
to
so the
warm,
research was done by atmospheric scientists from the University of Washington and a nonprofit called Silver Lining. Like, bruh,
not to be
Silver
confused
Lining.
with,
I
not
promise.
to be confused with Silver Lining Playbook.
Yeah,
movie.
no, not at all. I promise you,
I never saw
go,
it.
anyone listening here, look up Silver Lining. You can't find shit about them because I looked it up. I was like, who the fuck is Silver Lining, bro? Like, what the fuck? Like, you can't.
Well, it's like how the government they subcontract everything.
Yeah, so
You
this
know
is
what I
literally
mean?
some shadow company that's collaborating with the University of Washington to do shit in California. Like,
Yeah.
bruh, fuck off. What are you talking about, bruh? I promise
Yeah.
you, if you put a poll on this, ain't no one gonna be like, yeah, go ahead and do it. No, bruh. No one wants that shit, which is why they did it. Despite the researchers' credentials, the city council remained skeptical and voted unanimously to halt the work. The fuck, bruh? Like, and this is what I mean. Like, it's just like ridiculous, bruh. All in the name of like green energy while we're all paying taxes for that shit, and we're still having the same
We gotta fire up the
infrastructure problem.
nukes.
Yeah, we do need some more nuclear plants. 100%.
Yeah.
You mean nuclear plants, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, nuclear energy is
No,
the
I'm
only
talking about
future.
bomb the world. I'm just kidding. I'm just
Shit.
kidding.
Yeah, so look, and Alameda Mayor Marilyn Ezzy Ashcraft quote, "We need to know more about this before you come to our city and start these experiments." They already did it for a fucking month, bruh. USS Hornet, decommissioned aircraft carrier.
I spent the night on the USS Hornet for Boy Scouts.
Did you really?
Swear to God.
Did you really?
Swear to fucking God, USS Hornet.
So you're a part of this? No, I'm just kidding.
No, dude.
So you're shutting these cameras down.
And it's said to be haunted, the USS Hornet is. And we spent the night probably in Alameda County in a dock where the USS Hornet was retired, you know what I mean? And they said it would be haunted and stuff. And then like the beds, there was like, I think there was 4 beds, like bunk beds, but like a 4-person one.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. Honestly, I just remember it being a really cool trip. But
but now it's look like, bro, the research involved a device that sprayed sea salt particles into the air from the deck of the USS Hornet, the decommissioned aircraft carrier and museum docked in Alameda. This aerosol may one day be used to brighten clouds so they can reflect sunlight away from Earth and temporarily cool the planet.
okay, aerosols are a whole thing in the sense of like I never realized like aerosol canisters. They test aerosol in the air, and they're supposed to be really bad for the environment, or like
I mean, an aerosol just means like I think
just
that's just a maneuver of like moving. Like the actual particles are the sea salt particles.
I think you're thinking of like CFCs, which used to be
in aerosols
the
or something like that.
chlorofluorocarbons, and that's what they
but
would
like
shoot into the atmosphere.
scientists involved in the experiment are driven to gather more evidence since little is known about how the particles will behave. Like they don't even fucking know what it's gonna do, and they're just testing it out in like one of the major fucking bays in the entire fucking country.
I know they do stuff where like they just like release some mist into the air that's supposed to be some part of like cloud seeding or whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
you know what I mean?
I think they also aren't they also releasing salt? Isn't that what they do like in the Middle East and stuff to get its rain?
Yeah, like in Saudi Arabia. Yeah,
Wasn't
they're
the Nile?
geoengineering-
Isn't the Nile? Not Nile. Isn't the Sahara or something flooding right now? One of the
I think I've heard something about that where they're trying to like geoengineer.
one of the deserts is like
but,
literally flooding right now.
but that's like. These are things that cause biblical events.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like if we just say, fuck it, we want a rainstorm.
That one went out. Doesn't matter.
We don't
got
even
these.
know like what's going to happen, like the long-term effects, like what's going to happen to the ecology or biology. Like these are made, like we're playing God like we're fucking kids. And these aren't things that we can just, up and fucking try just because we want to try. You like at least have the goddamn courtesy to fucking have a vote, you pussies. Like, if you put it to the public, put it to the public. Like, don't do this bullshit in secret, bro. Like, fuck the U.S. The fucking
Hornet.
The fucking University of Washington can fuck off, and so can Silvergate. Like, are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. These are things like I've just always wanted to say.
You're good.
It pisses me off so much, bro, because it's like, bro, what about the people that live there? You think the University of Washington gives a fuck about the people in California that gotta live there the rest of their lives and their kids' lives and their grandkids' life? What if this shit up and like change, like does some crazy ass shit to the weather where it's like unlivable or what have you, bro? Like it's literally a
I feel like
Pandora's
it would make
box.
more sense to do in Washington where the sun only shines a little bit. So then if you did that, if it started shining more or something, like maybe.
Yeah, or we could just fucking like use our actual tax dollars to do these experiments in like a conditioned room where it does have to like, bro, we're very technologically advanced to the point where I think we can at least get the theoreticals of how to make clouds inside.
One would think, but it seems like everything's so muddy and clouded.
But then
that-
it's not an excuse to just try it in Mother Nature. Like, I don't think we've earned the right, Like, we haven't even figured out how to...
we do though. I mean, in the sense of like we just do it.
Yeah,
like that's just what we do. Like,
I feel like if we figured out how to like really harness the power of the sun or even the earth, like,
let's turn this into
No.
Okay, the ancient Sumerians and stuff like that, aren't they have said to like how they built the pyramids and stuff is supposed to be like technology that's different or
So ancient.
Well, I mean, let's just go into that.
Yeah. So Samaria is different from ancient Egypt. Samaria,
but they're connected.
It's like near the Mesopotamia, right?
yeah, it's modern day Iraq. So in that like Middle Eastern area, and like Egypt's in like northeast whatever Africa, they're two different kind of civilizations,
Okay,
but they have
gotcha.
similarity. Like all ancient civilizations have a lot of similarities when it comes to the gods that they worship, and certain similarities to like the importance of certain stars or the certain like what's it called?
And they knew like all these like astrological things that they shouldn't have known.
Right.
Quote, right.
Very,
You know what I
very
mean? Like,
astronomically
very
correct.
specific things that like you're like, how did they figure that out?
Yeah. So ancient Samaria was like, if you go down like the, you know, all the way back to the early tales of like the Anunnaki that came, they saw this ancient species. They brought with them the Inki, which were like the workers of their planet, and they started to make them work in order to dig for gold, because gold was
Ran
the
their
ultimate.
stuff
I
or
wanted to
It
get
was
into
the
this.
ultimate thing to rebuild their atmosphere, because as we've come to realize, gold is like the best element when it comes to deflecting radiation when you get into space. It's like the only one, like the most lightweight and the
It's
best.
incredibly malleable too, so you can get it super thin. You can, and it still maintains its characteristics and all that.
Yeah, one of the like only elements to fucking be able to do that. So that was the whole idea, is that they came because their planet, the gold was used to replenish their atmosphere in order to protect them from their local sun, which was our sun, because they came from the planet Nibiru, which was the 9th planet of the solar system, Planet X. So, and that's Planet X is what's known to cause the
And where's planet? It's in our solar system?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it comes every like 2,500 or 5,000 years or some shit like that. But that's what is supposedly the cause of the like ellipses in our orbit of the sun. Like there's like some crazy like weird like thing that's making it off balance for everyone's orbit, and they suspect it's Planet X that's causing that like dissertation. But yeah, the whole point is that they came to bring the Inky to this planet, and they started to dig. The Inky basically were like, bro, fuck you guys keep having us work, like we want some like pussy or something at least, like literally, like that's what they want. It's like, it's so funny, like everything boils down to women, sex, and like reproducing of like the lineage. It's like those three basic things of like every ancient
And
culture.
isn't it something that like they crossbred or something?
So
Isn't
they
that-
try to. So you know how like when you try to mix a tiger and a
a
lion,
lion, yeah.
it does like, and the liger comes, but the liger doesn't.
They're
like
infertile.
they're
just
infertile.
like a mule, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They can't reproduce.
Yeah.
Same concept. They tried to use the like the, what's it called? The fucking mammals, the apes or primitive apes of the time to replace the Inky, because they were like up and fed up, and they tried to have them reproduce in like a way they would have like the replacement of the Inky as workers, and it wasn't working. So what they had to do was they had to take some of their own DNA, the Anunnaki, and put that into the mix in order to cause the reproduction to actually occur. So in different regions of the planet, they had different Anunnaki gods that went to, you know, start the reproduction cycle, which is why we have different races. That's like the theory when you go the Anunnaki side. So,
Isn't there something tied to like the DNA strand with like how our DNA is set up or
yeah,
something,
we have
right?
we
like,
advanced like unbelievably fast. I'm not sure of the numerical numbers, but it's like not natural, like how fast we went. Like our distinct, like my characteristics and yours being this different is fucking weird.
Yeah.
Because we like are supposed to have advanced at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why we have these differences, like Afro-Americans, Indians, Asians, like and South Americans and everything. They have different characteristics. And the idea is that it comes back to these each different gods, which were Anunnaki, that where we descended from, which would explain why our DNA is like so unique in a way that we have, you know, the how we are today, you know, consciousness and, you know, the ability to reproduce and so on. So that's like the whole idea of the Anunnaki and the whole Sumerian legend. But Egypt is like different.
Okay, and now then let's segue into Egypt.
So-
What is the theory of Egypt and I guess their beliefs or?
So Egypt is, I'm not too sure on how diverse the difference is between ancient Samaria and Egypt. I know they have a lot of commonalities in terms of like what they believe in overall. They were very, very intuitive with the afterlife. And it's something that in today's world, we're not really that crazy about the afterlife in America, like the way that the Egyptians were, the ancient Egyptians. And they called Egypt Kemet. And this was an area that they, like, it's such a confounding predicament that we're in because no one really knows who built the pyramids. And when the ancient Egyptians came, it's very odd to see older specimens of architecture and culture that are better than the newer. So the ancient Egyptians artwork, when they inscribed the hieroglyphics, when they made pottery and whatnot, they were newer than the oldest shit that they found in Egypt.
Yeah. So the idea is that the Egyptians came and it kind of
they took over.
They didn't build the pyramids, correct?
I don't think so.
Yeah, and it's just that the
But
fact
in
that
in mainstream academia, it's the ancient Egyptians that built it. But again, we don't know how they built it because there's 2.3 million blocks, right? And it's like weighing like about 2 to 10 tons. And then in the King's Chamber, there's granite blocks that are from a cannery in Aswan that's 500 fucking miles away that they used to prop up. It's not like they just brought it and just laid it out. They put it fucking up like, I don't know, 100, 200 meters. And that's above the King's Chamber. And another thing that people don't realize about that King's Chamber that's like engulfed in those granite blocks, which are over 70 tons.
Damn.
When you look at the resonance frequency of the pyramid, if you look up on Great Pyramid of Giza resonance and do physics.org, just phs.org. That one. Study reveals the Great Pyramid of Giza can focus electromagnetic energy. So a lot of people don't realize this is that you can't just have this naturally happen. You need to put blocks of fucking rock in a certain way, cut in a specific framework in order to cause the energy of the fucking earth to gravitate up and concentrate to the highest point of the fucking pyramid. It doesn't just happen on a whim.
Well, because that's why they say the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza
Used to be gold,
used to be
right?
like a beacon.
Correct. It was gold, and the outside of the pyramid was white sandstone or white limestone. I'm sorry. That was the ability to reflect the sun in order to insulate what was on the inside, which was like granite and quartz. Because when it's called the capillary effect. When you have water, like if you have 2 glasses of water, right, and you put a paper towel in one and one is filled with water and the one isn't filled with water, what you'll see is the water will transverse into the second cup to the point where they'll be equal. So there's like a power in that, like friction when the water comes into contact with making on the other end. And when you look at the Great Pyramid of Giza, they have quartz and they have granite on the out layer and they have the white limestone. So underneath the pyramid, there's a subterranean level where there's water that's flowing. So when that water starts moving and basically it starts moving up, the blocks on the outside of the pyramid start to move. And they start to compress. And when you have a quartz watch, like when you have a watch and you like move it around and you get like energy, that's literally what's called piezoelectricity. So when the water movement below starts resonating up and those natural elements get in to react to them, they start focusing that energy all the way up. And that's a product of piezoelectricity because of those specific elements that they're using, granite, limestone, all that shit, and it gets concentrated all to the top. And the conspiracy is that this was a power plant. And when it reaches the top into the ionosphere, which what Tesla said is that's where the great region of free energy is, that's where the pyramid was going up. And if that reaches there, all the energy gets dispersed. Now, when you look at a map of ancient Egypt, you'll notice there's pyramids and you'll notice there's obelisks, skinny, long things with pyramids on top of them as well.
Kind of like the Washington Monument.
Correct.
Right?
Exactly like that. That could be exactly what we have today in our modern day infrastructure of power lines. When the ionosphere gets electrified and excited by especially something like a fucking pyramid with energy sourcing from the earth that just continuously going up, it gets spread out. And if you have these obelisks that are basically the same thing as a pyramid, but skinnier and going up in different regions of Egypt, you just created an energy grid, because in
Those
that
things
same
capture
region,
it.
they'll get attracted to it. And in those regions, that's where you'll be able to power up any electrical device, which is why you'll see with the Tesla Wardenclyffe Tower, he has a fucking light bulb walking around it and it's lighting up, and it's not screwed into anything. That's the famous photo. So that's how you create free energy. So I'll probably get killed after this. So I hope this gets
It was nice meeting you.
So and again, we don't know
Not us.
we don't know anything about, like, we don't know the full story about the pyramid, but like this is modern science, bro. This is on physics.org. This is a legitimate ITMO University by Anastasia.
They believe this stuff. And like, they'll say this stuff, but then they won't say that the Egyptians didn't build them, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
This just reminds me of Flint and Dibble in Joe Rogan.
Right. So
Such a sad name.
Yeah,
Dibble.
it's really unfortunate, dude. Another thing, though, on like that conspiracy and on the flip side is, like, again, we don't fucking know who knows? Maybe the ancient Egyptians did do it, but I guarantee you they did it in a different like framework. They didn't use modern like fossil fuels. Maybe they used sound frequencies, or they did something in order to move these blocks. Like, we don't know. And that goes into like Graham Hancock and like how his whole like lost technology.
And
like
what is it? The ones in America, the one he always talks about. That's like
in America or in Mexico?
No, there's one in America that he brings up all the time, and it's weird like hollowed out thing. Oh my gosh.
I know he's talking about like
Biblioteca, is that right? Biblioteca.
That's
library
in Spanish. Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking about the community one when they're like the community one with when they rap.
Oh yeah.
Type in Graham Hancock. Ancient civilizations or something.
Are you thinking of Göbekli Tepe?
Yes.
That's not
in
in
Turkey.
America. That's
No,
in Turkey.
No, there's a different one then. No, there's a different one. Sorry. There is one in America.
Snake Mound?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so, honestly. It's not a pyramid. It's like ancient civilization. American ancient civilization.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about Snake Mound. That's the only one that he talks about in North America, I think. Yeah, I'm a believer in questioning always what the mainstream is, but I also believe there are fringe characters out there that are just looking to make a buck. And a lot of the stuff that Graham says, like, you know, he really focuses on mainstream academia hates me, mainstream archaeologists hate me, like I've seen a lot of articles of like archaeologists praising what he does and all this stuff, and there's a YouTube channel out there that like debunks a lot of the stuff that Graham Hancock says. And like, again, I'm a believer in always questioning what the mainstream is, because I don't believe we know the full picture of anything. But I also believe there's people that capitalize on certain aspects of, you know, certain topics that
he's good
get
at telling
the people
stories though, and I like it.
He's a very good, you know, he's a very good storyteller. And again, I don't knock what he does, but you know, there's no evidence of what he's been saying. And again, like, if you go down that route, then it's like, well, I mean, after every cataclysm, what kind of evidence are you going to have? But you know, it's tough because you can't have it both ways. I appreciate what he does, but I'd really love to see some actual factual thing that makes me say, okay, there's, you know, something going on here. But you know, then you have the pyramids and whatnot, and the argument of how they were built. So you know, that's the rabbit hole.
Own thing. Yeah,
that's the rabbit hole right there.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's let's segue into something way different, but just as fun. 9/11. We haven't gotten there yet.
Thank God, dude.
All right, 9/11. Did Bush do it?
I waited
Did
my
America
whole
do
life.
it? Dick Cheney and what was his construction company? He's
Donald
a Thai too.
Rumsfeld.
But what was?
Oh yeah,
Donald Rumsfeld.
But what was-
on September 10th,
that's-
telling us that
Who
there's
won
like,
all the bids in Iraq and stuff like that? Though there was.
Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Raytheon.
There we go. Yeah.
All those
All of
big-
it. You know what I mean? That's
all
what
of
I'm
them.
saying.
Okay, so let's start. Let's start here. 9/11 was not portrayed as what it was when it was reported. I'll leave it to start there. There are a shit ton of questions of what happened, and there's no answers to, and we're still trying to get answers for that. The 9/11 families themselves specifically. Where we are today is we know that I believe 10 out of the 19 hijackers were all of Saudi origins. So they didn't have shit to do with Iraq at all. And when we're going down that rabbit hole of bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, we kind of have to go down the rabbit hole that bin Laden was a CIA agent and we fucking funded
Have
Al-Qaeda.
you ever read the book The Looming Tower? It seems like you would. Oh,
I've heard of it. I haven't read it.
It's like my history teacher had us read it once, and it was the one book that I was like couldn't put down.
Yeah.
And it's just all about. I think you would like it. Go on.
The main thing that we come about with 9/11 that no one really talks about is the security measures after the fact. We became a security state.
Know about the Patriot Act?
The
and stuff like
Patriot
that?
Act, every single. If you guys want to know the
Surveillance
real
on
details,
everything.
buy Edward Snowden's book, Permanent Record. It's a play-by-play of his life when he got into the NSA and what happened during and what happened after, now that he's like in Russia. And after 9/11, there was just falsified lies that only paved the way for our government to lie to us in order to invade the Middle Eastern of Iraq,
Just like what we
Afghanistan.
did in Vietnam and in Korea.
And it was it's all for the purpose of gold. It's all for the purpose of oil.
and
it's
quote
all
democracy.
and promoting democracy. And
I mean, that was like the reasoning to America. Is like
promote democracy was a big one.
anti-communist.
Yeah, and if you want to go to the like conspiratorial type of this, the notion is that they found the Stargate of like Gilgamesh in Iraq, and Saddam was talking about that. And there was like an archaeological dig in like February of 2001, and then 9/11.
So you're
happened.
gonna have to, for our viewers, you're gonna have to go over what Gilgamesh is.
The tale of Gilgamesh
Really
is
for
like
me.
if you pull it up really quick. Yeah,
just Gilgamesh or the Stargate of Gilgamesh?
it should just be that. Where is Gilgamesh buried? That's a good one.
Just like, what does it say underneath it?
So fragments of the epic text of related
Ms.
upon the-
Toran.
related to the death of Gilgamesh, buried under the riverbed, and the workmen of Uruk temporarily diverted the flow of the Euphrates for this purpose.
Go
So
down underneath Duffy a little bit.
Uruk
What
is
is the
Iraq.
secret of Gilgamesh? Secret of Gilgamesh. What is this? Immortality. Gilgamesh gained immortality from Abraham's spell work and therefore does not age, though he is vulnerable to injury and poison unless he is slain by an enemy. Gilgamesh may live for thousands. So it just means like,
So it's literally like the fountain of youth.
Literally.
That's
yeah.
what they
I used
found,
to watch
and that's
some
what
movie
they
growing
were.
up. That was all about that.
Pirates of the Caribbean, fucking.
Oh, dude, we had a bro moment.
Shout out, Depp, bro.
He has a Pirates of the Caribbean tattoo right here, you guys. I just redid
Hey, Dead
the
Man Tell
scene.
No Tales.
I did the scene.
Pirate life. But yeah,
You're
so
like, nobody's done that to me. I was like, oh my God.
first one. Got my cherry pop. Yeah. So yeah.
People are like, what the fuck is going on here? Pirates, cherry pops, what?
The tale of Gilgamesh was like basically like the uncovering of the fountain of youth, and when those archaeologists came about that and made their discovery, we had 9/11 and following the invasion of Iraq and the closing of these like archaeological sites, and U.S. troops went into those areas to close them down. So that's
Well,
like
then,
on
okay,
the-
let's rewind real quick. Back to 9/11, the attack itself. Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, is that correct? Or whatever.
Jet
they're
fuel?
saying.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They went down like demolitions. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like the things that are the.
You can put it, bro. The Twin Towers are a.
Let me get some footage of this, Duffy.
Yeah, they're
Let's see.
Of 9/11.
Tower,
they are
9/11.
the Twin Towers was a pinnacle of modern architecture. They could withstand earthquakes, they could withstand hurricanes. This is reinforced steel, bro. This is some shit that's not going to fucking fall apart. Especially if it's like
Do the one above. It was a little longer. The second one.
it makes absolutely
Yeah.
no sense that an airplane can take out an entire fucking trade building, bruh. For the sizing that it has.
Yeah, right.
And people, like literal videos of firefighters are there saying that they heard demolitions. And you can see in the
And there was,
video,
like,
it's
something
like
about-
popping out below.
Yeah.
So it's, and on top of
And then
that,
tower.
have you ever heard of the dancing Israelis?
No, but what's the other tower that fell
7.
for no
World
reason?
Trade Center number 7.
Yeah, so
Tower
when
7.
we were in when I was in New York, shout out to my guy for me winning a trip to New
I
York.
saw that, dude. That must have been fun.
Yeah, and but we were there like at midnight. We got like just to that area walking around. It was raining, and we're like, oh man, that's where tower 7?
World Trade
Yeah.
Center 7.
Yeah, we're like that's where that was, and I was like, man, this is crazy. Like it's just Gotham. You know what I mean? That vibe.
And this is what like should like piss you and everyone off, bro. Because every single, this is like the whole globalist like ideology of utilizing some crisis in order to push their own agenda. No one fucking wanted to go to Iraq, or no one wanted to go there and like occupy.
the only reason people were in favor was because they thought they were
They
defending
were gonna
the
go
country.
fucking kill
They were
them,
gonna
and
go
I
get
was
the
with
people
them,
who
bro.
did it, yeah.
I was like, "Are you?" I was like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
Like growing up, like I remember I started working at Starbucks, and one of my coworkers was like older than me, and they like hated Bush. I was like, "Why do you hate Bush?" Like because I'm a kid growing up, I don't know what he's doing.
They lied to us, and
Yeah.
they made the entire world worse. The security state that happened afterwards paved the way for shit like, you know, like mandatory vaccinations and other bullshit, bro. Like it all originates from that slippery slope that allows like, okay, you give us an inch, like we'll take a mile. Like that's what they did, bro. They put a whole ass security measure. You know how many fucking phone taps there are of like all of us? You think like Google Incognito is your fucking friend or anything?
Yeah. No.
Every single thing that you have done on the internet is
recorded,
saved.
yeah.
Every single thing without your consensus, without your consent, without it. And that is all a product of 9/11 for the sake of freedom over security. And this is the same shit George Orwell warned us in 1984.
84, dude.
This is what, and he wrote that in like 1947 or some
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even predict all of this shit, bro. Like it's like how did he even know? You know? So
the screens.
when
and
you look at
everything like that.
9/11, don't think of it
Play
as
this a
like
little bit, Duffy.
I don't think of it as like a terrorist attack, bro. I think of it as like a domestic fucking organization that took advantage of the American people and they just ran with it, bro. And what did it get us? What the fuck did it get us in the Middle East? We have nothing to show for this shit except for dead Americans. That's all we have to fucking show. Dead Americans that risked their lives and died for us here and the Middle East, not even including the 1 million plus Iraqis that died innocent. You ever seen the drone strikes under fucking Obama?
Dude,
yeah.
so many drone
in
strikes.
2021, there was a drone strike under the Biden administration, killed 7 fucking kids. This was an Afghan dude that was literally working for the fucking USA. He was working for the USA as a humanitarian worker, and he had his fucking car lit up by a fucking drone strike from someone that initiated it from in like Texas or Florida. Like, it goes through a chain of command, and those people that make the command call, they're like, rather safe than sorry, and they lit his ass up. If you see the videos, bruh, and I've seen them, it's I can't even describe it, bruh. It makes me so goddamn mad. And they do this in the fucking precinct of like freedom. This is what our tax dollars are for, is killing innocent fucking people, bruh. And all the while, it's like, what have they done for us as domestic Americans that pay our taxes, that live this life? They don't do shit for us, bruh. Not a goddamn thing. They'll give us breadcrumbs here and there, and people will be satisfied with it. And it's
like
not the
pandemic
case.
hit. Here's
fucking $1,200 bucks. Are you
Yeah.
fucking kidding me, bruh? $1,200, bruh. I was like, is no one gonna say anything? Like, they gave us $1,200 and then like what, like a $600 stimulus? What the fuck are you talking, bro?
You're paying 1/3,
not
if
even
that,
of a
rent.
month, of a month, and then you want us to survive. Like, bro,
1/4, 1/5.
they took all that shit for us, and all the while they gave benefits in the PPP benefits. Those rich fuckers that were paying payroll, they took all that money, bro. They took it and they bought assets, and you can't do shit about it because there's no one investigating it. There's not a single person.
And so who's behind 9/11? Is there like a conspiracy on the main people?
The reason why 9/11 happened, if you're going towards like, if you're not going conspiracy like so much on the Gilgamesh side, is because of oil. 9/11
reason to go over,
9/11 happened because we needed additional assets in the area to retrieve oil and to retrieve oil.
But we do have hella
gold.
oil here, right? We have stupid amounts of oil.
Not in comparison to them.
No, but I thought in Alaska we have a dumb amount of oil.
We're not really drilling as much anymore.
Yeah, but the whole thing is we want to wait, right?
I guess the reserves
That's one
are there,
factor, though.
Right? It's like
You
we
have
want to
to
save our resources and then suck everybody else's dry.
Here's the thing. When it comes to Iraq, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to North Korea, when it comes to Russia, when it comes to anyone in the mainstream media in the past
20.
80 years that doesn't have a central banking system is always the bad guy. Do you think that's a coincidence? I don't think so. Those countries don't have the hands of our central banking system within them, which means they dictate their own
And then
currency.
there's an outlier like Saudi Arabia right now, or not Saudi, is it Saudi Arabia, or
They
is
have
it? Is
the
it
they have the
no, what is it?
Euro dollar. They have
Sorry, I'm not even talking about Saudi Arabia.
Brinks.
No, super rich.
You talking about Dubai?
Dubai, thank you, Duffy.
Well,
Yes.
Dubai's just a city
Where?
in the
In Saudi Arabia. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so there's like Saudi Arabia.
Oh, is it in
There's
Saudi
like
Arabia?
the Gulf.
It's in the, I know
Gulf
it's in
states.
The, yeah,
UAE or
okay,
something?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just oil money, bro.
Yeah,
All of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
So they have like the most amount of oil there, but
They're bringing
use,
golfers over there, right? Isn't
Yep.
that them? They're
Yep.
like,
That's them.
They're like,
Yep.
They're like funding the
hey, we'll give you
live golf.
$500 million if you come over here for 2
Outlandish
years.
amount.
And they're like, well, I cannot not say
Yeah.
because they
Well,
have.
I don't know
they
if
have
they. I don't think they golf in Dubai, but I think they're
on their
they
league or
fund
something
it.
like
they have their
that?
own.
I'm
league.
so
Yeah.
glad you brought up the Saudi regime,
Yeah.
bro, because I am.
Somebody
not
hit
a
me up
fan.
to film a wedding in Saudi Arabia next year. I shit you not.
Really?
And I said, let me know how I can do
I'll
that.
leave
I would
this
love
next
to.
part out,
But no, it's okay. Go on.
Are you sure? Because this will go into we'll leave. I'll let you. Our next segue will be the Las Vegas shooting.
Okay.
On that end. So, on the end of like Iraq and everything, like we literally went there to take their oil, to promote democracy, and basically it's to have more assets in the area in the Middle East. It's all for money. Defense contractors got rich. We got the oil assets. We control the main reserves.
Sorry, it's 9/11 right now.
Yeah. So, what are the odds?
Yeah, it's so late.
The globalists are trying to stop.
We got
yeah.
2 cameras left, 1 audio source. We're hanging in by a thread.
So yeah, it's a whole ordeal, man. But at the end of the day,
Sirens are going off outside.
at the end of the day, a day before or like a week before, Donald Rumsfeld went
was the
to
day before, on the
day
10th.
before, huh? That's fucking ridiculous. What, he went to like C-SPAN or like in front of the congressional.
Yeah,
like
he
just
was-
to say
Oh,
that
David
they're
Press,
missing-
yeah,
in front of
yeah.
the
Congress
scene,
saying
like
that there's
$2 trillion
$2
missing.
We haven't even hit aliens.
Just
Oh my
unaccounted.
God.
We're gonna have to do a part 2, bro.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's you have to follow the
we
money.
might. Yeah, we might have to do part
so
2.
we'll do whatever one you said next, and then aliens, and then we'll wrap it up because
Yeah.
it's fucking we're late.
So
fucking
we'll put a knot on the 9/11
yeah.
one. There's definitely a lot of very odd things that happen there, but there's a lot of connections with the people that were involved with that terrorist attack and Saudi Arabia. Now, if you know anything about Saudi Arabia, you know we also funnel all of their weaponry, and without us, they don't really have an army or anything of that sort. And
But they always end up with their weapons, right?
yeah, they always end
Lord
up
of
with their
War
weapons.
type stuff, right?
Yeah, so they're just a I don't really believe in what they believe in there. I'll leave it at that. But they have a lot of interest in American politics, a lot. And if you, I'm trying to think of how to perfect segue this into the Las Vegas incident, but yeah, I don't have a segue, so we'll just go ahead and talk about the
go
Las
ahead.
Vegas shooting. So, the Las Vegas shooting happened during the Route 66 concert in 2017. That was the worst mass shooting in American history. There's a lot of questions that just stopped basically 3 months after the incident. And if you go online and look up Las Vegas shooting map on Google, you'll find the first link that actually has every single police call, report, actual video footage about it. Keep scrolling down. The Las Vegas shooting
With Homeland Security, or?
Maybe try. No, it's definitely not those fuckers. Wow, that's weird. It should pop up. Would you Las Vegas? Okay, well, while you're searching that, because I have the link on my end that I'll send you, but
For sure.
when you're looking into the whole incident, the main story is that it's this guy Steve Paddock that just fucking went apeshit crazy.
One
just-
guy, yeah.
One guy that just blew out one window at Mandalay Bay and just started airing it out against this Route 66 concert. No fucking motive, by the way. None. No explanation. Random guy, right? Just fucking all this artillery.
Yeah.
Hundreds of rounds.
Hundreds of
Dozens
fucking
of
rounds.
guns.
Hundreds.
Got it through
And
the
they
hotel.
didn't get to, the police didn't get to him for an hour. An hour.
So yeah, the security on those doors can't be that good. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
bro. It's a fucking Mandalay Bay hotel door.
How many people died that day?
I think it was like 80. 80 and like 200 something injured.
So yeah, so he hit 280 people then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So when you look at the specifics of the shooting, you'll find
867.
61 deaths, 867 injuries.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So fun fact, I was there the day that it happened. I was at MGM, and I had a buddy that was at the University of Las Vegas. And when that was happening, you could go outside. Like when it happened, I didn't stay in the hotel. I ran out, and you could hear the drums just going, bro. And it's like, bruh, you hear multiple shots from different areas. Now, I don't know why it's not looking up, but I'll send you like in post the link and everything. But if you go on there are police reports outside of Mandalay Bay, away from the Route 66 area, where they're calling in for a shooter in the specific hotel, like MGM, Caesar's Palace, Tropicana. What's the other one? There's another one that's
Wynn?
like the Wynn. That's the one. All the fuck way in Wynn. If you know Las Vegas, that's a far fucking way.
It's a distance.
That's a distance, dude. And I know because I had to run from the fucking Wynn to the airport, McHenry Airport one night, because they had the fucking like 4K run shit that day, that weekend.
Okay.
And I was like sports betting that year, so like we didn't know, and we're like, we have to take this flight to make it back to Stockton, and we were like, what the fuck? All the roads are closed, so I know by foot how fucking long it is. It's very far. And there's reports of shooters there in different locations, but the mainstream narrative is one guy. Fun fact as well, when you look on the map, there's an area of a private helicopter charter less than like 2-3 miles away that also has a police report and a call of someone reporting unusual activity there. Not at the fucking festival or Mandalay Bay. It's there. And when you look at the reports from Mandalay Bay and the reports from that specific charter, that charter helicopter was hovering above the Mandalay Bay 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after the shooting ended.
Damn.
But still, they don't know like the motive of why.
Nope.
Mental illness, right?
I guess so. And I guess you just got to put more, gun laws into place. But that's just me
I wonder
talking.
if that's maybe a motive.
That's 100% a motive. But, but listen, here's the thing though. Now let's get into Saudi Arabia. That's what they used after the fact. Now let's get into Saudi Arabia. The Crown Prince bin Salman, right? He is coming into power after the previous king is like basically about to die off. His family understands that he's about to come into power. And in their religion, it's not okay to gamble. So Las Vegas is a no-no for him. So if he was caught in Las Vegas, he would be like persecuted with his own people in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So bin Salman was in Las Vegas that same day, and he was gambling, and he had his own secret security. And the notion is that his family hired a killer, Steve Paddock, in order to go and assassinate him in his hotel room in Mandalay Bay. If you don't know this, the top floor of Mandalay Bay is a 5 Seasons hotel, which was all booked out, and this is verified by the prince. It's all verified. He was renting that area out the same exact time. So if they had word of that he was there gambling and whatnot, that ruins his whole credibility. So that's why he was there undercover. So when the shooting happened, this is the whole like time span. Steve Paddock came into his room, but there was a security breach that happened that ticked him off. And when that happened, they had no choice but to put a facade and do a mass shooting instead of going after bin Salman because he wasn't even in the room in the first place. But the security was already tipped off. So they had to frame Paddock into shooting and having him as a mass shooter so that the people that hired him wouldn't get caught because they were the ones who wanted to kill the up-and-coming king of Saudi Arabia. And there's actual footage of him being escorted out by people with AK-47s when the shooting happens, and he's not even in fucking Mandalay Bay. This is outside. So that's pretty peculiar. Some random brown dude being escorted out by like damn near SEAL fucking 6 out of the area.
Damn.
And when they couldn't get him, what could you do? Because they were going to kill him. They were going to find out who did it. And again, this is all verified. You can look this up. After months later, bin Salman had all of his family into this 1-4 Seasons. I don't know where it was. It was like some exclusive area. And he killed some of them and interrogated them on who was trying to kill him before he took the throne officially.
Well, El Chapo style right there.
This all legitly happened, and you can look it up. He also killed the Washington Post reporter Jamal Khashoggi. Like he literally disembodied him.
I've heard that one.
He literally disembodied him, and he laughed about it when he was asked about it. Like he literally laughed about it. So,
damn,
that's the king of Saudi Arabia right now, who's like fucking 30. So he's gonna be there for quite a long time. That's the fucker. That's the future of like the Middle East, damn near. So that's Saudi Arabia's mixed with the 2017 mass shooting that I encourage everyone to look into because
it's crazy. That's almost 10 years ago now.
Almost. It's so weird. The people that speak out against it have all died on Facebook, like after the fact. So you can do with it what you want. You know, I don't claim anything to be true.
I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, I don't listen. I'm just the person that presents what I've seen and what I've heard and the reports. You're free to make your own decision, but I just think it's a little weird, and I think we probably need some more questions about it.
Okay, we're left last to this camera, but we're going with it.
Oh, we only have one camera left. All right.
We're going with it. I'm like, shit, at the end of it, I might just use all that camera's footage because it'd be a lot easier.
If it dies, it dies.
If it dies, it dies. We're in this. This is still recording. We're 54 minutes in now. The last 54 minutes,
This is fucking.
the government didn't want us, and we realized we weren't recording. They didn't want us to do it.
Okay.
All right, go back to
How much time do we have left on it?
We're good. We're
card.
good for hour 25. So
Oh, okay.
We're plenty. Okay, go back to the people's questions, and we're acting like we're still answering them. We didn't even get past one slide of this.
No, we did.
I'm telling you.
Oh, did we? Okay.
This is the next slide.
All right. Where's aliens? Just look for an alien ones.
turning the.
They're turning the frogs gay. Shout out to Sean. Real quick though, that is a chemical, correct?
Yeah, altrazine.
Yeah.
It's actually a real thing that actually changes the hormones in frogs.
Yeah.
So it actually was
Look,
turning.
this is
the
another one.
frogs.
They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Was Marcus the real? Who's Marcus?
Oh, that's a, hey, shout out to, if you don't choose Marcus Rodriguez as a real estate agent, then fuck you. That's our boy.
He was our very first sponsor. Became a
Yeah.
friend. Cool guy.
Yeah, very cool guy. Okay, next one, Duffy. There's got to be somebody that says alien.
Animals.
How many did you send me?
Three, just three.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, I skipped
damn,
one.
dude.
Nope.
Fuck.
No, go up. Oh, maybe not. All right, we'll just go aliens. Whatever. We're going aliens. There you go.
Yeah, we can go aliens.
We don't need to read it.
All right, let's talk aliens when they first really started coming in. Roswell. What we know about that, and then the David Grush, is that his name?
Yeah, David
those type of
Grush.
things. Other people that have come forward that have worked in government
ATIP and all
agencies.
those
Yeah.
fuckers. So, UFOs really became prominent when we started to test nuclear warheads. And if you look at some of the testimonies from David Fraser, who's an aircraft fighter pilot, like I believe he's out of San Diego, and there's tons of whistleblowers that are coming out now about what they're seeing out in the field.
The same shit that goes from in the air into the
into
ocean.
the water, yeah,
with no problem.
transmedium aircraft. So when it comes down to those details, I think we should really listen to those whistleblowers or what they're saying, because they're seeing this shit every day for the past like several years. That's terrifying, and these are at our military assets, and there are actual stories of people that are in charge of those nuclear sites that have those equipments just turn off when those sightings occur. So you kind of go down like, okay, well, why are they turning it off? Are they like us in the future, or are they, protecting us from ourselves? Like they're just an advanced species and they're like, oh, these fuckers are about to kill themselves. We got to turn this shit off. So there's like a lot of kind of talks of like what the purpose is when we see those, but those are kind of the reactions that we're seeing. They're turning off nuke sites, or they're just like monitoring what they're doing.
Interested in that type of stuff.
They're interested in what's going on. Now, when you're you have to be very careful with the topic of aliens, because aliens is basically like what a globalist would use to unite the entire world together. And in an age of AI and advanced technology, it wouldn't be that hard to say that the military would be able to fake an alien invasion or some kind of projection that would cause the dissolvement of religion and basically the infrastructure of our like daily discourse. Like if you saw fucking Jesus Christ, like a fucking 300 feet tall, no, like 500 feet tall above you, saying like, yo, like everyone's fucked up, we all need to unite and be one. And then in like Southeast Asia, you have fucking an image of Buddha doing the same thing in their language. You're gonna convince a lot of people, just like how it could be very possible during the biblical days, the same kind of things. If you look at like the ancient Hindu Sanskrit of like the the Bhagavad Gita, there's like stories of like nuclear warheads being used, like FaceTime being used, like modern technology being used. And now when they go and like
it's like Revelations type stuff too, right?
And now modern India, North India, when they went and like excavated the site, they're finding remnants of like radioactive activity. Like, and that would coincide with what the fucking stories of the Bhagavad Gita was saying. Like, that's really crazy coincidences to happen. So when we're talking about like all these like UFO sightings, there's just like a lot of avenues that you can go down, and it's a very slippery slope. So it can definitely be an advanced species that's coming here checking on us, but it can also very well be our own technology spying on ourselves, or like another foreign country that reverse engineered a fallen UFO, or UAP as they call it now. And by the way, like ATIP, UAPs, and all these different fucking acronyms that they use, it's on purpose. Because when you go and you want like a Freedom of Information Act, which is called the FOIA request, you can't just be like, give me all of your documents on aliens. You have to go and tell them specifically what you're looking for.
You didn't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. And if you don't know the specific name of the project, or you don't know the specific name of whatever specific to what you're looking for, they don't have to give you shit under our laws. So unless like just today there was I can't remember the specific name, but there was like some report that came out of like, what is it? Unique constellations, or like some shit came out in the news, but it was like a new terminology that you have to use in order to FOIA request more documentation of like alien interactions, UAPs, UFOs type shit. So they make it increasingly difficult, they meaning the government, CIA, FBI, what have you, in order to get that information. Because unless you like, imagine like if you don't know the fucking name of it, how are you gonna say like, bro, you just want to know if there's like aliens?
Yeah,
they're not gonna give it to you because you didn't specifically.
What's crazy, well, I just keep referencing back to our last podcast, but no, they do the same thing with the veterans. Is they make all these forms that you have to fill out for the veterans, and if the veterans don't know which forms to fill out, they won't get their benefits.
Sure,
yeah. But I'm just saying they do it on like all these other levels too, where it's just like you have to know to get them, but we're not going to make the system
not easier. Yeah,
not easy to assist you.
You think
even though you gave your life to the fucking country.
Exactly. Like, yeah, it's despicable. And you think like the tax code is fucking like 6,000 pages. Like, you think it's on purpose that it's long and boring and that you don't understand it. It's on purpose. It's all to like push you away, to like make sure you don't know. Like, bro, we all know what happened with John F. Kennedy. Like, we know the fucker was assassinated by more than one shooter, probably the CIA, because he wanted to dissolve the fucking central banking system, the intelligence state, the military industrial complex. He was warning of all of these on top of secret societies. So, you know, it's like, it's like, oh, all of a sudden this one guy fucking shoots the fucking president of the USA. Like, and no one knew.
And then his nephew tries to run, and no one lets him fucking in the debates, dude.
You know, there's actually reports that came out where
which is crazy. It's like freaking 50 years later.
Yeah,
it happens again.
Just today, the CIA has documents of Oswald in Mexico years before the assassination. Let me put it this way, you know, the recent shooter for Trump, what was his name?
I don't know.
It was like Thomas something, right? Yeah, Trump shooter. I just want to get his name because it'll.
Which one? The most recent one?
The most recent one. I just want to know his name because it'll make the effect better.
Thomas Crook.
Yeah, Thomas Crook. So if the
So Thomas Matthew Crook was the first one, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
he's not the most
I forgot
recent
there
one.
was might have been the second
this
one.
is the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
So if the CIA knew about Thomas Matthew Crook 7 years before he made the attempt on Trump, do you think the story would be a little different?
Yeah, well, there's the whole thing where like the FBI went to his house and there was nothing at all in it.
Nothing but a BlackRock commercial.
Yeah.
His parents.
There's no silverware.
His parents were apparently psychologists, as I believe. That's kind of funny, right? You just kind of missed that one.
Miss your own kid's psychology.
Kind of missed that one, but anyways. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's been how fucking long since 1967, and we don't have the full story of JFK. And it's because of his ideology and what he believed in. And, you know, it's a whole conspiracy. Like, listen, man, the CIA had him fucking killed. Are you kidding me? Like I hate that people like beat around the bush of like what the truth really is. It's like, bruh, he said all that shit of fucking like a month later, he got murdered.
And then
like,
the CIA was
it.
responsible for what is it? All the murders.
Of what?
Manson.
Oh, like the cultivation
Yeah,
of
and like the
Manson?
LSD.
Yeah,
There's like
they
a whole
had-
book about it and like
Yeah,
how they
there's
did experiments on him.
Declassified documents during brothels, the CIA would go and they would drug, you know, individuals in there to control their mind. They had LSD experiments in the 60s in order to figure out how they could control the human mind. They had irrational and, you know, very interesting ways of performing these experiments for these bystanders. Whether or not they knew, they did them in the 60s. And it was all for, you know, public control overall. When you're doing these small scale experiments, it's not because you want to just fucking see how it's going to be. It's to use it on a mass scale. If you're testing a fucking product on a mouse to see if your hair grows, are you just going to give it to fucking the people in your neighborhood? Or are you going to market it to fucking everyone? You know what I mean? So once you start looking at the bigger picture of it all, it starts to make a lot more sense. But yeah, this fucker was this whole thing. this like the Trump assassination in July, which actually happened on my birthday. My wife and I we're at flights in Las Vegas, and I was like, "Yo, I think Trump almost got fucking killed," and we were just eating like a steak
Dude,
burger.
we were going
You got to
to
stay away from Vegas, dog.
I know.
We were going into
I
our-
have an unhealthy relationship with Las Vegas.
I just never
Every
forget
time
it.
you go, dude, something happens.
Yeah,
That was
dude.
going into Chelsea's wedding, was saying that.
Oh, same,
And
yeah.
then going into it, and I was like, Trump just got
Crazy.
shot at you guys.
I think I messaged you that same day,
probably.
and I was like, "Bro, we have unlimited content." So yeah, it's like one of those things, man. It goes really deep into it, and
all right, I think we skipped on aliens.
I think
right?
we skipped it, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So we start alien sightings when nukes started to be introduced.
Yeah.
And
Let's talk about Roswell or, like,
they
that type of
changed
stuff,
the
yeah.
names like UFO, UAP on purpose so that it makes it harder to like go through and find the actual files. But yeah, on top of that, I'd probably tie in Bob Lazar and like Element 115 and everything on there because like regardless of
got
what you
proved to
say,
be true,
it got
yeah.
proved to be true. And he was like 20, 30 years ahead of his time and he proved S4 Element 115. I think that fucker has a lot of things that we should listen to, and maybe not the whole thing, but a lot of it. You know what I
And
mean?
he's probably telling the truth of what they told him.
What they told him,
honestly.
yeah. And you have to
yeah.
understand, there's useful idiots out there,
Yeah.
and there's people that don't know, and they're just planted of you know
to say this is what they know or whatever. You know.
I think the crux of it all when it comes to aliens is like we need to understand that, bro, we just have to grapple with the reality that there probably are other extraterrestrial beings out there because like dog, like just look at the size of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Like what are you talking about? But
and the Earth does seem unique enough that
yeah,
other
it's like
people would
it's the
other
Goldilocks state,
beings
but
and things.
we're
Yeah.
also I think there's like 180 other planets so far that we've found that are like habitable
in the area. Yeah.
like but like across the galaxy that we found. So I think once we grapple with that big truth of like there's probably more than us than meets like what we have here, then like understanding these other bigger revelations aren't going to be that hard. Like our own intuition of like how vast our minds can really be, or what can we.
Is there a specific alien type that you, or is there a specific thing with aliens that makes you believe more? Like an example or something?
If I had any experiences?
No, or that, or if you find something that's more credible, that's like, you know what I mean?
I have never had an extraterrestrial experience, but I do use psychedelic drugs like mushrooms, and I've done as far as 7 grams. I've done.
Oh, you went on the hero's journey.
Oh yeah, I've gone the distance.
I've been in a few wormholes, man.
I've gone the distance. Believe me. Like I've come to the point in my life that I'm not like agnostic about what's in the afterlife. I do believe there is a higher power out there. I don't know if it's Jesus Christ, you know, Muhammad, Buddha, whatever, but I really truly believe there is a higher power out there. And I think that higher power is higher than what we're currently dealing with in terms of like people controlling us, the elites or like what have you. So I find a lot of comfort in that. And when I have had my last experience where I did 7 grams and it was like the most I was overwhelmed for the first time in my life, I set out a goal and to say like what's above me. Like I want to know the truth of like behind everything. And I was in a very deep trance during the time. And just so like prefacing that, I've done shrooms probably for the past like 5-6 years. So this isn't like my first go around. I meditate daily. Like I'm very connected with my inner self in that aspect. So like these things that I see in my head or whatever, there aren't like illusions as some people might say. Like I resonate with them and I feel a real connection with them. And I don't know if it's like a higher power or God or what have you, but there is some kind of connection. And during this last experience, when I sought out to really see what is the purpose of everything, like what is, like, who is God? Who is this? Like, I want to know. I really want to see. I had a vision of like a literal plant that was growing and just going straight up into like the ceiling. And when I went to the ceiling and I like opened my eyes, it was like a mirror and I was looking at myself. So it was like a really like profound experience, man. Like it's the whole like God in me, you know, type kind of thing, like an image of himself. And it really like broke me down, dude. Like I saw visions of like my future kids. Like I saw visions of like my wife and I having twins. Like it was some next level stuff that I cannot explain unless you're like under that influence. But it kind of ties back into like this whole like expansion of our consciousness and how we got here. And there's something that I believe that's bigger than all of us. And you know, it's up to everyone if they want to take that trip or not. I don't want to be that person and be like, you should believe in this or not. This is just my experience. But yeah, I don't even know how the fuck we got in this point.
No. I feel like aliens. I believe aliens. Yeah, aliens.
Hey, yeah, aliens. So like, who is like aliens?
Yeah,
like,
but like, in to each their own on what that means, on what that is. Like, aliens could be spiritual for all you know. You know what I mean? It's I know there's a lot of relations to aliens and angels. You know what I mean? And that those types of things. So, and I'm kind of like you, where like, I believe in a higher power, and I want to believe like there's just like, you know, there's an afterlife, there's all this stuff. And I have a hard time because there's all these other religions and I'm like, who's to say any of them are wrong? What if all of them are based around the same thing? You know what I mean? And that's kind of my belief, and like no one's wrong, and like you should be able to believe in whatever. Like, and if I was to like go back, you know, I would go to like a Christian church if I were to go back, because that's how I was raised. You know what I mean? And that's why I just think that like I'm like I do, like, and the older I get and then I have kids, the more I'm like have a longing for something that's like grounding. You know what I mean? And like I remember when I was a kid, it was like Sunday was like a reset for like your week and everything else, and like a actual reflection point. Where now it's like social media, everything. You're just fucking go. You know what I mean?
Religion is like, I know it gets like a bad rap in the modern age because it's like, you know, the old religion of
they
like,
get tied to like
these
literally
like,
Roe v. Wade type bullshit that like it's like, dude, that's not what the whole thing is about. It's just like these people think that they're killing babies. You think that you're not. That's what the difference is. Like, you know, I mean, at the end, the baseline of it, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's really like we cannot play God for everyone. And that's the first problem.
Everyone can individually play their own.
When you like the whole point, if you believe as a conservative or a libertarian, is to have the freedom of choice. That's the entire point of us being on Earth, right? Like if we have that fundamental across the entire pathways of Western and Eastern civilization, it's that we're put here for a test to see what like will come about it. And like if we're here trying to play God, or we're trying to impose these laws or what have you, like I understand the point of view, but that's like we're not in this position at all. at all. And I think once we like disseminate that like array of like who's right in what religion and just focus on the fundamentals, that's what propels us to the advanced society that we all dreamed about in the fucking 70s and the 80s, in the fucking 50s and 60s and beforehand. Like we're supposed to be so advanced in this, dude. We're supposed to, we shouldn't even be able to be using microphones. We should be able to communicating like, telepathically. So it's,
moving telepathically.
I think we made a really, I don't know, we're in a very precarious time in the world. And I know that's probably said every time, like every modern day, but I really believe that because we've never been in a situation with all this technology, so much like synthetical
and the thing is,
things.
If the internet goes down or if like, if solar flare happens, like all of our shit's gone.
And we're back to square
all
one.
of our shit. We don't have shit in
Which is probably
paper
fine.
anymore.
It's probably okay.
Yeah. I'd be
Thank God Hawk 2 Girl's gone.
I know. It's about time, dude.
It's fucking.
I'd be down for all of that, man.
Wipe
Fishing
it
a
all.
little bit.
Wipe it all.
Well, let's keep 2010 and above, and let's wipe everything from 2000. Well,
Nah. Just wipe it all.
Wipe it all.
all right. Duffy, play me the Halo 2 theme song when we outdo our outro.
Damn, we didn't. Dude, we have.
There was so much. I know.
Oh my God, the Halo. We have to get into the Halo boys. I'll just say this really quick about Halo.
Go ahead.
So
we'll say it while it plays. Go ahead.
I want to. Which camera am I looking at?
You're looking at that camera. That's the only one. Last camera standing.
Last camera standing. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say this is Shamoot Kishore, aka Big X, small X, left side, small X, Big X, Big X.
Are you in a gang?
This is Bungie.net,
Big X
homie.
to plug.
Oh, that's your. That was your.
That was my tag, bro. My gamer
Micah
tag.
Man 2Ns93 at hotmail.com.
Hey, real
Get
bros
at
know
me.
it. Real bros know. Duffy, I
Yeah.
swear you better have one.
Can't say it.
Yeah, you can, Duffy. You gotta say it.
Oh wait, are we talking our local names or like our just usernames?
Either you can do
gamer
your
tag.
AIM
All right,
username
all
or
right.
gamer tag.
Mine was Duff Daddy 25.
There you go. That's
always
what
been
I-
Duff Daddy. He's always
So
been Duff Daddy.
I just want to say for all the Halo bros out there, bruh, I feel you.
Lockout,
Every
lockout.
time I see fucking the nostalgia of it,
Dude.
hey, that was something they'll never take away from us, and I'm still to this day banging that shit. Halo 2, Halo 3, the original Halo, fuck
Lockout.
ODST,
Swords versus
Guardian,
shotguns,
fucking
random
Valhalla,
weapons,
Valhalla all
coagulation.
day. Motherfucker, bang my name on there. Big X, small
Give me a
X, left
fucking
side.
ghost and I'll run somebody over, bro.
I had a 90% rating on fucking plasma sticks, bruh. Ask about me. Killtacular.
Killing spree.
Bro, I swear to God.
Renegade.
No, but on some real
was
shit,
pretty good.
bro.
That's pretty good.
Renegade.
Dude, that was pretty good. I'm telling you, bruh. I see that shit all the time, and it makes me sad of what we lost.
Yeah.
Real shit. I don't think people today, gamers today, like on Fortnite
You
type
don't
shit.
get what Halo
you
2
don't get
really
it, bruh.
is.
When you got
When you
into
used to
that
have to have
lobby,
the bunny ears on top of your
bro,
Xbox, bro.
when you had the Hayabusa, bro.
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
You had to
Katana?
be plugged into the Ethernet cord if you wanted like any
Bro,
okay
you needed
internet
no
connection.
lag, bruh, because you got
Yeah.
sniped, bro.
Or dude, my favorite was screen when you'd have everybody in the same house with all the different computers.
Multi-screen,
LAN
screen
mining.
looking.
LAN,
Yeah.
Just a LAN party.
LAN party.
party.
Yeah. Everybody in one room, but fucking like all connected to the same game. You have 16
And
people.
you have people screen looking. Like, stop
Yeah.
screen looking, bitch.
No, he look.
That's all I
he's
do.
a
It's
fucking
part of the game.
screen
If you're, I'm
looker.
sorry, if you're
Part of the game. He's a fucking screen looker.
Hey, was that the Halo 2 one or Halo 3?
that was Halo,
Halo
2, but
2.
go to Halo 2
Do the-
choir.
do the- yeah,
choir.
it's Halo 3
Or just
choir.
type in
It's Halo 3.
no, just type in Halo
That's
3.
it. That's it, brother. That's it. That's it. I'm telling you right now. Bro,
No, we
I'm
need
t-
just the
bro.
choir. You know what I'm talking about?
This is it.
This is it. It's going to come, bro. Just wait. Wait, is it?
I'm gonna come.
No, it's
Who fell out of a coconut tree?
Where is it?
Gotta touch both. mine.
Wait. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
It's not the right one though. You know what I'm talking about?
No, just go to the bathroom. No, there's like kids
another
in a
one.
bathroom, and that do it perfectly. Halo 3 choir.
Oh,
Just
you're
type in
searching
there.
on Google, bro. You got to go on YouTube.
I thought it was.
Look at Google
I am so
videos.
dumb.
It's all the same.
I texted somebody the other day as if they were Google, and I said,
No way.
I said Chick-fil-A recipe homemade, and they said what? And I was like,
Never mind. Sorry,
I'm
auto-send.
R word.
Are you talking about this video right here?
I've never seen this.
Maybe.
I think you just. Nah, bro. Put the other one. Put like the actual soundtrack.
Yeah, we'll find another
This
one.
is kind of weird.
We're really Ricky Bobby's on the right.
It should be one of the. Oh, just take out in the bathroom.
Halo theme song.
It should be the fucking that one.
It's just this
That's
one.
the one.
Is it?
That has to be it, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. Yup. Okay, bro.
All right,
I'ma say this, bruh.
Go. You go first.
I just want to say, bro, like again, I feel all
We're gonna
day.
recap all the same statement he said just a second ago. Go on.
I just want to say, bro, because this is like something that's really close and near and dear to my heart.
It's very nostalgic to me, man.
It's really nostalgic, right? Because like, bro, we lost
that
like
and Call
it
of Duty
just-
Zombies.
Yeah,
honestly.
Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, all that shit,
Yeah.
bro. Like we lost all of that stuff, and now we just have motherfuckers on their computers, just like
You don't
separated from all.
understand. Yeah,
it was,
yeah.
bro. When you got
it was
into,
community.
when you
like,
got to that
you
lobby,
all
bro.
got it so you could get good and then play against your
When
friends.
you got in that lobby, bro, you became a man. And if you wasn't, bro, you better get the fuck out because
the
you
grunts.
bro, it was a different experience, man. I don't think we're ever gonna see anything like this ever again. Ever a fucking again, bro.
You hear that? Halo. Down in memory.
We need to bring this shit back, bro. I don't know how.
Bring Halo back.
Microtransactions ruined everything. It's never coming back.
What?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Microtransaction? No, just like being able to like pay for small shit and skins and
Oh,
all
yeah.
that. They're just trying to get and like DLC and shit. They
Dude,
just want you
DLCs, man. That was multi fucking EXP weekends. I miss it, bro. It sucks, but
That's just still not the. It's not the O. It's not the.
yeah, it's not the Yeah, where
like
the
just say choir maybe.
yeah, they're. I think I know what you're talking about.
Halo
Like they're
theme song
actually in the choir.
It's like no. Well,
I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's that
a live
one.
one.
it's honestly what I'm imagining is honestly still in a bathroom, but.
Well, no, we're not doing bathroom ones.
I swear it's that one.
But no,
though.
I'm just saying it's like a. Just play that, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's that one.
Honestly, I would love to see a choir.
Dude, I would for sure pay money to see it. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, this is more what I'm talking about though.
Fucking chills every time, bro. I swear to God, I have this on my playlist in case the apocalypse starts. I swear to God, bro, if that happens, I'm ready.
You
I
just
already-
suddenly is like, oh no, I can use a shotgun.
I will be like,
And it almost
fucking-
feels like Boondock Saints type stuff.
I
right
know,
now.
dude. It shit gets my blood.
Father, forgive me for I have sinned.
Forgive me.
It has been 84 years since my last confession.
84.
Dude,
I'm 85.
I forgot the name of the composer
messed up
of the
too.
song, but like this is like a legendary fucking the person who made this song. I'm
Dear
so sad.
Lord, baby Jesus.
I forgot. I
8
forgot his
pound, 5 ounce.
song.
Little baby Jesus.
Composed by Martin O'Donnell
That's it.
and Michael Salvatore.
Yeah, they're like legends in the game.
I think Michael Salvatore also did the Assassin's Creed soundtrack, right?
I think so. Yeah, his name is prominent, dude.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Fable growing up too. And
Dude.
then Far Cry, the original Far Cry. I thought it was ahead of its time because you could build your own course, like
Yeah.
or build
Yeah.
your own thing. You know,
It was
I was like,
sick.
that's so cool. Everything was kind of like Grand Theft Auto in the beginning of like way more freedom, and then they stopped making everything like a. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I played Fable, but I know that was like on my wish list
Dude,
when
my
the
dumb
Xbox 360
thing-
came out.
Dude, at the end of Fable 2, they're like, take this potion basically, and you'll become a female.
No way.
And I did it, and I was so upset. 'Cause I was like, bro, I just did this whole entire game, and like, there's no reversing of this bullshit.
Dude.
And I was like a hella manly woman. Like, it was like such a weird, like, ending question of like, what do you want to do? I was like, I don't
That
know.
was
You know,
the
and you know
end?
what? Like, I'm not a big, like, listening to everything that goes on in this
You want to
game.
hit the blue button real quick? No. the one next to it. The woman.
Yeah, I got changed into a.
Dude, that's wild. That was like the last episode. It was like, hey, you made it. You wanna be a woman?
Yeah.
It was like the very end of it. All right, we got to end this because it's late. Yeah.
What time is it?
Just about 10.
Yeah,
9:57.
we gotta. And you gotta drive back,
I
man.
do, dude. I forgot I wasn't even local.
All right, we got
Close to Lathrop.
we got one camera left, you guys. We appreciate you guys. Season 6, episode 106. We are in here. Happy Halloween, you guys. They tried to stop us, but we didn't let them.
Never gonna
We kept
stop
it
us.
going somehow.
These colors never run.
I bleed red, white, and blue. I like my cars fast, and I like my woman fast. Okay, I don't know what that means, you guys, but okay.
I'll tell you later.
It was a pleasure being here, guys.
But hey, Shamoot, not to be confused with Shamoot the whale, you guys, has been on the podcast all day today.
I'm not the whale.
He's not the whale. Not the whale.
Promise.
To be mistaken. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for putting up with 2.5 years of banter back and forth online.
Of course.
And I'm glad we can make it happen. We definitely need a part 2.
Definitely.
Where we have all the SD
We're gonna run
cards.
this back.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
gotta
we're gonna
run
run it back.
Probably season finale of next season. if we're
Or
gonna do it.
season intro.
Oh, yeah.
I'm down. Hey, this was an immense amounts of fun, and I hope to do it again soon.
Shamoot, thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming down. Lathrop, California, in the house, right?
Lathrop, California, baby, represent.
And Moose.
And Moose.
Moose right here. Alrighty. And Shamoose.
Shamoot.
Shamoose. All right, we're out.
All right, bring up the sheet, and we'll just go into the next conspiracy theory. And that's what it'll just cut in better that way.
Absolutely.
All right. Next one up, Bohemian Grove.
All right,
And
fuck.
the Lawrence King cover-up. Okay.
All right, here we go. Bohemian Grove. I don't know anything about the Lawrence King cover-up, so
I don't know anything about that either.
So, but
it's
Bohemian
okay.
Grove, we can
Yeah.
definitely get into. So, let me start off by prefacing this one with we can't talk about Bohemian Grove without talking about Alex Jones. And listen, bro, I know he's a very polarizing, fringe individual. I don't believe
He
in
was right on a
everything he
lot of
say,
stuff, though.
but that
He
motherfucker
predicted
was
9/11,
right.
dude.
This fucker was right on a lot of important things, and I don't think those blemishes that he has, like Sandy Hook type stuff,
Yeah.
That
should
ruined it.
overdo the fact that the most elite, richest people in the fucking planet were meeting at this one location in
Yeah.
private while dressing up as druids worshiping a child-eating fucking owl. I
Which
think-
is
I think we
which
should
is
still talk
Bohemian
about
Grove.
Yes.
Right? Yes.
So Bohemian Grove, and I'm pretty sure you can still go on YouTube or anywhere on the internet
Oh,
and
you can
find
see
out
it.
Alex Jones's when
Oh,
he-
video. Yeah.
he snuck into Bohemian Grove, and before he did that, he went around the town and he asked people, the locals, like, "Oh, what's Bohemian Grove like? Their thoughts on it?" And a lot of the people were very hush hush about it, which is very,
Peculiar.
telling sign of some weird shit going on. So he actually went in and was able to record part of the ritual, which is these individuals that are high net worth, that are very important in a lot of major industries around the globe, that were dressed up as druids, which means like they're dressed in these drapes like Jedi, basically, like Star Wars Jedi. And they have their face covered and everything, and they would perform these rituals in honor of this giant owl-shaped statue, which was a symbol of the god Moloch, which if you go into the history of Moloch, he requires sacrifices of children in order to basically make your wildest dreams come true. So it's just really fucking weird, and it's not something we should overlook just because Alex
Wait,
Jones
bring it
said
up.
it.
What does it look like?
This.
So you'll see people like George
Just
Bush, his
Just
father,
exit out of it and just zoom in. I think that's.
prominent senators, congressional leaders,
Lots of people, right?
lots of influential individuals that are titans on Wall Street.
What's crazy about all these conspiracy theories? It seems like it always goes back to like the elites. Like it really does. Like the moon landing and
Right.
like why the moon would be hollow and
Like,
like,
what would-
all this stuff. Like it's put into play by, and it's either elites or what I think it is or like it's like alien type shit,
Yeah.
dimension type shit.
There's So the going like notions of what the fucking point of all of this is, like if we want to zoom out as much as possible to really be like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Like what are the thoughts of it all? One is that we're in a prison planet. That's where the moon is able to cut us off as humans from the full spectrum of the sun and the full spectrum of the universe and its cosmic energy. Humans have, there's a lot of questions about our chromosomes and what we're able to do, our intuitions and, abilities outside the physical. And one of the, conspiracies is that we're just cut off from that connection. And the whole point is that to keep us in this prison and in this like lower state of consciousness where we're just focused on anger and, selfishness and, the absolute worst that we have in humanity, like war, terror, killing, all this other like terrible shit. And when you are in these states, that acts as food for these like higher dimensional beings, aka the reptilians, that are the ones that put into place the moon, and that's
also part of the Zulu.
Yeah. And
so is that Sumerians too, or no?
No, that's not part of Sumerian. So Sumerian is.
Before we get there, you can finish your statement.
Yeah. Before we get on.
That's just a different topic that we'll
Yeah. So they we're in this state, and that acts as food for these higher dimensional beings that basically use us to thrive off of. And it's not really outside the norm of like, oh, why would someone do that? That's so crazy, because we do that with chickens, we do that with cows, we do that, like not on that same level, but we utilize them for the assets they provide us, which is food. So that's one of the theories of like what the fuck is going on. Another is that, we cultivated from a civilization from Mars, and there was this concept called this is the third one. The second one here is that there was a species on Mars, and they eventually came to Earth and inhabited us here, and started the multiplication process and the whole lineage and so on. The other is a concept called panspermia, which goes into the idea of fungi, which is the oldest sentient being in the fucking
And it's weird that
universe.
fungus breathes oxygen too, right?
Yeah, it can survive in critical conditions in space. So one idea is that an advanced species created fungi and like blasted it out into space, because you have to understand that, if we're going by what the mainstream says and the closest like advanced species is like whatever light years away, there's no fucking way they can reach us unless they've broken some kind of physics or figured out how to do like wormholes.
Yeah.
And the only alternative to that would be sending out literal parts of them into space and hope that it'll go into a planet that is able to have these fungi thrive. And the whole idea is that we were here as like apes, the great evolution theory. And it's called the Stone Ape theory. And one of these apes, whatever,
Ate mushroom, right?
yeah, like a 250,000 of a year, and they ate it, and it substantially increased the capacity of these human brains, and that enabled us into consciousness and so on and so forth. So that's another concept that would happen from panspermia, where it was able to thrive on Earth. It was able to, because like fungi only grows where like dung is, or like wherever, where we would be anyways. So they would see that and be attracted to eat it because it wasn't dung and it was easily accessible, and just trying it out, because obviously cavemen tried whatever the fuck out to survive. And that's one theory, is that that's how we got to this state and how we have consciousness. We're a product of another advanced species from wherever the fuck in the galaxy. So those are like three big ideas of like how we got here. And then there's other theories of like advanced civilizations coming to Earth and splicing our DNA and getting us to where we are today. Then that's kind of goes into ancient Sumeria and Sumer and the Anunnaki.
That's one of my favorites.
All that kind of stuff. So
Jesus had the third strand of DNA, all that fun stuff.
Exactly.
He
It's
was
very
the king of
peculiar stuff.
Atlantis.
Very peculiar stuff. So, anyways, to close the Bohemian
Talk most of the time. I'm not about the Bohemian.
God, dude. So, anyways, Bohemian Grove is not a conspiracy. It's a real place. You can still visit there today in the what's it called, the Redwood Forest of San Francisco, and it's something that we definitely should talk more about. And there definitely were some prominent individuals that were there that probably talked game up and talked about some bigger plans, because you have to understand, whenever we're talking about conspiracies, I think people just don't understand that they're just like us.
Yeah.
Like, if you were at that level and you employed however many fucking hundreds of people, your net worth is in the millions, billions. Like, dude, do you think if you were in that position that the laws of, like, literal reality even fucking, like, apply to you?
Yeah.
No, bro. Like, I would try to fucking go to space. Are you kidding me? Like, I would build a fucking Iron Man suit, or, like, I would continue on, bro, to help, like, my own interest. Like, that's human. That's the human failure. That's what we have. Like, and as soon as we come to grips with that, all of these conspiracies make a hell of a lot more sense. Because if you can believe that the person that was returning your fucking Target order or something was out to get you, or like your local fucking mayor is like siphoning money for their own interest, if you think your gardener is overpaying or overcharging you, or like what have you, it translates into higher levels at a more facilitated way, bro. Like, it's even easier up there. Are you kidding me? Like, if 10 billionaires got together, you think they give a fuck about the rest of, like, anyone outside their family or their own interest?
No.
They're fucking billionaires. These are people that have such immense assets, such immense, like, importance of making sure that their lineage survives. If you get that through your skull, all of these theories make a lot more sense.
Like the Rothschilds were like inbreeding for the longest time, right? Just to stay as the Rothschilds.
Yes, and they openly say that because they want to keep the fortune within the family. Like, you think this shit is a joke? Like, if your family was worth trillions,
Like,
are you seriously?
All the central banks?
Yeah, like, are you seriously telling me that like, dude, look at all of the presidents. Barack, George Bush, I think even Biden, like, they're like distant relatives of some same lineage. Like, Barack, like, that's the craziest part.
No, I think all the like
Bush.
one or all except for Trump had
I think
some sort
so,
of
yeah,
lineage
something
to
like
like
that.
a Rothschild.
Like, that's fucking insane, dude. It's insane. So if you can get that through your head of, like, if my local levels does corruption.
Oh, dude,
This is
our
easy.
local levels for sure, dude. Corruption, right? Like,
You know what I mean?
that's got to be easier than the.
Like, if you think the conspiracy of, like, 99 sucks is, like, they're purposefully taking their time, they're taking tax dollar money, like, how the fuck do you not believe that the top one, not even 1%, the top 0.1% don't, like, think in the same exact fucking way of their own self-interest, bro? And this is what ties into the beginning of, like, any topic we talk about goes into, oh, red versus blue. Like, bro, they don't give a fuck about you. Are you kidding me? Like, when I talk to people and I listen to anything, bro, I don't even say anything. Because at this point, it's like, it's so comical when I hear someone saying, like, I had a conversation with this guy who's a boomer in shape. This was years ago, right? And he's like,
so he had his dick out in the lawn.
yeah, he had his dick.
Well, we know
It's
what
like,
you're talking about.
It's like every time I go.
Can I make
You
a-
walk into
can I-
in shape, you go to the bathroom,
Duffy.
see an old guy's
It
dick.
needs to
Duffy,
be illegal.
Please remember
Boomers.
what we were just talking.
Stop showing us your saggy balls.
Dude, I'm gonna make a segue really quick on that. Please remember what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
But if you go to the gym and you are not wearing any slides and you're barefoot on the wet area, or if you aren't covering up your privates when you're in the public area, you deserve to have your gym membership revoked. I'm just saying that right now.
It's gross.
It's disgusting, and I don't know. I don't give a fuck, bro. It's nasty.
I don't want to see your old man balls.
I came here to work. But anyways,
You were talking to a guy in shape.
talking to that guy in shape.
With the saggy balls.
And he was a, hard right-leaning Republican, and his hero is Sean Hannity. right? And he's like talking, he's talking hella shit about Rachel Maddow, right? Who's for like MSNBC. So I'm here listening to him talking shit about her and talking up. He's like, you know what? I'd really love to have Sean Hannity as, you know, one of the Republican. I'd vote for him. Would you? And I was like, no, I wouldn't. The reason why is because both Sean and Rachel, if you look in the 2010s, there was a case that was brought against both of them as TV personalities, and they designated themselves as TV entertainment, which would categorize them the same as WWE.
Reality TV.
So that they don't have to.
So they have the legal right to sensationalize, to overinflate, and to pufferize, whatever the word puffery, any kind of thing in order to get clicks. So I told him, I'm like, no, well, do you know, like, literally Sean Hannity and both Maddow are both, like, they're not actual news stations. They're companies for profit in order to generate clicks and views to pay their advertisers who pay them in order to advertise. And it's like, dude, you know, like, there's a whole case about this that, like, deemed them, like, from the courts. So, like, they're not the news. And he just couldn't wrap his head around it. And like, I know that's a boomer, but, like, that's what I'm talking about, of, like, it's like we can't even talk about the shit that matters because it's so left, right, red, blue type shit. It's like, bro, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm trying to, like, scream it to everyone that I know. Because it's like, bro, like, just tell me how your life has been for the past 10 years, 20 years. Has it gotten better? Do you feel happy you're bringing another kid into this world? If you can't answer that in a positive way, brother, it hasn't gotten better. You know what I mean? So that's just like, you know, Bohemian Grove, motherfuckers.
Honestly, skip these other ones.
I don't understand.
I don't believe on the right one. The sun is actually cold as shit. That's why snow on mountain tops.
Bro.
And Death Valley.
Okay, bro. I can't talk about it.
I know, it's okay. We're fine. Illuminati.
Okay, that's basically the same shit.
One.
The Illuminati.
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's the same shit, but different.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you want to go into the Illuminati, the first place you want to look is the Bilderberg Group. BILDERBURG Group. Them alongside the
Wait, say it again. Sorry.
Build a bear. Just kidding.
The Bill ER. I can't see that far. I'm sorry.
No,
just do BR. They'll figure it out. There it is. Bilderberg.
I need to go to see classes.
Bilderberg Group. Go ahead and I'll read that to you guys. The Bilderberg Group also knows.
I just need your eyesight with glasses. No. When I wear your glasses, I feel like I can see.
Oh yeah, he wears my glasses.
Oh really?
I think his prescription is close to mine.
Damn, dude. So, yeah. Private annual gathering of political leaders, business executives, and other experts from Europe and North America. How nice, dude. The meetings are held in a different country each year and are intended to provide a space for participants to discuss shared interests and problems. Well, you know they're going to talk about your problems, Micah, right? And Duffy.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to talk about your problems, about fixing the 99, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're just trying to piss us off.
Honestly,
Weird.
I'm so over talking about the 99. I'm like, I don't even care about it that much.
And that's what they want,
I have to drive here all the time.
That's
I totally care
Okay,
about it.
no, I care about it.
That's what they want.
But
that's literally what they want.
don't be wrong. It sucks, and someone should be talking shit about it. But sometimes when I post everything, I'm just like,
that's the point. That is the whole.
It'll
point.
do well. I'll post it, I guess. But goddamn, how many times
They
can I
want
take
you
one
to
of
be
it?
tired.
There's
bro.
still another clip that I haven't posted, and it's like me saying it's me saying if you the 99 shows you should never stop working on yourself.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
I love
blah.
that one.
Like I have like that one.
I love
like,
that
that's
one.
recorded. But all right, so Bilderberg connected to
The Illuminati. So this is like kind of the building blocks. So this group, like I said, they meet every year at different locations, which is always private. And also, alongside the Bilderberg Group, there's the World Economic Forum, the WEF. They meet at Davos. This is the same people that told you you will own nothing and be happy. I don't know if you've ever seen
I
that.
have seen that.
Yeah, and like eat bugs type shit. So those are them.
Communists.
Yeah, so well, it's a little deeper. I mean, yeah, kind of the same principle. They're not the ones eating the bugs. They're
like the giver, or you're like
the book, the giver.
Like I'm just saying.
Wow, you just reach back
How
into
are they like
fucking
the giver?
Utopian like societies, I guess. That's what I'm trying to think
dude.
of.
My English teacher would be pissed right
Dude,
now. I don't
honestly,
even
The
remember.
Giver's a great book, not as good as a movie.
The
Bro,
movie
that was a wild-
you like the movie better?
No, I said not as good as a movie. Not as good as a movie.
Yeah, that means you like the book better, or you like the movie.
No, I like the book better. I
Yeah.
said the book is good, not
the
as
book is better.
Oh. Oh the movie. Okay, yeah. The movie's not as good as the book. The movie's not as good as the book, is what I'm saying.
Devoncy is good.
Devoncy, half dome, take it to the lake.
But yeah, Bilderberg Group, World Economic Forum. These are what would you call that? These are what you would call globalist groups, which look for kind of one solutions to
Kind of like what we've been saying with every conspiracy theory is it kind of goes back to. I'm saying it kind of always does go back to a group of elites, something like that. Something's going on.
Yeah, New World Order.
New
kind
World
stuff.
Order, yeah.
Right.
Everybody under one thingy, and now.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay, so but with the Illuminati, how does it work with the famous people, with all that stuff? You know what I mean? Like, how does it work with like people being a part of it, or?
Well, there's Hollywood is literally a wood that was used in witchcraft to make wands.
I think
so.
it's all gonna fall. Doesn't it like a Diddy? Oh, I'm so excited. For
I am
Diddy
so
stuff.
excited, dude. Oh my
I'm
god,
like, dude,
we have to talk about
I
Epstein and Diddy.
what really sucks is I think Leonardo DiCaprio's going down.
Oh,
But,
are you
like-
kidding me?
Like, thank God he gave us like 40 good movies.
Dude.
And like, don't do that whole R. Kelly thing. Like, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah. Dude.
And did the Titanic really sink? Conspiracy theory episode, people.
There we go. I think Diddy even named him as like one of his favorite guests.
Dude,
That's
what I'm saying.
That's bad.
like,
That's really bad.
man.
So, and he's also like always
And
dating like a
I kind of, but then on the
19-year-old.
other side, it's like Beyonce, Jay-Z. I want them to go down. Maybe it's just that I don't think Jay-Z's ever.
Dude,
never been like
I-
my favorite.
Bro,
He's great on some features, but I
Dude,
never like.
I'm
loved
telling
his
you
music.
right fucking now, bruh. I am so excited. I am so excited for the fall of Jay-Z and Beyonce because I swear to God.
And the rise of Taylor Swift.
Everyone.
Oh hell!
All right, bro. So in like the 2010s, bro, when all of this was really like starting to be talked about, like trafficking and all this stuff.
Ain't no party.
No. This is
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. I'm literally doing Taylor Swift's timeline. I'm literally doing Taylor Swift's timeline of 2010.
So
sorry.
at that time, dude, Jay-Z and Beyonce were untouchable. And this was early on in those conspiracies about everything from trafficking to, pedophilia, everything of that sorts, like going into the music industry and everything. And no one wanted to talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce. And every time you did, you were looked upon as like, why are you going after them? Or like, the fuck, like they never did anything. But now, everyone's starting to be like, well, they have to be involved now.
Everybody.
And now that Diddy got his end,
Diddy's about to get everybody. Right?
his date just got like fucking released too. I think it's next year or something like that.
That long ago to wait?
I think-
will this stuff be
dude,
released before then?
There's
Bro,
a lot to collect.
I want to say it was like fucking July of 2025. I had the notification come on.
When Stranger Things comes back, after Stranger Things
Dude.
took a 2-year break somehow, I'm like, hey,
I know. I'm like,
your
what?
kid cast is 28 years old.
I know,
now.
bro.
May 5th.
May 5th.
Dude, literally trending on Smart.
Dude, it has. I'm sorry. If
Oh,
this one is
man.
not like the Johnny Depp trial where they just have it aired, I'm gonna be so pissed off because like
Yeah, that was fucking ridiculous.
that was awesome. The Johnny Depp one is just aired. I was like, this is crazy. Doesn't make any sense, but I love it.
It better be.
It will.
I don't think it will though, dude. Just this is a high profile.
I mean, there'll be a lot of news and everything about.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna
You
make
think he's
it.
gonna die before that?
I think your
Bro.
short, your hoodie is gonna. You could change Epstein. to Diddy.
Yeah, Diddy didn't kill himself.
I don't think
bro.
they'll let him release any of those names.
Dude, yeah. Because he's talking about talking. I'm pretty sure.
He wants to talk. He wants.
That's
to
what I've
talk.
heard, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if that's
he's ready.
if,
Like, if that's the case, then you're.
If that's the case, bro.
But
are you kidding?
but maybe it's not the same elites and everything as like the other. I'm just saying it could be like in the sense of like
in the industry.
yeah, like the industry could be one thing, and like the other people who are like the billionaire elites could be like do the same type of weird freaky shit. You know what I mean? But they could be like, this is good for us if this shit plays out because it distracts everybody from what we're really doing or whatever.
Listen, bro, we can get real deep on this one. This is one where I'm telling you we can go.
This is
if
super
we
dark.
go down the Diddy hole, we're gonna have to go down the Epstein hole, and
Mhm.
we're gonna have to go down the Israel hole, and we're gonna have to go down the Mossad hole, and then we're
Yeah.
gonna have to go to.
Oh, I just like recently learned what APAC was and like what they do. I was like, whoa. And I tried. I said that to Dorothy. I was
What
like,
is APAC is what? The American Israeli.
yeah.
Yeah, sound it out, sound it out. You know what?
Yeah.
It's in your bones.
Yeah.
It's in your bones, brother.
Yeah. But it's literally a group of people foreign to the U.S. that lobby for them to send Israel money.
You see their shit with Ben and Jerry?
But that's a
Yes.
Look up Ben and
Yes.
Jerry. Look up Ben
Oh, is
and
that what they
Jerry.
were getting canceled or whatever for a little while? I just know that happened like during the pandemic.
A
and stuff.
fucking.
And then Ben Jerry's, and then everyone was like, wait, they
Bro,
like Ben and Jerry's.
You know what? I think that this is a great time. So, listen, we're gonna dive into a very sensitive
public affairs
topic
committee.
that's gonna involve like the state of Israel, and I want to be the first to lay the groundwork as we go along here and
Yeah.
say
Because I don't really
this
know.
is the fucking United States of fucking America. This is not Israel. This is not the fucking Middle East. So I don't give a fuck about what Israel wants and what they have planned. Because I guarantee you, Israel does
Dude,
not
I
give
love
a fuck.
I love the diversity of our guests. Like because like
Bro,
the
I
last
will-
guest was like
I would.
I can't believe this is coming out after.
I will.
It's the perfect timing, honestly.
I will
like, right before the
gladly say
election,
it
so
to
they really know.
I will gladly say it to anyone, bro. How are you going to argue with me about the interest of our country versus a fucking foreign nation
Bro,
that
how
is
are you still
that
nothing?
is a client state of the U.S. If we do not arm them, they have nothing. Their economy drops. Are you fucking with me right now? We are the USA. I will say that again.
U.S.
I don't-
of I.
I don't. Yeah, that's what fucking
United
is.
States of America
That
and
shit.
Israel.
That shit is fucking disgusting to me. Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben and Jerry, signed a letter in 2024 condemning the AIPAC for its advocacy efforts in the U.S. And what that means is that you cannot say anything critical of the state of Israel
Dude, without
having criticism.
and then being like quote.
But I can go ahead and say Biden is a dumb fuck and it should not be an
Yeah,
office.
you could say anything about
My freedom
American
of speech
people,
is
yeah.
in this fucking country, bro. I pay my fucking taxes, bro. You can suck my nuts. I will say what the fuck I want. when I want. I don't give a goddamn fuck about what happens with Israel,
This
and that's their shit.
is definitely gonna
We
flag
have-
my APAC.
we have.
YouTube.
No, I'll tell you.
They're gonna
straight
be
up.
like, hey.
I'll tell you straight up. We have more than 40,000.
That Indian Fiji
We-
guy. I'm just kidding.
We gotta revoke his. Motherfucker, I was born in Hayward, California, West Henderson,
Central Valley in the house.
I was raised in Lathrop, California, bro. You can fuck all the way off, bro.
And shout out to the person selling the Talladega Nights costume in Lathrop right now on Facebook Marketplace.
Shout
You
out.
almost saved the day, but I never
Almost.
reach out.
Almost.
Two
But
people
yeah,
almost
dude.
saved the day.
Like, bro, it's some crazy shit. Like, bro, are you like? That's what pisses me off is when someone tells me I can't criticize. Like, you're telling me I can't use my freedom to speak. I'm gonna do the exact
Yeah.
fucking. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
On top of that, we supply everything for them, bro. Like, everything. They're like, you know.
Literally their money.
Literally, how much have we funded them? How much have we fucking did for people in Maui, in the fucking Paradise Fires in California?
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, we
Shout
have
out to
homeless-
PG&E. Want to make sure you guys get your guys' credit, okay?
Yeah, fucking monopoly. Yeah,
Sometimes.
fuckers, bro.
Sometimes.
Also, make your fucking AC cheaper, PG&E. Oh my god, it shouldn't be for MID. It shouldn't be $300 in PG&E.
PG&E should have their subsidies taken away from the state and federal funding
That's
until
exactly
they
what Central Valley
acting,
Podcast is going to do.
acting their fucking revenue. You guys got us fucked up. Are you kidding me? I think people should understand how much power we have. We fund everything that's happening in Israel. We fund everything that's happening with the vaccine. We fund every goddamn fucking thing. It's in our pockets. You can tell all of them to fuck off because you can, motherfucker. We're American. We have the right to. This is the whole fucking reason.
That is why we're
Whole
self-proclaimed
reason.
world police. That's why we got military bases on their places.
This is why. This is and for people that look like me and people that have parents and grandparents that immigrated here. This is why we're fucking able to say what we can, because we would have gotten killed back there. We're here because that's what we can do, bro. And the last thing we want to do is send money somewhere that don't benefit us. I'd rather send my tax dollars to fucking 99 to fix that shit up.
Dude,
now.
anything in
Now.
America.
Activate the National
Anything,
Guard. I don't give a fuck,
yeah.
bro. Fix it.
Fix something.
Motherfucker.
Oh, what about that bridge that went out? Remember the ship hit it? Isn't that another?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Where was that at?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah, dude. Like, our fucking.
I'm sorry, but if a ship literally it hit it, but it should be. It looked like it should be a fender bender for a giant bridge and not a fucking.
I don't even
make the whole thing collapse with like.
Dude, I don't even care how much those people ask for pay. Fucking pay them.
Okay, but those people
Pay
who
them.
were on the ship were weirdly stationed in the area for 2 months afterwards on the ship, living there. There's some conspiracy theory down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that detail.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it's okay.
I mean
I
like
just-
the people that are on our shipping lines, pay them, bro.
Bringing up
you
the
know-
dock guy again.
You know how goddamn
That dock
scary
guy
the
gets so
ocean
much
is, bro?
airtime.
You kidding, bro? Anyone that's nah, don't give them a raise. Send them out to the same sea that they're fucking going through, bro. And let me know if you think they need a pay raise. Go fucking.
Trust me, I was a fan of Deadliest Catch growing up, you guys.
Bro, I'm not even gonna fucking. I will never.
That shit
front on
going
that.
over those seasons, it's like a fucking
Oh my
300-foot wave. I'm like, what do you mean?
Bro, I'm like,
what do
wow,
you mean?
bro. I'm like,
that ship is fucking not that big.
bro, that is so goddamn scary, bro. If you see the.
And the thing is, they're
I was just gonna bring that up.
See, dude. Oh my.
I was
God.
like, that dude fell 8 stories in that fucking wave, and he's
Bro,
just holding
literally
on.
when it fucking
Oh,
seesaws
yeah,
into
yeah.
the waves, bro, when they have to pick someone up, it's it goes fucking 300 meters
It's fucking
one way,
far.
bro. I'm like,
and the giant
bro,
waves in Portugal too, the crazy, massive waves.
bro, the ocean is so fucking scary, bro.
Which is another thing as well.
It's all, it's 95% has been.
Yeah, not so.
Anyways,
All right, go back to this
so-
list, though. Let's go back to where were we at? So Ben and Jerry's.
Ben and Jerry's.
We kind of
Okay, Illuminati. I think we checked that one off.
Bigfoot.
Okay. Okay, when it comes to Bigfoot, it's a little hard to disseminate on that aspect because there are actual places like Shasta that are literal what are called chakra points of the earth, and that's the first point. There's one in Egypt, there's one in Panama, in China or whatever, but these are the chakras of the earth, and in these points are very, very, very peculiar stories and cases of weird beings that you see when you're hiking the mountain, or there's native tales that say never go above the tree line, you'll never come back, or underground cities and stuff. So in Shasta, this is going back into the stories of Atlantis. When Atlantis was there was also another race of advanced civilizations that was called, I think it was I don't know if it was the Pleiadians or another one, but this group, when they went into war with the Atlanteans, went underground in one of the locations in Shasta. So specifically in Mount Shasta, under it is a city called the City of Lights, aka the City of Telos. So when it comes to Bigfoot and shit like that, if it's related to those specific areas, that's kind of what it kind of ties into. It could be some advanced species or some creature that has been there for quite some time that eventually like went underground, and that's where it actually lives. So, but like Bigfoot is kind of like northwest, and I think part of like I don't know, somewhere like UK or some shit like that.
Well, in Loch Ness, I guess. Well,
Yeah, something.
Loch Ness is for sure UK.
Yeah, something like that. So like Bigfoot, it's like tough. There's not really anything that I know specifically on Bigfoot, but I mean it's not out of the ordinary for there to be creatures of that nature because there's like stories in the Bible about giants, and there's actually
and flying things that like kind of sound like dinosaurs in the Bible and stuff like that.
I mean, there's a lot of cultures that talk about dragons.
There's a literal
their whole thing with dragons isn't that like their bones would be hollow so they can fly.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a literal New York Times article from like 1809 or something.
There's a lot of geckos. There's so many geckos in my house every night.
Really?
Geckos, not lizards, geckos.
They're like slimy.
Well, like geckos are like they're kind of like salamanders, but they're like sticky, like more sticky. They climb up the walls. They'll be upside down. But literally, my friend used to live in my house that I live in now, and he would post that he had like geckos every now and then. I'm like, that's crazy. And now that I'm there, if you go outside at nighttime, I'm talking like there's a gecko like that big, like pretty big, but everywhere. Last night we went out, there were 6 geckos just on the walls, chilling, crawling. I found one in the house the other night as well. I caught it. But,
what'd you do with it?
I wanted to keep it, but then I cut off its tail in accident in the process.
Damn!
Oh, it's okay.
Is that true for geckos?
Yeah.
I thought that was only
All
true
lizards.
for like. I thought gecko wasn't a lizard though.
Pretty sure it's like a salamander or some shit.
I thought a salamander was different, bro.
No, it is different, but I mean it's kind of like that.
You tell me.
I'm telling you, it's kind of like a mix between both,
like
man.
4 different species.
It's a hybrid, man.
Yeah, it's a pterodactyl.
I think they do.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
All lizards, I think, do.
Yeah.
But sorry, I just didn't realize something. Have you ever noticed any geckos in the area? Is
No,
that crazy?
I think you just pay too much on your car insurance.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's so much.
You can save 15% on your car insurance if you just listen.
Dude, I can't believe that. But then in the daytime, there's so many blueberry lizards at our house also.
Blue belly lizards.
You know blue belly lizards or no?
I mean,
Dude,
you do
I'm not-
live like right next to the creek.
No, I
I'm
do.
not too well
But
read
no,
on lizards and geckos, man.
no, dude, growing up in this area, all I did was catch like lizards growing up, like blue belly lizards. Just swear, like you grew up with blue belly lizards, like you knew what they were.
Not really, no.
They have blue bellies on them. Dude,
Okay.
I used to catch them like big ass ones, and then the older I get, the more scared I am because then they bit me one time.
I'm just making sure my mic is connected. I can't see it.
No, I hear you.
Okay. I was like, oh no.
Sorry, really got into geckos there. I don't know what we were talking about.
Something. We're at 1801 or something like that. Fuck. No.
No, go back to the list. It was, I think the list had it.
Bigfoot.
Oh, it was Bigfoot, I think.
I think we closed it
Okay. I like this one. Titles, books, stores changing. I don't know about the J.C. Penney.
I think she meant to say J.C. Penney again, but with an extra E.
Oh, okay.
Was that the Mandela effect?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of people think that there wasn't a
Titles
second
of
book.
Oh, and then like,
okay.
Fruit of the Loom basket, like that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Nelson Mandela being alive or dead.
Yeah, that shit is Berenstein Bears and all that shit. It's really weird. So
I was a big fan of Merced Fresno.
when it comes to like the Mandela effect, it's something that I don't think anyone can explain, but there is a theory that after the 80s going into the 90s, there was like some monumental shift that happened like some way, somehow, and there was like a lot of really big changes that happened in the 90s that propelled us forward, and the ideas that the world like ended or whatever in the 90s, and moving forward, like all the memories of everyone started to shift because things like broke off into different timelines. Like after the 80s, the like USSR collapsed, the Berlin Wall collapsed, like all these other crazy like flourishing like 90s internet kind of like emergence and shit. So it was like a whole new age.
It's great. That's all we knew growing up too. Right?
Yeah,
You
it just
know
like
what I mean?
sprouted.
It was just like,
So it just kind of got into this like idea that that's because there was like talks of the world ending in 2012 and all this other stuff, but it also ties into like why people are so like nostalgic or have that really weird connection to like the 80s and the 90s, and that's apparently like the conspiracy is like that's our human like natural connection to that original timeline, and we're like yearning to get back to it because something happened that shifted us off of that path, and that's kind of what like the Mandela effect really boils down to. But it's really weird. I've never personally like looked like if I like look into like Berenstein or like if I had any like personal items. But it is weird. I did remember like the Fruit of the Looms.
Yeah, basket or whatever.
Yeah, the cornucopia or whatever.
never noticed any of that.
Yeah,
Like, as far as Fruit of the
it's
Loom.
really weird. It's really.
I feel
weird.
like I noticed it. Yeah.
It's really weird. So there's like that, and I think there's
a couple different. Just type in Mandela effect.
Yeah,
Google,
some of them
and they'll
have-
just come back and on images. They'll come up with a whole bunch of.
Oh yeah, Pikachu with the black tail, right? I remember that.
For sure.
Yeah, I remember
For
that.
sure
I
that.
remember that.
But did that is that
Oh,
the
and then
real
the
one?
fucking
Or?
the Monopoly guy with no monocle. Apparently, he never had a monocle.
Are we? Oh,
I guess not.
are we like confusing him with like the Six Flags guy? I don't. I
Looney Tunes.
Where's Looney Tunes? Go down.
don't have one. Looney Tunes with 2 O's instead of.
I
two.
feel like it was 2 O's.
I don't know.
That one I'm not too sure about. But the Pikachu one, I remember that shit had a black
Anything else?
thing on there.
Okay, I don't know what's so different. What's we do is fucking pink and
What?
At this point now, we're playing that like spot the difference.
Like, where's Waldo?
It's like we're reading highlights
again. It was Where's Waldo? Yeah. What is different with Starbucks?
No star.
No star. They for sure had both. It's when I worked there.
Wow, that's pretty crazy, dude.
I mean, that could just be like a logo change. I don't know.
No, that's what I really think it is.
Waldo with a cane and an umbrella. I don't know. But
Yeah, it's like it's
Lots of
really
different
weird
stuff.
stuff. And but the main one
Why
is
is
like
it called Mandela effect?
because I was just gonna say because people thought that he died in jail, and some people thought that he was like free. And I thought he died in jail. Like I really did. Like I thought I saw like I didn't know he was alive still.
I thought that there was a big deal of him getting released or something. I feel like that's what I do remember, but
Yeah, maybe it's that. I just remember there's some people that like I
there's
remember
some people
he
that
died in
remember
prison.
watching his funeral.
Yeah, his funeral. That's what's crazy. It's really peculiar, man. These are like the bigger questions that we have to ask, because if we're like trying to figure this out, this goes into like everything else. Literally everything else.
the Mandela effect is a social phenomenon where a group of people remember a fact, event, or detail about a person, place, or situation. The term was coined paranormal researcher Fiona Broom after they discovered that many people shared her false memory that Nelson Mandela had died in prison in 1980. In reality, Mandela was released from the prison in 1990 and served as the South Africa's first president from 1994 to 1999. Wow.
It's really wild stuff, dude. And again, this
And
is
then
like,
that's what. So that basically the only reason it's called the Mandela effect because that was the first one that prompted all these other ones.
yeah, it was like a
Yeah.
major one.
Yeah.
So there's, like, again, we just never are gonna have the answers to these, like, because these are like really big ass questions to ask. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's.
And if it is like a timeline split, then we'd have to be powerful enough to also split timelines and
Yeah,
be able
and
to
it-
perceive them and bring that information back.
There's a lot of physicists that say we live in a multi-dimensional.
Well, even honestly, what one of the Weinsteins that goes on Joe Rogan's podcast, the one that believes that there's like a different type of physics that
Oh,
everyone's.
Is it Brett or is it Eric?
Oh no, it's Eric.
It's Eric, I think. Yeah. He was just saying like everyone kind of writes off this one theory, but it's like it's only because they put so much work into this other theory.
Yeah.
And this other theory does make sense in other areas that theory doesn't make sense. Like, you know what I mean? It's like these other things of like he's like, I'm not trying to argue against what we believe, but like there could be something else, basically.
Yeah, and that's like the problem is like
Yeah.
it's so hard to
And
shift.
in academia, when something is set in stone, it's like that's what we believe today, but it could be false for all we know, in the
Yeah.
sense of like
Bro, people thought cigarettes after a meal was good.
it is.
Fucking
yeah.
like 70 years ago, but that was like a health, like it was like good.
Yeah.
You know what I
Because
mean?
it was like
People thought lobotomies were good.
yeah.
What's lobotomy again?
Just an ice pick right in your third eye.
No way.
Damn near.
Gland.
Yeah,
No.
Right? Is
It
your
shuts
pineal
you
gland?
off.
So it's
But
kinda
it
like-
goes into your eye, and they literally.
No.
Yeah, they shut you off, bro. That's how you get turned into a human vegetable. They thought that was good.
No.
Bro, that was like not that long ago. That was like 70s.
Well, I mean, it's like when you get to the fact of like in the 80s or 90s is when they learned, oh, washing your hands before surgery is good. You're like, what the fuck? It took that long to when them like in Vietnam they were just like putting their dirty hands, you know what I mean, stuff like that.
You should wait till you find out when they figured out about germ theory.
Wasn't it like way recent?
It's pretty recent.
Yeah, it's like 2000.
No. That's way too early.
It's all like 1900. Pretty much everything was found out in the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You know what I mean?
Before they just thought that people just got sick
1850s,
different shit.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And then, but that's the crazy thing is like, you think about germs, you think about the story like Corbin Hears a Who and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who's this? I remember I was like, but who's to say like these like you know Osmosis Jones?
Yeah.
Like who's to say like our cells and stuff aren't like these worlds that are living
right.
Like and they have a different sentient being and they think that they are doing all this stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like
If you there's a very great book that
we're so deep for
I know.
God. Yeah.
Look up, Duffy, if you can look up Overkill. Just yeah.
By Sandra Brown?
Or
when Men
that one.
I have to take a piss. I'm sorry, guys. We just keep talking about this.
So, yeah, so let me tell you, everyone should get the copy of this book because it goes into a lot of the major kind of like notions that doctors give us of like taking vitamins and like when you have a fever, what to do, when you're sick, what you do. So, when you have a fever, what would you like? The first thing you do when you get a fever and whatnot is like taking antihistamines and all these medicines like Tylenol, whatever, to like get rid of the symptoms. But what you're actually doing is prolonging your sickness. If you like look into what the whole reason you have a fever is for your body to overheat in order to kill the germ or whatever it is that's fucking with you. So it's like we're in a day and age now where people don't really like look in any alternatives to like how the human body is naturally supposed to work or trying to strengthen that natural immune response and rather like coding the symptoms or blanketing the problem without addressing the root cause. So it's like this book goes into those details of like, you know, if sunscreen really works, if vitamin D's or any like actual vitamins really work, as well as, you know, fevers and how they go about it. So it's a really good book to read because it really opens your eyes on like basically the flaws in modern like big pharma.
Yeah.
And just you really get into like how much they profit off of us in order to like, you know, sell these products that really don't help us.
Yeah.
Like if you're sick, like we don't have a cure for the common cold. Like we never have had that. You just have to fight it. So if you prolong if you drink those symptom suppressants, it just prolongs your sickness. Like when you have a fever, if you take a Baylor or a Tylenol, you're reducing your body temperature, which is like allowing the bacteria or virus or whatever in you to continue to thrive without letting your body do its thing. So this book goes into those trials of testing people that were on those medications without it, and so on and so forth, as well as like sunscreen, vitamins, and all this shit. And they basically prove it's all like pointless.
Sunscreen's a weird. I didn't realize that.
So my buddy was like, "Fuck
1975.
sunscreen," and I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, I don't believe in that shit." But then I work with other people in other professions. Let's say it that way. It's not specific. That are like sunscreen's like the best thing you can put on your face every day.
Yeah.
Literally, it's the best thing you can put on your face. Like, you know what I mean?
If you look at when you wear sunscreen, there's a common fallacy when you wear sunscreen. It's like, okay, you wear it and you're not going to be affected by the fucking UV radiation from the sun. That's not true at all. It just delays the results. And on top of that, your skin is the biggest organ in the body, and you're taking in all these chemicals. Like, just go Google the last like 20, 30 years of sunscreen companies and see how many lawsuits and settlements they had to pay. Cancerous materials that like aren't good for the human body long term. So it's like you're gonna get the UV radiation on top of the chemical response as well. like it's something that you have to balance with. But the fallacy is like when you put on sunscreen, you're going to be out in the sun. That's the whole point. So it's like cause correlation doesn't relate here because it's like regardless you're going to get radiation because you're going to have longer exposure because you're putting sunscreen on. So when people put sunscreen on, they have that idea of like, oh, it's like better because, you know, whatever, but it's just a delayed response overall. And like there's been like what was the company like not too long ago that just like came out with like had to
like Banana Boat? Or
yeah,
like
that's
that?
what it was.
Isn't that like the main company?
Yeah. And all their subsidiaries and stuff, so like those materials.
Banana Boat. Is that the same? The thing is, like, what's crazy to me is I feel like that's a racist term only because, hear me out, I had a fucking 8th grade teacher and he would always say, "You banana boat and no good commies." He would literally say banana boat and commies.
You put the whole line in there.
Wow,
Yeah.
that feels weird.
Oh, dude. He was also my mom's teacher. That's how old this guy was.
Man.
He would go chain smoke cigarettes in his car, and then if he wasn't doing that, he would put giant nicotine patches on his forehead and then wear like these crazy hats.
Oh man,
He walked around with a
That's
big,
so funny.
one of those bats you'd get like at Little League games. You know,
Yeah.
Or not Little League.
It's like those little
major-
short ones?
Yeah. But he'd walk, and then if you fell asleep in class, he would hit your desk with the bat, and he would just like freak out, dude. Very against communists.
That's a vintage teacher.
I saw him like 10 years afterwards, and I was like, wow, that guy's still alive.
Still alive, yeah.
I don't know if he is. Mr. Gannon, shout out to you.
All right, we're calling him out.
Yeah.
Ducks.
I just spilled some water.
You banana
Somewhat.
boat in.
I just-
That's
Yeah.
whatever that phrase.
No good banana boat and commies.
Well, now I need to see. I mean, what is an actual banana boat?
I know there's a cool raft that's like
Did that say Sun Pharmaceutical? That's the
Oh, it's the actual company.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
parent company.
It's just a water sled.
Oh yeah.
Put up banana boat lawsuit. That should bring up the actual. These fuckers, dude.
The
There it
benzene.
is,
Oh, it's got
benzene.
benzos in there. Oh,
There it is.
They don't even want us to see it. They're taking it away.
Like, yo, click on this.
Hey,
dude.
I'm sorry, but the spray one is so much more convenient.
It's so.
But also, okay,
Mhm.
am I not going to use sunscreen? I'm going to use sunscreen because it's better than me feeling really burnt. You guys, I'm really
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Oh, I don't use it all. I don't use it daily, but I use it like if I'm gonna be out in the sun all day with my shirt off. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the only way
I'll
to
forget. But
the only protection you can really do is just be in the shade. That's really
Yeah.
all you can do. That's really all
But-
you can do.
isn't it also crazy like when you go out in the sun sometimes you're like, oh man, that feels so good being out.
Yeah.
And that vitamin D.
I don't really get like sunburned, but like yeah.
I'm
We're like
Chinese
the
and
same-
white, so
we're
I
like the same
do not have
color,
melanin.
honestly. Maybe you're a little bit of a tinge more than me.
Yeah, I'm like I haven't been tanning
pretty much
as
the same,
much.
but different.
I've been harvesting, so I'm getting a little darker right
Just
now.
give me a week and I'll go like 6 shades darker than this dude. I used to run cross country, dude. I was like dark.
Are you still a runner or no? Still
I'm not. I know you're a runner.
I'm not, dude. Well, I signed up for a marathon.
I saw it, dude. I'm like,
I told
damn.
everybody I'm running a marathon. I have not prepared at all.
You
for it.
created a
Dude,
running
oh
a
my
runners club.
God.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Dude.
me and my wife created some really pages. It's like my one accountability to run a month.
Man, dude, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I did it.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to run a marathon. I just fucking signed up. And then the date was like, they're like, hey, now's your last chance. You want to change to half marathon? And I was like, nah, I'm just gonna ignore this.
Okay.
Damn, dude.
go.
But then I was like, we're running in November. I was like, how funny would it be if I ran it in like something like this, or like just make a joke out of it? That way it's
the
easier.
whole way?
Like the whole way. Maybe not this. This might be another.
It's like running in a sweatsuit, dude. You're gonna cut a lot of weight.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is coming from someone who doesn't run marathons, so I don't know. Maybe it's fine.
I've never run half a marathon.
I don't understand.
I've only run 10 miles in my life.
I don't think this year I've ran 26 miles, like in totality.
I've ran.
It's
I've
just
walked
not,
it.
not
I
it's
probably
not for my-
ran like 260.
It's just not for my joints anymore. I'd rather swim a little bit. I just do tone workouts and swim and steam, bro. That's all.
I love this segue right now in the podcast. It's just like went
Talk about something normal.
I gotta come up to the surface for air.
Yeah.
Dude, no, hey.
Shout out Duffy, shout out Mike.
You want to take a quick like break?
Okay.
This is it. Central Valley Podcast.
Hey, big shout out Central Valley Podcast.
You know I had to fuck with it. Hey, shout out Central Valley Podcast.